In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a new harmony is being composed. Welcome to Pixel Chat, where the future of communication is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform. It's a symphony of voices, a chorus of ideas, a global conversation transcending the barriers of language. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where understanding becomes as effortless as breathing. Imagine a world where your words, like birds, fly freely across the skies of languages. A world where ideas are so seamlessly shared, they blur the line between minds, and yet you feel connected, united by the universal language of Pixel Chat. We are the vanguard, the linguists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Pixel Chat, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Discover Pixel Chat today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a new harmony is being composed. Welcome to Pixel Chat, where the future of communication is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a symphony of voices, a chorus of ideas, a global conversation transcending the barriers of language. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where understanding becomes as effortless as breathing. Imagine a world where your words, like birds, fly freely across the skies of languages. A world where ideas are so seamlessly shared, they blur the line between minds, and yet you feel connected, united by the universal language of Pixel Chat. We are the vanguard, the linguists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Pixel Chat, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Discover Pixel Chat today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a new harmony is being composed. Welcome to Pixel Chat, where the future of communication is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a symphony of voices, a chorus of ideas, a global conversation transcending the barriers of language. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where understanding becomes as effortless as breathing. Imagine a world where your words, like birds, fly freely across the skies of languages. A world where ideas are so seamlessly shared, they blur the
Alrighty folks, sorry about that for just one moment. We were dealing with some technical difficulties, but we're slowly There we go, sorry about that. We're dealing with a few technical difficulties, but we are back in action. They can't keep us down. So this will be in the after party of the survey. We will do a 30-second countdown. So please prepare, get ready, and we're going to introduce Dr. Seppi. Dr. Seppi, are you? Yep, as you can see, we're almost there. We're going to give it 30 seconds. 30 seconds, the video overlay will go down, and we are going to take this thing back on. A little drama to spice up the day. Alrighty, so as you may know, my name is Dr. Brandon Donnelly, and I am glad to announce that despite a tiny excitement, everybody, when they finished Cyberclash, said, "We're done, we've won, we can all go home, there's nothing more to say." But you guys are still here, and in fact, there's over 529 of you. So as I go through and make sure that I update the links, the socials, and make sure that we have our head on straight, or at least some other configuration thereof, the show must go on, as they say. So Dr. Seppi Chakva, she is a lecturer at the University of Oxford. She has a time-honored career of making us all look like we're not doing enough with our lives. She teaches AI, quantum, She's a data scientist, an engineer, even a Hawaiian astrophysicist, if I heard correctly. Is that right?
That's right. That's my previous life, Brandon. It's really great to be here. Yes.
And now, what else do we have but to bring back this crowd? We are going to have you talk about the Star Trek Universal Translator. You're going to show us the Babel fish and how we can use AI to hopefully better understand each other. Is that right?
I try to, my best, Brandon.
All right, perfect. Well, I will hand the stage over to you. I will furiously in the background make sure that I get everything sorted on this side. And look at that. Your presence has already increased us back up to 1,200 views. You can't keep them away. So with that said, I'll let you take it away and off we go.
Thank you. Yes, hi folks. So I'm going to talk about something that not many people are talking about. I'm talking about discovering digital universe. So this is actually as a digital paradigm, and I'm going to talk about the birth of digital universe, essential technologies of digital universe, and the role of AI in shaping the digital universe. And then towards the end, I'm going to just very briefly talk about what is now a word, a buzzword, or something that people even don't want to talk about it. It's called quantum computing. And I'm going to talk about the why is it that we are moving in the direction of quantum computing, and what is relationship to the AI? Okay, so what is this digital universe from a technological perspective? As human race, we've been living literally, in a known civilization time scale that we know is we've been living in the 40,000, 60,000 years in what we call as a sort of like a physical universe. And throughout these so many years, physicists and philosophers have been trying to interpret and define what a physical universe is about. It's obviously created by the nature. And if you look at stuff, we are still at an infancy of understanding our physical universe. But when it comes to something like a digital universe, what's a digital universe? Digital universe is a term that is referred to the virtual environment created by technology. Contrarily to physical universe, the digital universe is created by man, in my case, by a woman. So in short, the digital universe encompasses all the digital information, data, interaction, everything which happens online. And this world is not bound physically, so and not alone. So it only exists in the presence of a physical world. So the physical universe, which we actually refer to it refers to time and spaces. In terms of the digital universe, we are actually looking at completely different things. It's a data, it's digital information, it's internet and how it works, it's virtual spaces, or people call it metaverse, social media, online communities, anything to do with e-commerce and online marketplace, digital economy, digital content, cybersecurity, and of course, the buzzword of artificial intelligence. So where did actually this digital universe happen? If you go back at the middle of the 19th century, people like Lovelace, they started sort of discovering things like data. This is really the technology. It's not something that happens overnight. It is a sequence of events and inventions and, epochs in time. Then you had people like Edison or Tesla, which invented the electricity. Then you had other people like Alan Turing, which start talking about the computers. Then you had actually people like Khan and Cerf that invented internet. And you say internet is not what we actually refer to in our day-to-day. It's actually that's web, and that was invented by Tim Berners-Lee, which is further along this line. Then you had people like, Apple was created by Steve Jobs, and then it was Microsoft. Then you had people like Professor Zadeh, who contributed into artificial intelligence. Then you came to things like Python, which were really the tools. So it's and then these things moved, and then there were other epochs of time, things like, for example, DeepMind. And then, of course, you have got things like the ChatGPT since last year and Web3. So we are about here. And this is really the journey of the digital universe. And it's important that you understand where this comes from, when it ends. And it's not just one event like a big bang that this thing happened. It's a sequence of processes. Some of them were invented by accident. Some were actually invented because of a purpose. So when you interact with digital universe in a real physical universe, what does happen? It happens that when you, let's say for the sake of argument, you create yourself a Facebook page, and this Facebook page is actually becomes your gateway from the physical universe into the digital universe. This is very interesting area, because this is through this is actually, you can represent it as a key which would bring you into the digital universe. But what is actually this represent? This is represent, so you would have your website, and through website you come to, let's say, a social media, something like Facebook, and you've got your profile there. This profile, we call it something like a social machine. So this social machine is really bound to the environment that you are interacting with. A social machine could be, let's say, in a Facebook is one social machine. In, let's say, something like Twitter, it can be another, it can be in TikTok. So a person has got so many different representations and so many different social machines. Let's take one example of this, for example, Facebook. And then you have got so many different people who are connected. They actually go through the same process into this digital universe. So then you have got all these social machines which they interact, and they make what is called social media. So now think about this digital universe we have got. The building block of digital universe is data. So data is what creates these digital universe. And a social machine, obviously, in a simple form, is just a web page. It's a sort of static representation of you. When we talk about AI is actually, if you look at the social machine now, it has gone through a lot of process. So you have got things like the suggestive text language. It can read, and it can interact, and it can do authentication. It can also look at perspective modeling, everything that you can think that these social machines are growing more and more. So when you take a social machine and you try to add, remember, we are not talking about robots here, because robots are partly physical. I'm just talking totally about digital universe. So these are all software based. They're nothing but software based. So these social machines, when they interact with artificial intelligence, what does that mean? It means that we are giving these social machines not only the mechanical part to do stuff, send messages, read messages, play videos, stuff like that. So when a social machine gets artificial intelligence, it means that it gets a process that it can do things. So what is actually artificial intelligence means? Before we understand what artificial intelligence means, according to good old Wikipedia, intelligence, we have to understand what this intelligence means in a physical word. And intelligence can be described as the ability to perceive or infer information and to retain this as a knowledge and apply it to something. So what does that mean? That means is, let's say you want to, in the morning, you want to fry yourself a nice fried egg. What do? You actually take the, put the pan, you put some oil in it, and then you break the egg, and then you let it cook, and then you enjoy your fried egg. the whole process of this it requires intelligence, because you have to be able to understand the process. You have to identify the ingredients. You have to be able to put that in such a way that you are creating a new meal, whatever simple, that requires intelligence. When you talk about intelligence, it doesn't mean that you have to necessarily create a rocket to go to, I don't know, some planet or something like that. It's about just learning something and then applying it to do a task. That is what, and the social machines are becoming more and more in that sort of respect. So the whole idea of artificial intelligence, it comes from the fact that the engineers really look at the human brain and try to sort of like mimic that. So in the case of our brain, we have got this sort of like a little gray cells, this neurons, and these neurons are actually always in interaction. And this is my apologies to all the neuroscientists who might be listening. I'm just trying to get a very brief and simplified version of this thing. So there is these that they generate these electric pulses. And the electric pulses, they have got two functions. I mean, the brain has got two functions. One is to actually operate, or it's like a housekeeping process that, you know, like your heart movement, or your I don't know, move your hands like when I talk, or look around and stuff like that. And the other thing that it is, it's about consciousness, it's about mind. And learning means that you would be able to sort of get new stuff, so learn new stuff. And that happens is, so when the pulses go above certain threshold, then you learn a new thing. I'm not going to go and talk about that. I'm just trying to just outline what is the process. So if you look at this picture, this is a newborn. And as these connections become more and more, then you would be able to analyze that. In the case of a machine, for human beings, this happens naturally. In the case of a machine, human beings, you just get these lateral connections between all these neurons, and this information gets transported, and then you would be able to analyze things on a different level. So when we are trying to mimic that into the digital universe, then what we do is we take the data and then we try to extract some knowledge from it. But the point is that there is a process in a digital universe. So if you look at the intelligence, which is here been misspelled, I'm afraid. So if you have got data, which I said is the building block, you do a process, and from data, you get the information. Information is information processing. So the data by itself, bits and bytes, don't mean anything. So you have to do something which is called information processing to make this data somehow readable with the machine. So when the machine understands that, still, it doesn't mean that it can give you any information. You have to process that further in order to make that as a knowledge. When it comes to intelligence, the intelligence is very much textual based. Textual. So what does that mean? It means you only can have these, according to Wikipedia again, you can have these prior knowledge in order to apply this intelligence. So let's say if you have got a driverless car, in a driverless car, the way that the artificial intelligence works is, let's say that it's got a sensor, the sensor has got some IP address, at the level of the data, this is represented at some sort of a data bit. So it comes to information, and then it translates that into that as a light in a traffic light at somewhere in a road. And then suddenly, the machine, if the light turns red, that the machine has got this knowledge, because it's been taught that if you see a red light, you have to stop. So you see a red light. When it's understanding this information, but it only can have the intelligence when it applies and actually puts the brakes on. And that is where the artificial intelligence comes to play. So when we are actually looking at these shift of the paradigms, so the machines effectively are something simple. They have got an input and output memory, and then they can do something. So currently, I mean, obviously, if you are trying to make your social machine as intelligent as possible, you have to put every type of sensor that human being have got into that. I'm going to just very briefly talk about two areas that we talk about, and that means that the social machines are going to be using currently extensively in the area of AI, and that is the, let's say, human visual perception. So when you talk about something like a computer vision is it means it gives the machine the ability to be able to see. So I'm going to concentrate on the two things of the seeing and speaking. These are the two important things that we are looking at. So just think about it. We are in a digital universe creating or mimicking what it is in a physical universe. So how does the eye work? The eye actually, what happens is when you look at a scene, you think that you're seeing the scene as it is, but it's not, because the eye hasn't got that processing power. You only see small sort of flaring bits and the points that then the brain picks these up and then weave together the scene. So this is exactly what happens in a computer vision. What we call this is this. In the eye, you have got these receptors, which are sensitive to the light. This is exactly the same how you would be able to define the computer vision as well. So when you apply that into the sort of like a vision, it means that you have to start create what we call as saliencies. These saliencies is a point of focus. And you start building your algorithm based on this concept. I mean, I'm not going to talk too much about this because obviously I haven't got that much time and I want to cover a lot of things. But that is really the most important thing, is that in in artificial intelligence, you have to have the saliency, you have to focus on, especially in the computer vision, when it comes, I mean, it's also with the natural language processing, I also talk about that, but it's the salience is the most important factor which cover that. When we talk about things like computer speech and natural language processing, I mean, this is slightly different to when you talk about the large language models, but that is part of what we call as natural language understanding. The whole idea is that the computer takes the words and try to understand that. And if it is try to analyze somebody saying something in one language and try to, based on the grammar and the vocabulary, it tries to make sense of this sentence or a written sentence. This is associated with things which we talk about speech recognition, natural language understanding, and natural language generation. And in short, we call that natural language processing. So, I mean, the goal of the natural language processing is to actually make sure that the computer have got a seamless conversation. And there has been this idea of this American philosopher, John Searle, that he talked about this Chinese room. And this Chinese room, the idea was that you get, if you can, you have got these two people who are Chinese, native Chinese speaker, and this person inside the room, it doesn't know anything, it doesn't speak any Chinese, but it's been given all this sort of like information, and then would be able to sort of like follow up this instruction. So when they are asking a question in Chinese, he looks at through his sources and he comes with an answer and give it back to them, and they wouldn't know that this person doesn't know any Chinese. This is effectively the same with a machine. A machine doesn't really understand what really languages are. As far as a machine is concerned, these are bits and bytes and processes that you do. So, but in real sort of But in real situation, you would have things like speech morphology, syntax that you have to consider. Now, obviously, computer, you've got things like Siri, or like my little watch, which starts sort of like talk now, or Alexa. So this is effectively now is come to the quite a lot of fruition, because we use what is called as the neural networks. The neural networks are trying to simulate the processing of the brain and how these things are going through various different loops and generate. I'm not going to talk about that, but I'm just saying that the speech synthesis has been something that has been long time available, because when we speak, different parts of our body, like tongues and the nose and the oral cavity and all that, these all play the roles. That's the reason we speak with different accent, we speak different languages. And when we try to simulate that in the case of a computer, we have to take care of that as well. And actually, this is not something new. Already in the 18th century, there've been a German inventor who's actually created that speech synthesizer with the pipe. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm just trying to say, so when it comes to sort of like talking to a machine, what you got to do is we got to transform what is called as a graphemes. These are the little sort of text which then the machine starts understanding and call it as a phoneme, and then you would hear the sounds, and the closer it gets to the human emotions and accents and things like that, the more becomes these edge, sort of like you would be less and less sort of familiar that this is a person. I mean, I have recently been working on some areas of, I've been trying to clone my voice, and I've been speaking about 20 languages with my cloned voice. And this is really interesting, because my clone voice is slightly younger than what I am, because I think the machines have not really up to now taken into they put in things like emotions and this sort of things and accents, but when it comes to things like age, they don't put it into the voice. So the model is still not there. So the guys out there, I'm going to give you a free idea about this. So these are speech synthesizers. Is effectively is a process by which you can actually take your input text and then create it, as we would call, as a text-to-speech translation. Now, you talk about things like Google Translate, and I have also, I talk about my technology, Pixel Chat, is what we talk about as part of a machine translation is a sort of like a subfield of linguistics. So when you use something, let's say like a Google Translate, the Google Translate, you say something in Italian, it comes out as Chinese, it's because the machine has to make these seamless models of the language translation. Anyway, but very briefly, a bit of a promotion about my own technology, Pixel Chat, which is the next generation of video communication platform or data communication platforms. So what I have done is, based on all these things that I spoke to you, Pixel Chat is a technology which, if you like, it is something like WhatsApp, but it allows you to speak with anybody across the world without knowing the language. So the motivation for me was something beyond these commercial concept. The motivation for me was originally because currently in the digital universe, the social machines, they all communicate in one language. What I was trying to prove was, because the social machines are oblivious to the language, you can actually make a social machine capable of speaking hundreds of languages with other social machines. And that is really what Pixel Chat has achieved. So it's effectively, it's a communication platform. Somebody is China, somebody in Brazil, somebody in South Africa. As a matter of fact, we've done all that tests a few years ago back with UNESCO. We had 9 people across from all the way from Japan to South Africa, across Europe, Central Asia. Everybody was talking to their in their own language, and they received everything either in the synthesized voice or in text simultaneously. So this is about Pixel Chat. But what I'm going to now talk about very briefly, I haven't got much time, I'm going to talk about the machines. So in the physical world, we have got a number of basic machines, which are wheels, and there are levers, and they climb planes or wedge and stuff like that. In the digital world, we have got one thing, and that is a computer. That is your own machine. So everything else you put into that, I mean, then you have got data, which is the oil, and then you put the software, which is effectively it's the if you like, it's the spirit, it's the guess, it's the consciousness of a machine. So the oil, what is sort of lubricate these is the data. If you think about it like that, then obviously what happens is, as the machines, you look at my phone, and this phone now is capable of doing so many different things. So it's very small, and even my watch is very small. So we are doing all this stuff. And if you have done sort of like a basic computing, is that the computer has got two the main component of a computer is actually, as I said, it's the memory, it's the control of that, and it's the sort of the arithmetic unit which does that. So if you come a layer below that, where the chips are, and these chips are normally, they're just the little sort of gates which they do simple mathematical functions. They add or they subtract, and you have got all these various different gates. So in the old days, I'm talking about, let's say 60 years ago, or 70 years ago, when first the computers came, they literally start building these with diodes and then put them together and did some processing. As we get more and more sort of advanced, and then with the technologies with microchip, obviously these components become more smaller and smaller. But then there's something happens, and this means that we have discovered something called quantum computing. And why have we discovered that? This is actually because of if you call it Moore's law, that there is as the computers get smaller and smaller, they become cheaper and cheaper. But the components in the computer, they become very, very small. So I mean, currently, if you have got sort of a chip in a computer, it's about 1/500th of a blood cell, and these blood cells are about 10 micron. So think about it, it's really, really getting to the very, very minute level. So physically, what does that mean? It means you come to a process which we call quantum tunneling. So these chips become so close together that then they actually they become short-circuited. They tunnel. So when they tunnel, obviously this defeats its objective, because you make this thing smaller, and then it would overcome the problem of the sort of like being able to do that. So if you have got, this is about, when I talk about the quantum tunneling, is if you have got a glass of water, if it's a bit cold, you put your hand around it and you squeeze. At some stage, you can see the reflection, or actually you can see your reflection of your finger coming through the water. This is because the distance, again, it becomes so small that you can see your reflection, and the light goes through. This is exactly the same concept. So when this happened, actually the technologies, so currently what we've been using till maybe 7 or 8 years ago, maybe no, a bit more than that, about 10 years ago, what we call as classic computing. The classic computing is that you have got, as I said, you've got this computer, you've got the data, you put some algorithm to it, and it follows the logical process and then gives you an output. And this is, of course, the quantum computing. Now, when things are coming on the verge of the quantum mechanics, then it works on a different way. And I just talk slightly about that. And the computer technology, when they came across the problem of quantum tunneling, they actually, there's lots of very, very clever scientists and physicists, engineer behind that, and said, well, why don't we harness the idea of quantum to do that? And actually, what happens is that in quantum computing, I'll talk slightly about that in a minute, but the whole idea is that the quantum computing allows you to do things in much faster process. So whereas you have got in a classical way, a linear ways of doing computing, in quantum computing you have got a multilateral processing of doing computing. And what does that mean? It means that in the quantum computing, you have got what is called, I mean, as you have got in classical computer, you've got bits and bytes. In quantum computing, you have got a quantum bit. And the quantum bit is a basic unit of information. And the same as normal bit is 0 and 1, in quantum bit is also 0 and 1. But there is a difference between the classic bits and what we call as qubits. The qubits are actually based on the idea of the quantum physics. Let's say we take, matter and light. They all, according to Einstein, are the same thing, but they behave in different environments, some in particles, some in terms of waveforms. So let's say, for the sake of argument, you take something like here we have got something, for example, like a polarization. In polarization, it means that you get a same sort of light, but it can be either vertical or it can be horizontal. So if you're watching, if you have got some glasses or some filters which are polarized, if you look at the vertical, they won't, or if you cross them, you won't see them. So the whole idea behind this is that the same bit, because of its quantum properties, can actually have all these phase values. And only when you observe them, that is when you can define the quantum bits. And each quantum bit becomes 0 and 1 simultaneously. So this is really what happens in the case of the, so it's the status of the 0 excited and the steady state. It's what contributes into the electron level. And the polarization level is about when you are looking at the wave theory. So, okay, so if you compare the quantum computing to the classical computing, now we have the engineers and the technology companies and scientists, they have taken a big problem and actually turned it on its head and try to exploit a really potential for the digital universe. The idea behind quantum computing is obviously very interesting because but it's a very heavy, expensive. First of all, it's the cryogenics. By cryogenics means that if you want to measure these quantum bits, you have to work at the cryogenics level. I mean, at a very low temperatures. This is you need to have a lot of heavy sort of labs which deals with cryogenics. You have to have very sensitive ceramics. You have to have all this gold-plated reflections, stuff like that. It's a huge science behind it. So not everybody can have their own quantum computing, like the phone. But what's happening at the moment is that big tech companies and many governments, they have come with this idea that they have got their own quantum computing, so they can do much faster processing. But it is not very efficient. It can do certain things, and it can do it much faster than classical one. So now we are looking at what is called as a hybrid computing. A hybrid computing is that you interface a regular computing with a quantum computing. And in order to interact with that, you still stick with what we call as a technology stacks. And this technology stacks based on a lot of quantum sort of stuff that we use for classic computing. And effectively, if you think about it, you can interface. And if you are trying to learn any of these programming languages, anything that it's to do with the computing engineering, or this can be then interfaced for the future for hybrid quantum computing. And already companies are working on this. And the projection of quantum computing applications, I mean, some of the stuff like these large language models that we are now seeing through several these apps like ChatGPT, things like that. Some of this, I mean, the back propagation on the neural networks and things like that at a very low level, it's been done because I have worked with one of my assistants who's actually doing his PhD in quantum computing, and they have been working on creating this natural language processing, how you would model that into quantum computing. So you already see where these technology companies trying to harness the existing technologies that exist with the classic computing, but through quantum computing, they can do some of the more heavy lifting sort of computation that they can do, and it worth them running it on their quantum computing. But then they interface that with the normal classic computing. So in short, if you look at the classic sort of like markets that you would see, the potential of the application of quantum computing or hybrid computing for the AI and all other things that we would see in the next 7 years, it is just enormous. This is because we still have to build so many things in digital universe. So I'm telling you guys, anybody will come and tell you, say AI, you get scared. I mean, when I talk to my students, I say when you actually talk about AI, I mean, AI again, in nutshell, is a tool. And think about cars. At the beginning of the 20th century, a handful of people, privileged people, had cars. They could have chauffeur around and everything. But now everybody's got cars. So this is a mass vehicle, the mass instrument for everybody to use. I mean, but in order to use a car, now you have to be able to operate it. You go to driving school, you know how to operate it, and then you pass wherever in the world you are, you pass the highway code, and then you get your driving license. So then you are allowed to operate a car. But then you don't drink and drive. You don't drive fast in an environment that their schools are there. This is called common sense. I think in about 10 years' time, or maybe less than that, there would be some proper regulation when it comes from bottom to top, put up for AI, which makes people who are using it more socially acceptable to apply this. Because please remember, this is just a tool. It's like a knife. You can use it to cut your food or something like that, but you can do other things with it as well. It's about being responsible. It's about how to you learn how to use it, and then you abuse it. So I think you just have to understand about the basics of this thing. Anyway, if you look at these market projection, you can see just on focusing of the application of AI. In a high level of the quantum computing, the hybrid computing, everything that you can create. I mean, the reason why this hybrid computing or quantum computing comes to play is because there are, as I said, these heavy algorithm-based technology, sort of ideas or applications or platforms, which might need something like a quantum computer to do. But in order to do that, you can do one bit of it. The rest of it, you would be able to do it in normal programming or technology stacks that exist. So at this point, I'm going to shut up and I'm going to ask if anybody has any questions. Thank you.
Usually if somebody says shut up, it's towards me, not the other way around. So I will take that as my cue. And everybody, thank you for dealing with our technical hiccups or burps, as I've been told today. And we just wanted to add a little bit of drama, to get you emotionally invested and have that fear of loss kick in. Either that or we had a few little glitches. So we are back, and we have told Denise that we will start after, let's see, in about 10 minutes time. So that should give us 2 questions. You received quite a lot of them. So I'm just going to try to sift through this. Let's see.
Can you take the most provocative one, Brandon? See if I can.
Sure. So this one well, it was quite interesting. So it says, in the future, will I have a quantum computer in my pocket like a phone? Or are they always going to be big and complex?
No, I think I mean I can't understand. I can't foresee because of the fundamental physics of what we require, because the cryogenics and things like that. I think this is not going to happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't foresee how this could happen. Sorry to disappoint you, the whoever was asking this question. No, it's not going to happen anytime soon, I'm afraid.
All right. We must have somebody from the UK, because again, we've got a Dr. Chakava. I've heard about quantum computing. I feel like you're getting the younger generation here with these questions. I've heard about quantum computing in my science class, but I'm not sure that I get it. How is quantum computer? You wanted a hard-hitting question. Here we go. How is a quantum computer different from the computer I use to play games?
Well, it just because of the qubits, because the fact that the processing is much faster, and for every bit you've got 2 qubits. It's much faster. It can do much. I mean, there was a projection that if one of the calculations that a quantum computing can do in 4 hours, it would take about 100 million years for classic computer to do it. So, I mean, it is really, but it's very limited in its capabilities because of the heat, because of all the hardware and stuff like that. So, you would use quantum computing for very heavy lifting potential algorithms. But at the end of the day, it's the hybrid computing. That is what I was trying to say, that you have to interface in order to do more complex. But no, I mean, you wouldn't be using it for games, I'm afraid.
Oh, so there's no pocket-sized quantum computer that will make you better at Pokemon Go. I think that was the crux of the question, looking at the follow-up. Well, this has been incredibly fascinating. And where can people learn more about what you're doing and how you're doing it and all of that?
Well, I'm a departmental lecturer at the University of Oxford, Department of Continuing Education. We offer a lot of open access courses as well as award-bearing courses. I mean, at Oxford, at the department, I teach software engineering, which is an award-bearing course, as well as open access courses, which you can come and learn. And as a matter of fact, this time I teach something about the overview of data science, which is the fundamental concept of data science. On Wednesday, I had, when I landed, as you know, Brandon, I had 2 hours to come to the hotel because I didn't want to disappoint my students. So I conducted our own online course in that. So please do come and look at our website. We are really offering, I mean, the stuff that I teach is a technology one, but you would be fascinated to learn the vast raft of courses that has been offered by really the best experts in the world in our department. And I'm not joking about it. Me not included, of course.
You are, of course, not included because you are the best of them.
So, oh dear, no, don't say that. Don't make me come in problem with my colleagues. They're all wonderful. They all are experts in their own fields anyway.
There we go. I can see Denise sipping a cup of tea. You see the behind the stage, you get to see everything. He's smiling, but we'll see. He has big shoes to fill after that on quantum computing. He's going to try to take on humanity. So give us 4 minutes. And we are going to jump into the next presentation. And thank you again, Dr. Seppi, for an incredible deep dive, light dive, Pokemon Go dive into quantum computing. Thank you.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you, Brandon, for organizing such a fascinating event. Well done to the team.
Well done to you.
Bye.
In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a new harmony is being composed. Welcome to Pixel Chat, where the future of communication is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform. It's a symphony of voices, a chorus of ideas, a global conversation transcending the barriers of language. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where understanding becomes as effortless as breathing. Imagine a world where your words, like birds, fly freely across the skies of languages. A world where ideas are so seamlessly shared, they blur the line between minds, and yet you feel connected, united by the universal language of Pixel Chat. We are the vanguard, the linguists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Pixel Chat, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Discover Pixel Chat today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution.
All right. It's the man, the myth, the legend, Denise Garda. And not only that, before you even get a word in, you are also on Starshot Startups, where Sanjay got to make a brief introduction. You got to show us just how entrepreneurship is done. And you do like a good bit of excitement for folks, and I know based off of that we had the stream end across everything, and we brought it back, so it got attention. We are live on several of the university pages. The phoenix rises again. So apologies for the delay. I am very delighted to introduce you. I am excited, of course, after hearing from Dr. Seppi about quantum computing, how we're going to tackle meta-humanity and how we can reverse engineer humanity with AI and metaverse. So I will, Denise, let you kick it off in stage. I will try to work through our comment filtering system as well, and I will go on ahead and be back to give you the stage. So it's all yours.
Thank you, Brandon, and it's congratulations for a fantastic event. I'm learning and engaging with the sessions, and it's really a great set of wealth of knowledge that everyone listening to us can actually get, and as well, we all can interact more to find an intellectual horizon that is more positive and more sustainable for all of us. So I'm going to be provocative in this presentation. Part of my work combines advanced technology with thought leadership and philosophy. And one of the things I always try to do is how can we actually solve the problems for humanity in a way that we all can improve. And that's what I'm going to be doing here, provoking, and as well sharing very unique things that are very important for me, and when it comes to technology and philosophy as humanity. So my presentation is about my new book that is upcoming, Meta Humanity. And like Brandon mentioned, how can we reverse engineer humanity with AI and metaverse? So this is a new concept, meta-humanity, but of course everyone knows about metaphysics, metaverse, and of course humanity. The things here is how can we increase and make sure that all these different things of what makes us humans, what makes us unique in the universe, which is our DNA of a lot of different things, and how we can actually improve this as we get into the different areas of technology and how we take this forward. So I'm going to be in this keynote talking about some of the ideas that are really making me excited, worried, but at the same time pragmatic. So as humans, we are a puzzle, and we are a puzzle part of humanity, part of nature, part of the universe. And of course, there's the physical, there's the digital, and of course, the metaphysical parts of what makes humanity. When it comes to the humanity history, and I have a couple of infographics here, so I'll try to interact with everyone, and I'm sure there will be some questions, and of course, this will be for showing. One of the things that we see is that humanity is still quite a new species if you look at the history of the universe. So we're talking about 30,000 years of history as human sapiens, and from the prehistory to the times that we have now, we've been going through a lot of different things. We've been going from hunters to growers to warriors to craftsmen, and of course, increasingly as we speak and in this conference, we are all working in startup ecosystems, innovation, corporations, and organizations looking at especially dealing with the tools of our times, that is metaverse technologies, artificial intelligence technologies, and of course going in directions of quantum computing in a lot of different areas. So this part here is that if you look at humanity, we've been going through we can describe as 5 elements of societies. The society 1, that was about the hunter-grower, and the society 2, where we actually become more organized as a society. And we, of course, in these 2 areas, we create agriculture, we actually create the sense of religions, tribes, civilizations, and capital. And then the society 3, that incorporates all the industrial revolutions and all the different areas that we are actually still right now going through. And it started only 300 years ago. And of course, the times we are now, which are, in terms of velocity, bigger than any time in history. And that includes, of course, a lot of the areas of the models of from the gig economy to the creative economy to the disruptive corporations that are faster than history. So these 5 societies are more or less a way of the development of our human nature. And our human nature touches part that is physical, a part that is virtual, and a lot of other elements that actually are critical for defining, first of all, what defines us as humans. And I always try to look at humanity as, of course, and as we go into the society 5.0, that is can be described as a super intelligent, smart society, where we actually can work an empowerment of smart cities, digital twins, robotics, and augmented artificial intelligence, and as well quantum computing, like we just discussed in the previous fantastic keynote, and as well the concept of singularity, which in some cases we are partly right now immersing ourselves into that, especially as AI becomes partly sentient, or depends on how we look at sentient. This as well is in parallel with the fourth industrial revolutions, which of course depends on how you look at the definition, have been going the last 300 years, and have been in parallel, especially from the society 3.0. So if you look at this area of the 4AR, the fourth industrial revolution, at the moment from the 17th century to the present day, we've been going through a lot of revolutions that were accelerating our capacity to change the surroundings of nature, to engineer nature, to engineer our societies, and as well increasingly to engineer ourselves, especially as we apply artificial intelligence to our intelligence, and we apply quantum computing especially to look at new realms of metaverse and immersive different possibilities. So the fourth industrial revolution, which we are partly, and of course we can define it in different ways, has 10 times the impact of the internet revolution, which was just around 50, 60 years ago. And this impact is transforming our capacity of adapt as humans, but it didn't change the nature of humanity. And for all of people, I know that there's a lot of students on universities. I think you guys have a massive responsibility about defining humanity. And therefore, my title, Meta-Humanity. So Meta-Humanity is a more advanced humanity that actually can master these concepts and can reverse engineer the radical disruption that come with these technologies that actually are created by us humans, but as well, we don't lose the control. We don't go in the Pandora box, if we paraphrase the Greeks with the Pandora box, and as well the Icarus myth. So how can we look at these different areas of the areas of defining, first of all, a species, the human species, and where are we going into this? So if you look at the timeline of technology, and I'm using here a graphic from our world in data, the challenge is that all these different technologies are right now in a path of velocity that is not compatible with our organic nature. Our organic nature can only go so far. So we can actually right now interact in, first of all, defining our human intelligence, what we are as a human species, and as well how we look at culture, how we look at civilization, and now how we look at the areas of technology embedded in our culture and civilization. So especially from genetic advancements and innovation to artificial intelligence, and the combination of the human level artificial intelligence, which we are partly going, and I think this graphic was highlighting that the human level artificial intelligence would be approached around 2050, 2075, and we actually more or less are achieving that in 2023, 2024. So the challenge is, can we as a human species build a meta-humanity that can improve humanity struggles with our dualities of good and evil and all these different areas, and as well how we deal with nature without creating a self-destruction capacity. And as well, this time of history that we are, is this disruptive as an Armageddon or as a open higher moment of humanity? So this is the major question that I want to pass to our audience. And especially in the day that in this conference, where we are talking about all these areas of framework technologies that combine the fourth industry metaverse, which is one of my areas. When I talk about metaverse, I talk about immersive digital twins between the physical and the digital, because we're already there. In this conference, I'm actually speaking in front of a computer to thousands of people around the world. This is an immersive experience that we are dealing. Of course, this is not, I'm not using AR, VR, but I'm already in immersive experience. And I'm using sensors to interact with the camera of this computer. And you, wherever you're listening to us, are using sensors, wherever you are using in a phone, in a tablet, or in a laptop. So this digital twin infrastructure that I refer as the spatial and virtual ecosystems and the physical and the different areas is right now opening up for a big opportunity and a lot of challenge for us. And I believe that this right now, we first of all need to look at this in the sense of, are we going to define humanity and actually improve humanity? Because technology is not going to stop. It's going to continue going at velocities that you and me here in this conference, all of us, are not able to do it physically. As physical human beings, as organics, we have limitations in our engineering and our body's engineering. And when you look at the fourth industrial revolution that we are all working right now, we're talking about increasing digitalization. So everything that can be digitized will be digitized. And there's the need as well, everything is for communities, new business models. And there's as well, of course, all the complexity support and the COVID-19 consequences that we somehow forget, but in 2 years, we actually went through a huge destabilization that actually still continue moving society. Then all the areas of ESG, the empowerment of environment, sustainability, and governance, which is increasingly more important, especially the climate change complexities that we are facing. And of course, all the open AIs and open API legacy systems and cybersecurity, which at the moment, we are at the moment in the stage of hacking humanity. So as we take this and we look at technology like blockchain, big data, and of course, artificial intelligence 360, we have to look at how we create business models that are sustainable, education systems that actually can apply this to real new jobs or the sense of work and what it means to work in a time of super advanced technologies. And this is kind of the element that I'm provoking in the concept of meta humanity. So when you look at the metaverse technologies, we have a huge paraphernalia of immersive interaction, physical and virtual embodiment, ID identity, there's my physical identity, there's the physical mental well-being, there's a psychology, there's interoperability between the areas of physical, digital, and as well the principles that we have in terms of spirituality, in terms of well-being, in terms of different areas. And this is for me the biggest challenge in history of humans as a species. Because whatever we do in the next 10, 20 years, and especially for the students and the people in universities listening to us, there's a sense of responsibility that we have to deal with responsibility and of course with passion, but as well with the sense of urgency. Because this is the first time in history where we actually can replace humans with machines, or you can actually create a new evolution of humans with machines. Of course, Brandon mentioned science fiction. A lot of things in science fiction are happening as we speak. And this is actually probably faster than a lot of people predicted. So right now, this velocity, especially in research in terms of artificial intelligence, where artificial intelligence chat bots have already capacity to think much bigger and actually not, well, the fact we have to look at the definition of thinking, but they can already process intelligence faster than us as humans. And how can we use this processment of intelligence to empower us? Because of course, as we speak, we still have wars in the world. We still have geopolitical tensions and a lot of unfairness and injustice that affects, of course, millions and billions of humans. So this part here is, are we going to be creating all this different evolution between, especially the Web 3.0, there is an immersive, more advanced web for the Internet of Things, to all these areas of collective intelligence, digital twin agents that can actually learn with our interactions, and how we can actually empower our own different areas of business, culture, society, and us as identity, as individuals. One of the things that for me is critical is the sense of digital literacy. The digital divide is bigger than ever, but all of us have a digital ID. And this digital ID right now mostly is owned by giant corporations, so a bit Blade Runner scenario that is happening, and by a couple of individuals around the world that, because of their skills, managed to get that. So can we get this digital ID controlled and empowering us as individuals? Can we create a critical thinking evaluation that actually creates digital safety, cultural social understanding, collaboration, digital rights and responsibilities, create information and digital law, and proficient communications, creativity in the time where actually DALL-E or a lot of tools can actually improve massive the way we create our own art, our own immersive creativity. And then looking at the digital footprint and the data ownership of all of us. The concept of digital divide, the concept of digital obesity are more important than ever. And events like this and universities have a bigger challenge, but as well a bigger opportunity if they empower their students, if they empower their ecosystems to create a balance between this digital identity and this digital footprint. And this is partly where the concept of meta-humanity is important. We have to think humans as a new dimension that is physical and digital. So a digital twin of all of us. So at the moment, if I look at the framework for any business around the world, there's a life cycle. This life cycle is for a property, for a building, for a city, for a circular economy. We are all in a city, in a village. We are all in tribes that are physical and at the same time digital. And we have to look at business models that can comprehend the physical and digital and make the bridge between all these systems. That includes especially digital twin technology and relationship between the digital twins and AIs. Because if you don't create a good sense of identity around this, what is going to happen is the data of each of us is going to be absorbed and used by other organizations without us being conscious about our own data. And this is an element that I think, especially when it comes to our education systems, to our society, and to our startups, is more important than ever. New business models have to empower the corporations. And if you look, for instance, at ChatGPT or OpenAI, it was created as a non-for-profit and became a for-profit, and with $13 billion of investment, actually created one of the most advanced platforms in the world. Then in space of 3 months, got over 100 million users. And after 1 year, start creating revenues of over $1.5 billion. So that's a component of ideas, a component of business, and a component of disruption. And these elements are very important for creating new frameworks, how we build this. So this is my concept, and I'll spend probably, I know that I still have a couple of minutes, but I will try to special this. So how I would define meta-humanity. So meta-humanity is a provocative concept that merges the idea of meta, not metaverse just in itself, but meta as an high level of concept from the Greek word, and then, of course, integrating artificial intelligence. And how we take this with the metaverse from the digital immersive experience, the AI from the intelligence, and then the tech narrative integrated, and creates a reality fiction that combines a transcendentalism and transhumanism and the virtual reality, virtual worlds technology that at the same time allows us to become better humans and to create an ID immersive solution. And the ID immersive combines that at the moment, each of us wherever we are in the world as a digital twin of data. This data is how much we consume, how much time we spend in front of devices, how much time we spend in one particular social network or in a game, how much education we have, what is the footprint and the record of this education. Do we have certificates? And all of us are in a city, and all the cities have elements of smart cities, more advanced or less advanced. All of us have our social media footprint, and all of us have a perception and the UI UX, how we deal with technology, how we deal with devices, how we use headphones, how we use different areas. So this is the part that I think we all have an urgency to create a better bridge, and we have a responsibility to achieve and to build a strong capacity how to take it forward. And I think there's a sense of urgency to look at this. I'm sure there's a lot of questions around this, but I want to do this. I want to touch this. So I'm going a bit futuristic to wrap up my keynote. So we've been going from Web 1.0 to 2.0 to Web 3.0. And I believe that at the moment, we are becoming in a humanity beta. So I would say that until 2050, more or less, we are still humans alpha. I would say that we're becoming humanity beta as in 2100, when computing systems and especially quantum computing genetics capacities will be in a completely different level. Of course, this will create this new iteration of humanity that can be more human-driven or more machine-driven. Because at the moment, we have in science fiction the narratives of Blade Runner, cyberpunk, and then we have the narratives of more Star Trek. And I believe we can actually build a bit more in the direction of Star Trek, if we use the metaphor, that humans still control technology, not the other way around. And I think in order to do that, definitely we need to be conscious about this. So then this is just an exercise I did about timeline of future technology, where we are right now reaching sentient AI in a very basic way, but it's already getting. By 2035, we're going to have smart human integrated genetic clothing and immersive cities. By 2040, we'll have a very powerful AGI, so augmented general intelligence and quantum computing. And then by 2045, we'll have advanced androids and climate change issues that will disrupt global. And then 2050, the advanced genetic human evolutionary modification will be much more possible. And then, of course, we're going to have the emergence of smart AI cities advancing, coming out of this advance of technology, and the multi-planet traveling. And by 2070, new space and undersea smart cities that actually can create new human-machine beings. So all of this is up to us, especially the people in universities that are doing this. So to wrap up, we have the real-world visible parts of ourselves. That is our ID. And then we have the virtual world invisible part of our data, our avatars, which is our digital twins and the data. So I would urge everyone to think themselves as a physical and digital being, and managing to have ownership of digital being, and as well look at the concept of meta-humans. So what defines us as humans? High sensitivity, emotional, sensorial, organic combined intelligence, cognition, physical and spiritual capacity for reasoning with what our human brains enable. So these are the features central to the human condition and inseparable from what makes us unique humans. And they change continuously, are volatile, and are also highly adaptable features. Without each of us humans could not be part of society and culture, and could only be rudimentary at best. So to wrap up, I want to finish with a provocation. So for me, meta-humanity is a concept that we have to create, all of us, in the sense of creating a better stage of human beta. And if you look at us as a software, as technology, we have to evolve our physical, our digital, and as well be prepared for new evolutionary species. AI and machines are already these new evolutionary species that are coming out of us, that are our children. And the reality is that humans, as we know, are complex, unpredictable. We have a duality that is very radical and can create monsters. So we don't have the best track record, but we have still the capacity to dream, the capacity to create utopia. And this is the utopia that I believe can be the meta-human, a utopia, a future utopia that can actually create a better advances where AI, metaverse immersive technologies and digital twins combined with Web3 and the related technology of quantum computing and a lot of other things, they have to be good and they have to be built to empower, expand, and reverse engineer a new enablement for us as humans. And we need to continue visualizing this, design, operate now. All of us have a responsibility. Everyone listen to us. Control your digital twin, build your digital twin in a way that empowers yourself, that empowers all of us as humans. Thank you.
All right, Denise, you did a fantastic and incredible job. And I was so motivated by it that I had to go for a walk of innovation, right? Also, for those that are wondering what a slumber party looks like at a university, well, you better believe that we have one ongoing right now. We have the team working on questions, moderation, making sure that we don't have technical surprises. All of that is going on. So as I walk through the Asia School of Business, I will tee up your first question, which is by Harris, who is over there as I was running around like a crazy person that I am. He wanted to know, what is it that terrifies you the most about the future? And a lot of questions, by the way, from the viewers indeed seem to have been, you've evoked a sense of panic in them. So let's try to bring them some hope, you know.
Yeah, I think that's exactly why I wanted to be radical on this. Hello, everyone. So thank you for being here. So I think the sense of the question is the panic. What panics me more is that we lose control as humans, and as well, remember that humanity is dual. It's dual, all of us. Okay, we can love someone and have a marriage and divorce. We can kill someone. We can do a lot of things. So our machines, our AI is going to do the same, whatever we want it or not. Because remember that AI is coded by millions of people from different cultures. For instance, just a small example, if I'm Portuguese, a bit French, and been living in Sweden and now in the UK for most of part of my life. And one of the things I realize, if in some cultures, raising the tone of voice is aggressive. In other cultures, if you don't raise the tone of voice, it's considered that you are weak. So as we code AI to interact even with us, if you go to ChatGPT or to Synthesia AI, and you start working on this and you start interacting with the voice of an AI, the AI will feel the tone of you, will feel that if you are nervous, if you're tired, you feel all these different things. But an AI can understand, with the data and the access to data, much more things that we as humans cannot achieve. So definitely my panic is that we lose control, and we are losing control partly. And that's why I'm actually re-indicating and re-establishing that in order to get control, the first thing is having conscious of our digital identity and having conscious of the power all of us have. So that's, I think, my direct answer to that one.
All right. I don't know if that makes them feel any better, but we'll find out. And but how do we make them feel better? We are losing control and we have to take it back before it's too late. So this one, really quite interesting. And it's a little apropos that we're at the Asia School of Business, a beautiful school out here in Kuala Lumpur. They wanted to know what has been the biggest reality check as an entrepreneur that they don't teach in schools or books, or at least not in your book?
It's a great question. And I think this is actually what made me change as an entrepreneur. So when I start building, as you know, Brandon, I've been teaching in business schools and being involved in a lot of business schools. So when I start my entrepreneurial career, one of the things I thought, okay, I was trying to pass some of the knowledge from these schools and bring it to the entrepreneurial world. And the first probably panic moment that I got was when I realized that 99% of the business that I was interacting had no knowledge of digital. I'm not talking about AI. I'm talking about digital. You have to see, I interview ministers of some of the top economies in the world. They don't know how to use a computer. So I want you guys to think about this, that this is a big challenge we have. Most of the people over 50 years old have a big challenge to look at digital. But at the same time, there's the concept of digital obesity that I mentioned that is even worse, is that people spend like 10, 15 hours in front of devices. But this is like sitting on television in the beginning of the 20th century. So I think the point here from this sense of the moment is I will realize that you can get from these moments to start really acting straight away. And the first thing is very practical, is having a sense of digital footprint, conscious of that. If you're conscious of that, you can immediately start changing. And for instance, like you are in a business school, all these education universities have fantastic programs, a huge part available for everyone, like this event that is for free. So you can actually empower yourself with the tools. And I believe that these tools are very powerful for all of us, but we have to know how to use it. Because if you don't know how to use it, of course, you're going to leave for some corporations that will take over everything. And it's not their fault, it's that they will do because it's their business model and their shareholders, they will be trying to solve these problems and getting as profit as possible. But as humans, we have a huge digital divide. And that's, for me, the biggest challenge we're facing right now as humanity. The digital divide is not even AI, it's digital divide. Because if we had more conscious, we'd use ChatGPT for much more creative things, for much more different things. And at the moment, in the end of the day, ChatGPT starting using us. And I used to say this to my students, there's only two kinds of jobs in the world. The job that tells machines what to do, and the other jobs that are people told by machines what to do. I would not like to go in the second one, but this is happening. So that the empowerment is that humans, and for instance, if you see the last film, you talk about the science fiction, Brandon, I think everyone should see the film Creator, because in the end of the day, AI is part of our humanity. So the way you code it, you can create actually machines that can be human in a lot of traits, or can become killers. So it's up to us, and it's in our hands, especially the universities like the ones that are listening to us. The way you code, the way you are engaged, the way you create communities, tribes, the way you deal even in conference like this, you can do a lot of things.
Absolutely. It reminds me of a video game, since we have some video game recruiters on the prowl right now, called The Stanley Parable, which is the story of going off script. The question is, who's writing the script? Is it somebody up above, or is it, and by that I don't mean anything too philosophical or theological, rather up in the executive suites? Or is it the AI that's telling us what to do, when to push the buttons and where to go and who to talk to? I still haven't figured that one out, but certainly I know that we'll find out more. And how can people find out about you? Where can they learn about all of the incredible, amazing, and wonderful things if they are living under a rock and haven't heard of you yet?
Thank you, Brandon. So, as you know, I interviewed recently Brandon in my YouTube channel. Actually, for instance, one of my last interviews was with the founder of the QR code, a person from IBM that created one of the most tools. So I have a big YouTube channel that I interview people I love and I respect, like you, Brandon, that actually are trying to push boundaries. I'm all over social media. I write a lot of things. A lot of my content is for free available. And of course, there's my company, studium.com. And we created as well Metaverse ABC. And like you said, at the moment, one of the things we're trying to do is creating programs with universities. I'm very focused on the university. I don't have time to teach anymore, but I still love to teach and do keynotes like today. But I like to provoke, and I like people to think for themselves. Like you said, it's always the don't give the fish, teach people how to fish. So YouTube, Dinesh Guarda, Twitter, LinkedIn, I'm all over the internet. Thank you.
I found you via carrier pigeon, it was cooing. right there. Poor thing. So, absolutely. Denise, thank you so much for a fantastic talk, a strong follow-up to Dr. Seppi. I think all of us here, as we're walking around, are going to start having existential crises because we're not going to know where to run because everywhere, even the toaster, is watching us, yelling at us. So we appreciate it. And Dr. Brown is next going to talk about the ethics of AI, which is probably going to then just make us go into the fetal position. So, we really are focused on a uplifting, fantastic conference. But again, I think the message that you're saying is that we have the ability to be the stewards of our future, that we have the capacity of knowing and learning, and that instead of just taking things for granted, we should question why we have it and question everything.
Amen.
There we go. Stay curious, everybody. I'm going to steal a Steve Jobisms. And until next time, Denise, thank you for doing a fantastic talk.
Congratulations to everyone. And be active. Own your future, your present. Thank you.
There you go. Cheers.
In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new guardian emerges. DragonScale AI, your trusted partner, where the future of Web3 security is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a citadel of innovation, a fortress of trust. With DragonScale, the extraordinary becomes the everyday, making digital safety as essential as the air we breathe. Welcome to the Iris Collective, where your digital assets are guarded by the impenetrable scales of a dragon. A community where trust is woven into the very fabric of our digital existence, connecting continents of thought and innovation. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. With DragonScale AI, the future isn't just a hope, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just aspire to the future, be a part of crafting it. And at the heart of this revolution stands Intellect Horizon, a conference, a movement, a journey into the heart of technological innovation. Be there, be part of the vanguard, and let's shape our destiny together. In the vast expanse of academic skies, a rocket prepares for launch. The Asia School of Business, where hand and mind come together, propelling students into orbits of excellence through action learning. Step aboard with us, where foundational teachings fuse with the rocket engines of modern tech. Each lesson, each dialogue, each challenge ignites your journey to reshape the world. With the guidance systems provided by the esteemed MIT Sloan, we're not just guiding trajectories, we're launching visionaries. In this spaceport of innovation, dreamers don't just aim for the stars. They challenge, they ignite, and they chart new galaxies. Harnessing tomorrow's tech, we're not just teaching, we're thrusting forward, breaking free from gravity's pull, transcending old orbits, and setting course for uncharted territories. Asia School of Business, where the symphony of science sets the countdown for liftoff and the ambition of future business leaders shapes the trajectory of industries. Join our mission, and together, let's co-pilot the enterprises of tomorrow. In the vast expanse of academic skies, a rocket prepares for launch. The Asia School of Business, where hand and mind come together, propelling students into orbits of excellence through action learning. Step aboard with us, where foundational teachings fuse with the rocket engines of modern tech. Each lesson, each dialogue, each challenge ignites your journey to reshape the world. With the guidance systems provided by the esteemed MIT Sloan, we're not just guiding trajectories, we're launching visionaries. In this spaceport of innovation, dreamers don't just aim for the stars, they challenge, they ignite, and they chart new galaxies. Harnessing tomorrow's tech, we're not just teaching, we're thrusting forward, breaking free from gravity's pull, transcending old orbits, and setting course for uncharted territories. Asia School of Business, where the symphony of science sets the countdown for liftoff and the ambition of future business leaders shapes the trajectory of industries. Join our mission, and together, let's co-pilot the enterprises of tomorrow. In the vast expanse of academic skies, a rocket prepares for launch. The Asia School of Business, where hand and mind come together, propelling students into orbits of excellence through action learning. Step aboard with us, where foundational teachings fuse with the rocket engines of modern tech. Each lesson, each dialogue, each challenge ignites your journey to reshape the world. With the guidance systems provided by the esteemed MIT Sloan, we're not just guiding trajectories, we're launching visionaries. In this spaceport of innovation, dreamers don't just aim for the stars, they challenge, they ignite, and they chart new galaxies. Harnessing tomorrow's tech, we're not just teaching, we're thrusting forward, breaking free from gravity's pull, transcending old orbits, and setting course for uncharted territories. Asia School of Business, where the symphony of science sets the countdown for liftoff and the ambition of future business leaders shapes the trajectory of industries. Join our mission, and together, let's co-pilot the enterprises of tomorrow. In the vast expanse of academic skies, a rocket prepares for launch. The Asia School of Business, where hand and mind come together, propelling students into orbits of excellence through action learning. Step aboard with us, where foundational teachings fuse with the rocket engines of modern tech. Each lesson, each dialogue, each challenge ignites your journey to reshape the world. With the guidance systems provided by the esteemed MIT Sloan, we're not just guiding trajectories, we're launching visionaries. In this spaceport of innovation, dreamers don't just aim for the stars, they challenge, they ignite, and they chart new galaxies. Harnessing tomorrow's tech, we're not just teaching, we're thrusting forward, breaking free from gravity's pull, transcending old orbits, and setting course for uncharted territories. Asia School of Business, where the symphony of science sets the countdown for liftoff and the ambition of future business leaders shapes the trajectory of industries. Join our mission, and together, let's co-pilot the enterprises of tomorrow. In the vast expanse of academic skies, a rocket prepares for launch. The Asia School of Business, where hand and mind come together, propelling students into orbits of excellence through action learning. Step aboard with us, where foundational teachings fuse with the rocket engines of modern tech. Each lesson, each dialogue, each challenge ignites your journey to reshape the world. With the guidance systems provided by the esteemed MIT Sloan, we're not just guiding trajectories, we're launching visionaries. In this spaceport of innovation, dreamers don't just aim for the stars. They challenge, they ignite, and they chart new galaxies. Harnessing tomorrow's tech, we're not just teaching, we're thrusting forward, breaking free from gravity's pull, transcending old orbits, and setting course for uncharted territories. Asia School of Business, where the symphony of science sets the countdown for liftoff, and the ambition of future business leaders shapes the trajectory of industries. Join our mission, and together, let's co-pilot the enterprises of tomorrow. In the vast expanse of academic skies, a rocket prepares for launch.
Here's to brave souls, the seekers of knowledge, to those who stand at the precipice of the unknown, ready to dive deep. With Decoded, they embark on a journey like no other. A journey powered by scientifically proven techniques, ensuring every step is grounded in evidence, every discovery rooted in fact. In this new age, they don't shy away from technology, they embrace it. With Decoded, the digital realm becomes a second home, making learning resonate with their heartbeat, echoing the rhythms of the no generation. Your journey is unique, and so is your AI companion. Customized, personalized, always ready to assist, to challenge, to inspire. With Decoded, you're never alone, making even the impossible seem possible. Step into a world where learning is social, dynamic, exhilarating. Collaborate, compete, rise to the top, all while mastering skills where collaboration is the key, where grades aren't just scores but badges of honor, testaments to dedication, to passion, to the relentless pursuit of excellence. With Decoded's unique adaptive learning system, the platform molds itself to you, ensuring that every lesson, every topic resonates, clicks, makes sense. Inclusivity is not just a word, it's a promise that no matter how they learn, Decoded is there, ready to adapt, to evolve, to ensure that every voice is heard, every perspective valued. And as you navigate this vast expanse of knowledge, our mindfulness coach is there, a guiding light, ensuring that you remain grounded, centered, at peace. Decoded is more than just a platform, it's a promise to empower, to enlighten, to elevate. Dive in and let's decode your potential together.
In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted. Welcome to Intellect Horizon, where the future is not a distant mirage, but a vivid painting come to life. This is not a mere conference. It is a symphony of innovation, a dance of ideas, a global chorus singing the song of a new era. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where the extraordinary becomes the everyday. Web3, XR, and AI, they're not just technologies, they're the brushstrokes on the canvas of our future. Picture a world where information, like an endless ocean, flows freely, unbound by the islands of centralized authorities, connecting continents of thought and innovation. A world where the digital realm is not a separate entity, but an extension of our reality, as seamless and infinite as the cosmos, where the only limit is the edge of your imagination. Envision experiences so immersive, they dissolve the line between the dream and the waking, like a mirage that you can touch, feel, and live in. Imagine a world where intelligence is not confined to the human mind, but blossoms in the digital landscape. A vibrant forest teeming with life, where every leaf is a thought, every branch a new idea. This is the world you are destined to shape. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We are the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will change your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Intellect Horizon, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Register for Intellect Horizon today. Join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new Welcome to Starshot Startups, the stellar showcase by Intellect Horizon. Launching legends, one startup at a stellar time. Entrepreneurial explorers with out-of-this-world ideas and interstellar investors seeking the next cosmic concept. Your galaxy of opportunity is here. At Starshot Startups, we rocket revolutionary ideas into the vast venture void. It's not just a pitch, it's a propulsion to the planets. Envision a platform where words weave wonders, slides shimmer like stars, and deals have the gravity of galaxies. That's the celestial charm of Starshot. Embark on an epic journey as startups shoot their sensational solutions, ideas igniting imaginations, and innovations that are truly intergalactic. Beyond the pitches lies a universe of opportunity. Startups can sync with seasoned spacefarers, mentors, and market maestros. Investors can identify illuminating ideas ready to radiate. Whether you're a startup set to soar the solar system or an investor eager for interstellar innovations, Starshot Startups is your space station. Intellect Horizon heralds this heavenly happening. We're all about launching lunar legends, one startup at a space-time. Blast off with us on this breathtaking journey. Starshot Startups, where dreams defy gravity and go galactic. Join us and let's make celestial connections that can change the course of constellations. Be part of this cosmic convergence. Witness the wonders, feel the fervor, and find the future's frontrunners. Starshot Startups, where the universe unites under one vision, and the sky is not the limit. Welcome to Starshot Startups, the stellar showcase by Intellect Horizon. Launching legends, one startup at a stellar time. Entrepreneurial explorers with out-of-this-world ideas and interstellar investors seeking the next cosmic concept. Your galaxy of opportunity is here. At Starshot Startups, we rocket revolutionary ideas into the vast venture void. It's not just a pitch, it's a propulsion to the planets. Envision a platform where words weave wonders, slides shimmer like stars, and deals have the gravity of galaxies. That's the celestial charm of Starshot. Embark on an epic journey as startups shoot their sensational solutions, ideas igniting imaginations, and innovations that are truly intergalactic. Beyond the pitches lies a universe of opportunity. Startups can sync with seasoned spacefarers, mentors, and market maestros. Investors can identify illuminating ideas ready to radiate. Whether you're a startup set to soar the solar system or an investor eager for interstellar innovations, Starshot Startups is your space station. Intellect Horizon heralds this heavenly happening. We're all about launching lunar legends, one startup at a space time. Blast off with us on this breathtaking journey. Starshot Startups, where dreams defy gravity and go galactic. Join us and let's make celestial connections that can change the course of constellations. Be part of this cosmic convergence. Witness the wonders, feel the fervor, and find the future's frontrunners. Starshot Startups, where the universe unites under one vision, and the sky is not the limit. Welcome to Starshot Startups, the stellar showcase by Intellect Horizon. Launching legends, one startup at a stellar time. Entrepreneurial explorers with out-of-this-world ideas and interstellar investors seeking the next cosmic concept. Your galaxy of opportunity is here. At Starshot Startups, we rocket revolutionary ideas into the vast venture void. It's not just a pitch, it's a propulsion to the planets. Envision a platform where words weave wonders, slides shimmer like stars, and deals have the gravity of galaxies. That's the celestial charm of Starshot. Embark on an epic journey as startups shoot their sensational solutions, ideas igniting imaginations, and innovations that are truly intergalactic. Beyond the pitches lies a universe of opportunity. Startups can sync with seasoned spacefarers, mentors, and market maestros. Investors can identify illuminating ideas ready to radiate. Whether you're a startup set to soar the solar system or an investor eager for interstellar innovations, Starshot Startups is your space station. Intellect Horizon heralds this heavenly happening. We're all about launching lunar legends, one startup at a space time. Blast off with us on this breathtaking journey. Starshot Startups, where dreams defy gravity and go galactic. Join us and let's make celestial connections that can change the course of constellations. Be part of this cosmic convergence. Witness the wonders, feel the fervor, and find the future's frontrunners. Starshot Startups, where the universe unites under one vision, and the sky is not the limit. Welcome to the world of Ice Cream Corporation. Have you ever taken a moment to remember the simple joys of life? The thrill of chasing an ice cream truck, the anticipation of that first bite, the pure delight of a flavor that takes you back to childhood memories. That's what we're about. We're here to bring that same magic, that same wonder into the realm of technology. Our mission is clear. We don't just follow the crowd. We dream bigger. We see a future that's not just about gadgets and codes, but about experiences that touch the soul. We're blending the beauty of art with the power of technology, crafting moments that resonate, moments that inspire. Imagine a world where technology doesn't just work, but feels alive, where it doesn't just serve, but inspires. That's our vision. A world where every interaction, every bite is filled with possibility and wonder. Our essence? It's captured in a few simple words. Innovation. We dare to dream. Passion. Every endeavor fueled by heart. Integrity. We stand true. Always. Excellence. Only the best will do. Empathy. Crafting with care for you. Legacy. Building today. Shaping tomorrow. So come along. Dive into a world where the past meets the future. Where every moment is crafted with care. Where every experience is a journey back to the joys of childhood. Welcome to a world where you can always savor the unexpected. Welcome to Ice Cream Corporation. Welcome to the world of Ice Cream Corp. In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a new harmony is being composed. Welcome to Pixel Chat, where the future of communication is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform. It's a symphony of voices, a chorus of ideas, a global conversation transcending the barriers of language. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where understanding becomes as effortless as breathing. Imagine a world where your words, like birds, fly freely across the skies of languages. A world where ideas are so seamlessly shared, they blur the line between minds, and yet you feel connected, united by the universal language of Pixel Chat. We are the vanguard, the linguists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Pixel Chat, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Discover Pixel Chat today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution.
All righty. We are currently trying to find out what happened to Dr. Brown. So we sent him some of the updated joining information and are going to instead take this as a fantastic opportunity to show you behind the scenes, or as Hamilton would say, the room where it happened. So we've got Dr. Seppi right here. She's at her battle station, and
Maybe I can, Brandon, maybe I can show this.
yeah, you can join in. So she's going to pull up her translation tool, Pixel Chat.
Yes.
And I think, man, what a time. We have had Denise Garda, we've had Seppi, we have had a wonderful and fantastic, innovative bunch of people. And if you had the opportunity of seeing the Cyber Clash was a fantastic and wonderful event that ended up gathering, I believe, over 200 people here. So as we continue to go through this, we're getting an additional bit of Dr. Chakva here, where she's going to show us Pixel Chat. And what that will do is help set up universal translation of
Communication.
let's talk. So
voice synthesis language changed.
Let's come here, and as we go behind the scenes, so it's just us chatting here with just about 2,000 people. Can you tell us about Pixel Chat? So how many languages have you got?
We've got 100 languages. And what I'm doing is I'm actually setting up this into my own language, which is Farsi. So you can see that here.
All right, we're going to get some live translation.
So I say, Salam, به پیکسل چت خوش آمدید.
Yep, sorry, there we go.
Hello.
Salem, the pixel chart made it.
Now this is not good because I just still have got the English language. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the window again. So I open a new tab, and then I go to Pixel Chat.
Okay.
And then.
And as you get that sorted, how long have you been working on Pixel Chat?
I've been working on it for the last 6 years. So yeah, I have been the first version of Pixel Chat. We did peer-to-peer for Digital Catapult 5G networks, and with that time it was just before the pandemic. We tested it between UK and England, UK and Singapore.
How did that go?
It went really well. You see, when people talk about 5G and 6G networks, and you sort of like consider things like
This language changed.
yeah. So
okay, something's happening.
yeah. Okay. So I see if I can. I start saying, "Salam, اسم من سپید است." Oh, no, it's not working. Maybe try again.
That's okay. So let's maybe do a little one-on-one about how these algorithms work.
Okay. I
So-
mean, some of the stuff are patented, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, I can tell you what this Pixel Chat does is effectively it's a communication platform. You know, the phones, as we know it now,
Mm-hmm.
compared to what it was first invented at the end of the 19th century,
Right.
they've got one thing in common. I mean, these phones are our life is dependent on them.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to communicate with someone across the world, let's say you ring someone in Japan,
Mm-hmm.
you either have to speak Japanese or you have to speak English. Both of you have to have a common language. So if you speak English and the other person speaks Japanese,
you can either say moshi moshi or
yeah, he can say moshi moshi and the other one have to say moshi moshi and say hello and the other one. So if you do not have a common language, you don't understand that.
what about slang?
Yeah, it take care of the slang because of the advance in machine learning. It learns the stuff very fast. And what we have done is we have just recently developed an embedded version of this. That means that you can put that in any IoT devices, anything. And yeah, so what happens is you can use that in text to voice, voice to voice. And we have developed 3 products.
Mm-hmm.
One, we've developed PixelChat Learn, which we've been sort of testing it with this event. This is for learning and teaching. So you can actually follow a lecture in your own language, live transcripts, because things like Zoom or Teams they are not pedagogically evaluated. Then we have got what is called PixelChat Lounge. That's the video conferencing one. That's this one. And we've got another one, which we call PixelChat Live. And that's the one I have been piloting it in the last months with very successful pilot at the Cabinet Office event, with the Cabinet Secretary speaking in English, and the translation simultaneously came as Welsh. And when we had the entire UK Cabinet Office. So the whole idea is that you do not need to speak somebody's language if you want to communicate to them. And that goes back to what my concept of these social machines, because social machines and language is oblivious to the social machines are oblivious to the language. You can have any language that you want to speak. So this is it goes back to this concept of making a social machine multimodal, multilingual, and that is what I have achieved.
Wow, that's incredible. And I think one of the big things is you've had a history of doing incredible, scalable, amazing things. We always get new stories, and we should do a series called Story Time with Seppi, right? It's alliterative too. It works. It has a nice ring about it. If we can get the camera there, we could do the overlay. Story Time with Seppi.
Yeah, I mean, it's I have been extremely fortunate individual. I have been at various different places in my life, and I've been working in this field for the last 35 years. Literally from the outset, on the first World Wide Web, I used to work as a physicist, and we used to have these sort of like stream between Heidelberg, where I was at Max Planck Institute, and then CERN. And then they used to come and tell us, look, you got this thing which is called the web. It was Goofer and that sort of stuff. And then some more graphically rich sort of diagrams and things like that came about. And I remember Stanford had a server from some of these my expatriates colleagues or friends in Stanford, and they called it Persia.com. And
Persia.com.
They used to, and then they used to have these Iranian music, and I used to download them. But I mean, obviously, you had sort of like amazing 10 megabit network between Max Planck Institute and Stanford. So then, of course, with things like streaming technology and all that came about, and I end up working for people who invented MP3.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so then you have you're teaching at the University of Oxford, and then you said, you know what, I'm not done. I've already taken over the world, and I want to go further. And
no, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I'm a professional academic, really.
What does that mean?
It means somebody who very sort of. It's very difficult to move out of the academic environment.
Sure.
So, and then what it means is that you get. I mean, more than anything, I mean, the courses I teach now at Oxford, it's. I learn far more from my students, I must admit, than they learn from me, because most of the stuff I create, I put there. And then, I mean, one of the things that really, really enriched my understanding of the technology was the course that it's a software engineering course that I'm a director. And that is really amazing. I mean, it's been done by, people like 15 years ago. And not many people are. I mean, even if you have got a PhD in computer science or electronic engineering or physics, you really do not understand the fundamentals of system engineering. And initially, this was created for people who wanted to move from like different sectors, learn a little bit about IT systems and stuff like that. And in post-pandemic, this has actually become a necessity for us, because now the barriers between, or the boundaries between digital and sort of physical world is disappearing. So it's hardly is anybody who's working even in a day-to-day life hasn't got the necessity to interact with the digital system or digital software, right? And that is, and yeah, I mean, I have got amazing students, and day in, day out, I learn stuff from them. And this is really the beauty of this field, because you can project it to what you do, and then you can learn from it what you want to do. So this is really, I think it's a unique. So when you use your mobile phone, the mobile phone enables you to do what you want to do. Mm-hmm. Whereas in the past, if you had a tool or a device or a computer or things like that, they were very passive. Now, you know, these technology around understanding and this digital literacy has enabled us sort of like overcoming this digital literacy is sort of enable us to really harness the technology. And yeah, I'm very privileged.
I think we're the ones that are privileged that get to hear this in your journey and get to take a part of it. And even a lot of the folks that were here at ASB doing the event, the hackathon, it's inspiring, isn't it, to see all of these young minds that have never done anything with code, and suddenly they've created robots.
Yeah, it's just because you know, you get the aspiration. You know, it's just like having your phone and playing with it, going to TikTok or something like that. Then you can see it is as easy if you can put things together and let it actually do something. It's really, really very satisfying. It's very inspiring that you create something that it can do, potentially something, solve a problem, or
100% and absolutely. All right, I'm going to
go and talk to the others.
I shall show everybody behind the scenes, but you see Seppi here has been on an incredible journey, and the one thing that we see is she's constantly learning. I'm like I'm a cup with holes in it, so nothing stays. But that's why I try to surround myself around smart people.
Nonsense, Brandon. I mean, I have seen you like 2 nights ago when we were discussing these things. I mean, the level of I mean, we keep on giving sort of like compliments to each other, but it's not really that. It's just I genuinely believe that you are an incredible individual. You should be extremely proud of yourself with what you've single-handedly, literally with a small team, achieved. Something that it takes many, many years for a much bigger group of people to achieve, and but maybe a 10%. And thinking about it, that when we discussed that 3 months ago in my office, and then you said, you know, we want to do that. They say, okay, Brandon, let's do it. But let's if we are getting 500 people.
500. That was our goal.
That was our goal.
If we could do 500.
If we can do 500, you know, we can just put a little bit of a sort of counter narrative for people are going scaremongering about AI and, you know, that sort of thing. Yeah, it was.
But I think people like yourself, and by the way, Matthew, which we know that he's watching because he's waiting and he's asking. And so we know that he's going to be coming up in 35 minutes. But if you think about it, we just didn't know when to say no, which is both a positive and a negative sometimes. But the outpouring, and even though some folks didn't get the time zones right, or we are trying to hold things together with duct tape, or we have the side of madness over there, the board to try to figure it all out, what it is a genuine outpouring of people that are there to try to help and improve the world. And I'm going to go for a little tour, and what most people probably don't get to see during a digital conference at a real live university, the slumber party at the Asia School of Business that we're undergoing in the here and now. Specific?
Yeah, so your speech is coming through Pixel Chat, so you can see that it gets translated on the other devices instantly, and you can see it can translate it in 100 languages. So that's a smaller
small
reflective
taste.
taste of Pixel Chat and things that would come. So watch this space. Soon you would have it on your mobile phone and you can communicate. We have been testing it for the last 2 years with telecom operators. So there you go.
And I think one of the really exciting things about this is to do something so quick, so fast, not to get it right. It's almost in a way very much like entrepreneurship. Everything is a work in progress, and it's not a bug, it's a feature. So
no, it's taking me 6 years to make this feature work. So, it's not that quick, but anyway.
But all right, I shall go for a walk.
Thanks very much for the chat. I appreciate that.
No, thank you. We are getting ready for Matthew, and we want to show everybody what exactly goes on at a school at night, right? So we have at the Asia School of Business right now. It's a gorgeous, fantastic, and just very large building, and everything to get Cyber Clash going. We had the puzzle pieces, the kits, we had the robots that we gave away, all of this here. And one of the incredible things that you typically don't get to see at these sorts of events are the people that are putting their time, effort, energy, and soul into. And as a part of that, as I trek through, reminding myself that I probably have to do a little bit of better cardio, is that the lights are still on here. And when we talk about the purpose of this, it's not to get paid, it's not to make a bunch of money. That is not why we're here. We're here to improve the world, to make it a better place. And as we have streams going on right now, we have staff here that are just wanting to jump in and to help. You know, we have stream rooms. There's a lot of monster energy that has been consumed over here. And the Cyber Clash cleanup is going on, and there's probably about 20 people here that their goal is just to make sure that the experience is done, it's done well, and that it's professionally polished. And so, as one of the exciting things, if you haven't had the opportunity to look at the Cyber Clash building, this is the room where it happened. There was 10 tables and people that had never, not a single time, worked on any code. And one of the exciting things, this mens et manus, this mind in hand, action learning, whatever we want to call it, was essentially showing that if you put your mind to it, if you ask and you use resources that are out there, that just about anything and everything is achievable. One of the people that have been fundamental in the success of this event, not the air blower, though that's not bad. Harris, you're on the main stage here. How's it going?
Everything went well. Cyber Clash. Oh.
We have your phone right there. Sorry, let's talk about Cyber Clash.
All right. So Cyber Clash happens here at the ASB academic building. So technically, what happens there? The attendants, the participants, are required to assemble the robo car.
And how did that go?
It went well, extremely well.
That doesn't sound like our event.
Apparently, they did way much better than us during the test run.
Why do you think that is?
They know more than us. Apparently, we are very bad in assembling.
Uh-oh.
With the software as well. They just copy it straight put it there.
And it worked. How many teams successfully, out of the 10, got their cars to do what they needed to?
3 teams managed to get it done before less than 1 hour, apparently.
Wow.
And they managed to finish the track less than 1 minute. The fastest was 50 seconds, which is quite impressive in comparison to us.
And we get to see how we stack up against Regent University. That's going to be happening, that's right, at 1 o'clock in the morning over here.
We'll see which one's better.
It's going to be very exciting to jump into. And what was the most shocking and surprising thing that you got to see when running the event?
There is one team, actually. which consists of two different company organizations that work together. They just assembling the robot without hesitations.
Yeah.
They just do the coding, flash it up, and then got it run.
Just like that.
Just like that. That's in an hour.
And one of the things that we said, right, it'll take 25 minutes to assemble the kit.
We managed to get it done less than about 4 hours.
Right, 4 hours.
Yeah, almost.
And I think the more people, it can make short work, but if not coordinated beforehand, without good project management, what happened?
Disaster happens. It doesn't work.
Yeah. And yet, it was a completely sold out event. The paint was still drying. And the one that we have to thank right here is Harris. Without him, I don't want to understate it, this could not have been possible. And so as we talk about the event is full of people. Those people are the ones that are making this a reality. And behind the scenes, I would say that I'm the pretty face. I don't even have that going for me. I'm not bright. I don't have so you guys are the ones that are for some reason making me look good, which I'm deeply appreciative to. But the incredible thing is the impact that we saw, the learning, and the memories, or trauma, or both.
They're so excited when this happens. Some of them did ask, "Can I join the Cyber Clash next time?" And then I was like, "We're gonna talk about that night too." All right.
You have to go. We're going to get sorted over here.
Yep.
And keep the stream on until
3 a.m.
Professor Matthew. 3 a.m. Yeah. Well, that's a whole other thing. Harris, thank you so much.
Sure.
And I'm going to walk over this way. And then, guys, what we're going to do, you've probably seen the B-roll that has gone through 1,000,001 times. I just want to do one last little thing, which is, again, to show the Asia School of Business over here, to take this opportunity to really show off the beauty of the building. It's over here in Kuala Lumpur, and it is just something that is amazing. It is incredible, and it was shocking to me. Shocking to see such potential, such a well-kept building, and the minds that are here even better. And I'm slowly about to chase Ronaldo over here. He's trying to run away, but we have another person who has been critical to the success of this conference. Without him, nothing would be possible. I wouldn't be possible. Ronaldo, let's walk and talk. How's it going?
Yes, everything was great, amazing. We did the Cyber Clash. We had a lot of participants. And
how many do you think?
You're talking about Asia School of Business, or?
Yeah, Asia School of Business.
Around 80 people. But it means like we're separated in 10 groups. That means 8 per table. We had a winner. The winner all of them took a tablet. So yeah, it's pretty good. And we are learning more and more about the AI, so we can be up to date with new technologies and new stuff.
And what do you think of Kuala Lumpur? Is it your first time here?
Yeah, it's my first time here. It's really hot. It's really hot. People here love the air condition because it's always 16 degrees. But yeah, it's really cool.
And
it's beautiful.
What has been your favorite part of the conference?
The favorite part, like I said, is Cyber Clash. I mentioned Cyber Clash because you have to be live and checking people working under pressure to program and develop the robots so they can drive in a black line. And yeah, working under pressure is my favorite thing.
I think it's also the name of a song. And speaking of that, we have again Seppi here who is here to tell me something under pressure. So with that, guys, we are going to keep the stream going, but we're going to cut to the B-roll. But before we do, let's show you The ASB campus, man, I don't think I've ever been in a school quite so beautiful and new. Matthew, I know. See, I'm
follow you.
no. So, guys, thank you. We apologize for the time zone jump. When you try to do something that is a global event, it can be somewhat difficult to coordinate and alarm clocks and all of that. So we're going to cut to the B-roll, but hopefully you got to see behind the scenes of a conference. You were able to see some of the amazing things. We got a rare sit-down chat with Dr. Chakva Seppi. And on top of that, we got to chat with some of the people who made all of this happen. So we will be back in just about 20 minutes with the next group of folks, and we're going to keep the magic going strong.
Welcome to Cyber Clash. In a universe not bound by time or space, where ideas are the currency and innovation the compass, a challenge like no other awaits. Welcome to Cybernetica, the heart of the digital realm. A world where dreamers become warriors and warriors become legends. But all is not well in Cybernetica. The battle arena, once a symbol of unity and collaboration, now stands as a challenge. A test of skill, strategy, and spirit. The call has been sent out across the galaxies to the bravest, the brightest, the best, to come forth and prove their mettle, to navigate the treacherous terrains of the battle arena and claim the title of the ultimate hackmaster. From the farthest reaches of the cosmos, they have come. Teams bound by purpose, driven by passion, ready to face the unknown, to conquer the unconquerable. But this is not just a battle of bots. It's a symphony of minds, a dance of digits, a clash of codes. It's where hope meets challenge, where dreams take flight, and where legends are born. Welcome, warriors of the web, to the ultimate showdown. Welcome to Intellect Horizons Cyber Clash. Let the games begin. In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a beacon of knowledge shines brightly. Welcome to the University of Waterloo, where the future of education is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a university. It's a crucible of innovation, a forge of knowledge, a hub that empowers the now generation with the skills and abilities needed to push the boundaries of knowledge. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where curiosity is the compass that guides us. Imagine a world where learning is not confined to the four walls of a classroom, but extends to world-class facilities, cutting-edge technologies, and a global community of learners. A world where education is not just about acquiring knowledge, but about creating a brighter tomorrow. This is the world that the University of Waterloo is creating. We are the vanguard, the pioneers of this educational renaissance. We are the innovators who dare to envision a world where anyone and everyone who wants to learn can do so, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. University of Waterloo, where the future of education isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future. Discover the University of Waterloo today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution. Welcome to Starshot Startups, the stellar showcase by Intellect Horizon. Launching legends, one startup at a stellar time. Entrepreneurial explorers with out-of-this-world ideas and interstellar investors seeking the next cosmic concept. Your galaxy of opportunity is here. At Starshot Startups, we rocket revolutionary ideas into the vast venture void. It's not just a pitch, it's a propulsion to the planets. Envision a platform where words weave wonders, slides shimmer like stars, and deals have the gravity of galaxies. That's the celestial charm of Starshot. Embark on an epic journey as startups shoot their sensational solutions, ideas igniting imaginations, and innovations that are truly intergalactic. Beyond the pitches lies a universe of opportunity. Startups can sync with seasoned spacefarers, mentors, and market maestros. Investors can identify illuminating ideas ready to radiate. Whether you're a startup set to soar the solar system or an investor eager for interstellar innovations, Starshot Startups is your space station. Intellect Horizon heralds this heavenly happening. We're all about launching lunar legends, one startup at a space time. Blast off with us on this breathtaking journey. Starshot Startups, where dreams defy gravity and go galactic. Join us and let's make celestial connections that can change the course of constellations. Be part of this cosmic convergence. Witness the wonders, feel the fervor, and find the future's frontrunners. Starshot Startups, where the universe unites under one vision, and the sky is not the limit. Welcome to Starshot Startup. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new guardian emerges. Dragonscale AI, your trusted partner, where the future of Web3 security is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a citadel of innovation, a fortress of trust. With Dragonscale, the extraordinary becomes the everyday, making digital safety as essential as the air we breathe. Welcome to the Iris Collective, where your digital assets are guarded by the impenetrable scales of a dragon. A community where trust is woven into the very fabric of our digital existence, connecting continents of thought and innovation. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. With Dragonscale AI, the future isn't just a hope, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just aspire to the future, be a part of crafting it. And at the heart of this revolution stands Intellect Horizon, a conference, a movement, a journey into the heart of technological innovation. Be there. Be.
All right, we see Dr. Brown.
Hey, Dr. Dunley, you're looking good for 10 hours and 44 minutes into this event.
You know, not only that, we had a small termination of streams. The homepage ended up crashing, but we are resilient if not anything. So, with that said, I took the opportunity to try to highlight some of the amazing and incredible work of the team. Despite the adversity of overcoming the professional cat herding that goes with this. Mostly me. I think they had to, hit me with a trank dart at some point.
Well, I heard you did a nice tour.
Well, if anything, I can do that. So with that said, I know that you have an incredible and fantastic presentation. The question that I have is, let's take a look at our schedule. And I don't know if we can impose on you to maybe we can move something from a timing standpoint so that we can get you in. That way, because I don't want us to rush. I want the world to hear everything that's on your mind. So especially had you woken up so early.
Well, the sun is just coming up here in Virginia Beach. It's beautiful.
I think that's a Beatles song, right? Here comes the sun.
Yeah, it is.
So With that said, it is up to you. What are your thoughts? Would you like to give
I'm ready to go at any time. I can present in 30 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I would say is we can let us do maybe 15 and 15. I don't know if that's possible. Can we do you at the middle and then at the top, or I can see if we can't get if we can't have Louis push by 15 because we have a 15-minute buffer.
Okay, yeah. And Dr. Umidi said his presentation is about 30 minutes. So I think so he could give me some of his time too if he want me to wait.
Perfect. So
yeah.
I would say, can we have a it's a double Regent double trouble?
We can do that.
we have the technology. As long as it doesn't crash on us, anything is possible. So it's up to you. I think that might be great. The joining information will still be the same, and we can do the back-to-back session.
Yeah, I just talked to Joseph, and he offered that. He said maybe we can go back to back and use that time slot together.
Well, fantastic. We appreciate it. We are very proud to say that the positivity, the engagement, and the enthusiasm from the event was a success. We still have 1,800 people on right now just listening to us gab about the foibles of the conference. So, but I want to make sure that we give you that dedicated time, because I get the distinct honor of getting the sneak peek of everybody's really amazing slides, and you have something that I think should be uninterrupted. So I will make a note of that. We will make sure that we add the back-to-back, and we'll catch you there. And I can't wait. And again, thank you.
So do you want me to use the same link, Brandon, or are you going to send me?
The same link will be perfect.
The same link. Okay, excellent. Excellent.
We owe you.
I'm just going to listen on to the others.
Because the viewership and anticipation and the local events, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Regent is also doing a Cyberclash event as well.
Today, yes.
Right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And I didn't even realize that so Regent has a cybersecurity team. It has professors. It has a department of computer science, right?
Yes, and one of the few cybersecurity ranges in the country, actually.
Wow, what does that even mean?
What's that?
Oh, I said, what is a cybersecurity range? Is it?
It's beyond my area of expertise, but I just know when we got it, it was a big deal. We were one of the first. Yeah.
I just remember that the team over at Regent was so enthusiastic that they wanted 5 times. They were so successful, and I felt so bad because we couldn't keep up, because Regent's so progressive, and we were having to backpedal. But one of the things whilst we have you here that was really cool was we found out that when you add more people to what is a seemingly simple task, that not always shorthands or many hands always doesn't necessarily mean shorter work.
No. Each added person is another level of complexity.
And why? So with something like programming and remote, why do you think that is?
We found that out in our House of Representatives.
It's when the voice is gone, what happens, right?
Yeah.
And so this is, I think, one of the really incredible things, which is the event. As we were going through this, there were 10 tables of folks. And it was an incredible sight to see. We got to see them all rushing. There was dramatic music.
Yes.
And it's actually on the Intellect Horizon website. So the site might have crashed, but we managed to get that part up and running. And we're going to do the same for Regent with a stream as well.
No, I love it. You're telling a story, and yeah, you need that music and the drama, and yeah,
they had different camera angles. The
excitement,
production
yeah,
value was far better
yeah,
than anything that I could have done. But the incredible part with this was oftentimes we think of computer science and engineering and all of these things, sciences, as having a necessity of in-person or a STEM background. What we find is that there's a fundamental requirement. You still have to be able to articulate things, to cooperate, to collaborate, because without that, it kind of all falls apart, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Anyone who's watched the cyber bot clashes in Las Vegas, which I think that show originated at MIT, if I'm not.
It did.
Yeah.
BattleBots.
And then it took off.
Robot
BattleBots, and you see, you have to have really good communication skills to pull that off, and to it. It's not just the technical skills.
Absolutely. Well, we thank you for the flexibility. We have Louis that's going to jump in with Seppi again. So what happens when we stick an Oxford professor that has a startup with Mr. Silicon Valley himself? I don't know.
And I am anxiously, I'm looking forward to hearing them.
The fascinating thing that I found is anytime we talk about money, the view ticker goes right up. Mm-hmm. I think I'm detrimental to the stream when they hear my voice. So it's good. It's just in time for Louis to save us, and I can't wait. And I can't wait to hear your talk here in just a little bit, and Joseph's as well.
Okay, we'll see you in a bit.
All right, chat soon.
In this thrilling workshop, we blur the lines between the digital and physical worlds. Attendees will form teams, each comprising both digital and in-person participants. The challenge? To build and control AI bots in a high-stakes race against time and each other. Digital participants will be the hack masters, using their skills to program, control, and optimize the AI bots. They'll also have the ability to deploy strategic hacks to slow down the opposing team's bot, adding a layer of intrigue and competition. Meanwhile, the in-person participants, the field commanders, will be responsible for the physical assembly of the bots, troubleshooting real-world obstacles, and countering the digital hacks from the opposing team. This exciting collaborative workshop will not only test your technical skills, but also your strategic thinking, teamwork, and adaptability. It's not just about who has the best coding skills or who can build the fastest bot. It's about communication, strategy, and synergy between the digital and physical realms. So, are you ready to join the ultimate AI showdown? Whether you're a hackmaster or a field commander, it's time to gear up for the digital physical hackathon at Intellect Horizon. In this thrilling workshop, in the vast expanse of academic skies, a rocket prepares for launch. The Asia School of Business, where hand and mind come together, propelling students into orbits of excellence through action learning. Step aboard with us, where foundational teachings fuse with the rocket engines of modern tech. Each lesson, each dialogue, each challenge ignites your journey to reshape the world. With the guidance systems provided by the esteemed MIT Sloan, we're not just guiding trajectories, we're launching visionaries. In this spaceport of innovation, dreamers don't just aim for the stars, they challenge, they ignite, and they chart new galaxies. Harnessing tomorrow's tech, we're not just teaching, we're thrusting forward, breaking free from gravity's pull, transcending old orbits, and setting course for uncharted territories. Asia School of Business, where the symphony of science sets the countdown for liftoff, and the ambition of future business leaders shapes the trajectory of industries. Join our mission, and together, let's co-pilot the enterprises of tomorrow. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted. Welcome to Intellect Horizon, where the future is not a distant mirage, but a vivid painting come to life. This is not a mere conference. It is a symphony of innovation, a dance of ideas, a global chorus singing the song of a new era. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where the extraordinary becomes the everyday. Web3, XR, and AI, they're not just technologies, they're the brushstrokes on the canvas of our future. Picture a world where information, like an endless ocean, flows freely, unbound by the islands of centralized authorities, connecting continents of thought and innovation. A world where the digital realm is not a separate entity, but an extension of our reality, as seamless and infinite as the cosmos, where the only limit is the edge of your imagination. Envision experiences so immersive, they dissolve the line between the dream and the waking, like a mirage that you can touch, feel, and live in. Imagine a world where intelligence is not confined to the human mind, but blossoms in the digital landscape. A vibrant forest teeming with life, where every leaf is a thought, every branch a new idea. This is the world you are destined to shape. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We are the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will change your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Intellect Horizon, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Register for Intellect Horizon today. Join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the
All right. I always wonder when the countdown is going on, will it glitch out and will we have a bug? Or do we call it a feature? We've had many of those today. Louis, how are you doing? Can you hear us?
Good morning, Silicon Valley. Can you hear me?
We can. You're coming in clear. For some reason, I can't make my webcam seem to fit. There we go. And we have Seppi. Seppi, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. I think we have a little bit of feedback, nothing that's too terrible. There we go. And Louis, I just wanted to ask, I have the benefit of having known you for years. You're probably the best, most upstanding human being that I have ever met, ever know. Anybody that questions the integrity of this man, I would say I wouldn't trust. So all of that's just to say that I have an overwhelming respect for him and Seppi, you as well. We've been chatting about, and sorry, he's the Silicon Valley partner for Foley and Lardner. Is that right?
I am one of 8 corporate partners that help startups get formed, financed, scaled for growth, bought and sold. And we work with startups all over the world. We help them come to the United States, gain access to the market, both from investors and customers, and eventually have a great exit, Brandon. And you and I have worked together on many projects, and I'm just very honored to join this event and speak to this audience.
Absolutely. And I think one of the things with all new initiatives is that they can have bumps and bruises, and having some governance and guidance and a trusted hand along the way is absolutely critical. This is a softball question. Wouldn't you agree?
You're teeing me up, brother.
I do what I can. So
where do we begin, Seppi?
Sorry?
Where do we begin?
Please, I don't know. If you want me to talk about my technology, I mean, first of all, I'm very grateful for this opportunity, and I'm grateful to you, and I'm grateful to Brandon. But I mean, I regard myself as probably a typical startup sort of entrepreneur. And I thought that, rather than, I think it was Brandon's idea, obviously to help me so much, but also the fact that I become a sample representative of somebody who's come to a point that is now getting some revenue, and then it's obviously it's a daunting world to sort of like try to sort of go there and explore, and what are the sort of things one should look for, what are the opportunities. I mean, how would one sort of like learn about that? I'm absolutely at the very beginning of this. Having said that, I have attended 2 or 3 different accelerators, and somebody told me that if you are a startup and you go after 2 or 3rd accelerator, it's like the teenager that never leaves home. So really making this jump from being a startup, being a pre-revenue, and then going through the sort of experience. I mean, I think for myself, the experience I had, I mean, obviously I've been an academic all my life, and I just was thinking about developing this technology. Then it came to a point and I thought, okay, I got to go and sort of learn about all the ins and outs of this, and be able to sort of like get to a point. So the technology became a product. Then the product became something that we have got a revenue. So, I mean, in my particular case, I think I have done things, as somebody told me, completely opposite to what happens in Silicon Valley, because in Silicon Valley, people have got some ideas, maybe they are TR2, TR3, TR4, and then they go raise investment, and then they use that. I did it completely in a different way. I just literally done anything on a shoestring. I built several products, which we have got revenues and things like that. So, I mean, my narrative doesn't quite fit like a typical. So I personally would appreciate that. And I think for a wider audience, it would be extremely beneficial to maybe identify these areas and what you would recommend. Hope that sort of like answers your questions.
I think what you've asked is, how does one know if one has a scalable startup that can be financed and scaled? And when I look at a startup business, an entrepreneur comes to me, I look to hear that they're looking to disrupt a market, that they have identified a problem that has a solution that is scalable. And for me, scalable means that you're solving problems with technology, not with humans. meaning that at some point you will be selling a product that has 100% margin, and that you'll be that every additional dollar of revenue doesn't necessarily have a cost to it because it's technology that's already been built. I guess the next thing I look at is whether the market is large enough to support a new entrant that can disrupt the way that we do things. And so for the last 20 years, that's been how we've looked at the market. I'd say more than 20 years ago, we looked at whether you had a new invention, whether it was patentable, whether you could get a lot of patents. And with software, it's no longer about patents. It's about, does it change the way you do things? Does it solve problems with new solutions? And we've just come off, Seppi, a period of just voracious growth when we saw capital available in every stage of growth in abundance. And today, the cost of capital has increased to new levels that require funding, and so the bar has really risen. We've seen deals. We're now at about half of where we were 2 years ago. In terms of both volume of deals as well as amount of funding. At the amount of funding this quarter was about a third of what it was 2 years ago here in Silicon Valley. But there are some sectors, Seppi, like XR, like AI, like Web3, where people continue to be inspired and bring new ideas to the market, and where they're still gaining funding and getting significant valuations. And so last week in San Francisco, we hosted TED AI at the Herbst Theater, and we were inspired by speakers like Reid Hoffman and Steve Wolfram. But then in day two, we went into workshops and we explored many different ideas to disrupt the way that we do things. So every industry now is showing how they're leading with AI to do whatever it is that they were designed to do, whether it's cybersecurity or fintech or anything like that. I'm not sure if I've answered your question, Seppi.
Yes, absolutely. No, absolutely. I mean, it's very inspiring. Obviously, the sheer fact that the funding has gone substantially, especially with the stuff that happened last year with Silicon Valley Bank, I heard, and things. Nevertheless, I think the investors are becoming more sort of like, they're looking at more of a realistic stuff, and they just don't go and sort of invest on a web page or something that it is. I mean, I think it gives a bit more also responsibility to the investors, because they really would pick up something that, I mean, I'm not talking about my technology, but I'm talking in general.
Yeah.
That one would.
Well, when I think when entrepreneurs come to investors, an investor's job is to say no, unless as quickly as possible, unless they're really inspired. And so, what is it that they're looking for? They're looking to invest. They're going to invest on one of two theories. One is based in hope. That the person is so intelligent and the team that they've built is so amazing that whatever it is they do, if they have money, they will do something great. And so if you come out of the computer science lab at Stanford, like Larry Page and Sergey Brin did 25 years ago, you can command the attention and you will be funded by hope. But today, the vast majority of startups will be financed because of reality. And reality means that you have a product. Most likely, you have some traction points to show, whether it's number of users or, most importantly, revenue. And today, the bar for being financed based on reality, I would say, is $1 million of revenue. And a VC will say, hey, if you can't generate $1 million of revenue with your product, you really haven't proven to me that there is a product that it fits the market and that I should invest based on reality. And so at each stage of growth, that bar goes to a higher number. And so I would say in the very early stages, there is some element of hope together with the reality. But as you get to Series A and then Series B, you're maybe that you need to get to 10 million of revenue that's recurring and that's contracted. And to get to 10 million of revenue, that's pretty hard. You've really figured out the market at that point. You've got salespeople. You've got to be at wash, rinse, repeat with that whole process. And there, a venture capital firm will then invest what we call scaling capital, so that you can really take your product to a more global stage and establish that product market fit, maybe in multiple countries. So that's kind of the market as we see it today. I don't want to be Mr. Downer about the decrease in valuations, number of deals, fundings, et cetera. The good news, Seppi, is that there's never been as much dry powder available for new startups as there is today, and even in the debt capital area, we have more funds available than ever before.
That's very helpful. Thanks very much, Louis, for that. I was going to ask, so effectively, I mean, I put myself in the shoes of an investor, and I say, okay, the threshold is 1 million, and okay, if you are not a hardware-based technology, if you are, let's say, it's a SaaS-based or a software-based, and once you create the technology, I mean, obviously, it's the cost, the infrastructure cost, the employers, and all that. But let's say that the threshold is 1 million, and the startup. So I think we have got a bit of.
Seppi, did I lose you?
No, sorry, it's a bit of a feedback. I think it's from the stream. So yeah, stop now. So the question that I have got is that, let's say that a SaaS company, a startup, generates a revenue for about 1 million, and then isn't it the sort of like the chicken and egg? Because if you can actually generate 1 million as a startup company, let's say SaaS, that is, I would imagine it is something easily about 20%, at 70, 80%. I mean, I'm talking about somebody who's actually building the system themselves, not a CEO that goes and recruits a lot of people that probably doesn't quite understand the product or the technology. Then why on earth would they be sort of what is here what's the game? I mean,
I see what you're saying, and I think I left out an important element of growth, and that is that there is growth, meaning that you have 40% growth in revenue on a year-over-year basis. And if you don't have that, I think it's very hard to ever establish product market fit. Number two, even if you were still on a trajectory to establish it, it would be happening so slowly that somebody else would catch up to you and overtake you, either with the same type of solution or with a brand new solution. So growth needs to be it needs to be at a certain lift, and I would also say that it has to have the appearance of being profitable, meaning having margin. And so, of course, when you're pouring fuel into the sales machine and building a sales and marketing team, of course, you're going to be burning capital, which is obviously not profitable. But the idea is that you're establishing a rate of growth that over 2-3 years will establish an annual revenue run rate that will be so far in excess of those sales and marketing costs that it's worth it. And we call that the rule of 40, Seppi, when you can have revenue plus gross margin plus growth that minus any losses that is greater than 40. And so during the great boom, we were seeing that the rule of 40 was was showing the greatest increases in value based on growth and revenue. And today that is heavily impacted by profitability. What I'm hearing, Seppi, when I talk to CEOs is this concept of product-led growth, where it's no longer about pouring fuel into the sales and marketing machine, but letting the product speak for itself with the customers and letting the product grow by organically by word of mouth and by virality, that is by adoption from the users rather than you're pushing it through your sales force.
Yeah.
And so that obviously is going to mean lower rates of growth, but they're much more profitable when they're not being pushed by a big sales and marketing machine.
Sure. And that's very, very interesting. Thank you for that. So one other question that I have got is that when you look at the sort of this growth to you said 40%, what sort of time scale you're looking at? Is it something like 18 months or 12 months or
12 months? Yeah,
12 months.
that's measured in 12 months increments. Yeah, and I wouldn't say it's necessarily annual. It can be the last 12 months. But really, we're looking for contracted annual rates of, contracted annual recurring revenue, meaning it's on a contract for a subscription, it's growing, and it has positive cash flow.
I mean, one other question that I have got that is probably, again, I mean, from my own experience, is that, you know, as a sort of startup, pre-revenue startup trying to make money, would the solution of paid pilots, would that be something that could be of interest? Because obviously the idea that you go and get some company that you would develop some use case scenario and they're happy with you and they can keep on working with you, then hopefully, you know, if there's a bigger organization, then it means that they sort of build the trust is there, and then maybe they come and sort of work with you on the spaces.
Sure. Yeah, I think investors are absolutely compelled by a land and expand strategy where you can show that you've got a marquee customer, that they have signed some sort of agreement with you. Preferably, they're paying you at least $1 of revenue. It's not a free pilot, but some funds are being exchanged, and that, you know, over some period you're seeing an increase in adoption or an expansion, either in the number of users or the functionalities of the product.
Yes, and the other thing is that my question is that would you see? I mean, obviously you've gone through all this various different stages of IPO and exits and stuff like that. What would be a typical sort of time scale for a startup to? I mean, if it becomes a unicorn and then goes and becomes sort of like eventually goes to IPO and things like that, what is the typical time scale that you as investors are comfortable with?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think one of the unique aspects of Silicon Valley versus some other markets that I've had experience with is that the horizon is approximately 10 years. So
as long as that,
each fund that's raised has a 5-year investment period and a 10-year lifespan, after which it's expected that capital will be returned. And obviously, if you're investing in year 5, you know, you have another 10 years, even though the fund is expiring in 5 years. So the fund would simply be extended. No additional management fees are incurred. But the fund is extended, and the fund manager would have raised a new fund, which would be paying it management fees, and that's how it's affording the ability to service the old fund investments and the new fund. So in some periods of what I'll call irrational exuberance, Seppi, we see startups exiting inside of 3 years. But I think on average, we see them somewhere in the 9 to 11 year range. From beginning, from what I say, garage to global, or beginning to end, cradle to liquidity. You know, the types of exits that we see are at the early stages, what we call an acqui-hire, where a larger technology company will come along and decide that there is a great team, or there's an interesting approach. And you know, our large global technology companies really have been built on the backs of these acqui-hires, where they acquire teams of 2, 5, 10, 20, 50 engineers. They'll pay usually $1 million per engineer, and they'll bring them in and create new product on the backs of these engineers. There's usually not a great gain in value in these acquihires. They're usually just returning the amount of capital invested plus or minus a little bit. And in the U.S., when we had the arrival of this current presidential administration, there was a view that the large technology companies had become monopolists and had become too powerful, and that they should stop acquiring smaller technology companies, that they were abusing their position, and so the regulators issued subpoenas to all the large technology companies and asked them very intrusive questions. And they challenged several very high profile acquisitions, most notably the Microsoft acquisition of Activision. And so we've really seen a radical slowdown in the number of acquisitions, particularly by strategic or public companies who feel that it's too dangerous to try and acquire another company. Not to say that there haven't been any M&A exits in the last 2 years, but that the number and quality has and the types have really changed. At the same time, we had a generational IPO window open between late 2020 through the end of 2021, and we had a lot of companies go public, whether through the traditional means of listing and raising capital, or by merging with a SPAC or a special purpose acquisition corp. And many of those companies did not perform in the market, Seppi, and there are a whole lot of reasons for why it's challenging to compete as a public company in the market. But those companies did not, as a whole, as a group, as a cohort, perform to their expectations. And as a result, the IPO window has been pretty tightly shut since the beginning of 2022. Obviously, there have been some exits. Notably, we had Instacart and Klaviyo and ARM in September of 2023. But again, those some of those IPOs also have not performed to expectations. And so as a result, we have a bit of a clog in the exit market right now, which is making it especially difficult for startups to raise funds, because investors are concerned that the value that you'll be able to generate won't be as high as historical means, and they're also going to value you in comparison to the public markets, which might have challenged numbers. And so right now, that's a little bit of the background of the environment that we find ourselves in, Seppi. I'm hoping that 2024 is going to be a better year than 2023. It's an election year in the United States. In November, we'll be at the polls to either reelect the current president or elect a new one, whether from the president's party or the other party. And historically, that's been a good year in the markets, both for private and public companies.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to ask you a couple of really controversial questions. First one is more sort of closer to, I mean, maybe it's a bit of cheek of me to ask, but what is the going rate? I mean, normally, what I was going to say first is for a Silicon Valley sort of like outfit when they invest, I mean, I think 99.9% of the time, I've heard that they insist that all the startups have to be in the US, definitely. I mean, if not in Silicon Valley, definitely in the US. I mean, because our audience are all from everywhere in the world. I think that would be also a question that is it really the myth that you have to be in Silicon Valley to make it because of the insurance and all the things which go with it. And I mean, if you come from an obscure country, but you've got excuse my I don't mean to be sort of like rude, but I mean, if there's a country that probably is not taken very easily for their startup young people, especially.
Yeah. I think I know where you're going, Seppi, is do you have to incorporate in the US and move to the US to raise capital in the US, right, or where you are? And I think the answer 20 years ago is very different than the answer today. I think the capital markets for private companies have become very deep, and they've become very broad, and so I think U.S. investors at least are very comfortable at this point making investments in what I'll call safe third countries. So in Southeast Asia, for many of us in the audience who might be in Kuala Lumpur, I think incorporating in Singapore is a jurisdiction which investors are very comfortable with. Not to say that they wouldn't be comfortable with Malaysia, and I'll let you comment on that, Seppi, if you're there in region. As
no,
to...
I'm based in I'm here now visiting obviously this wonderful country, but I'm based in the UK.
Yeah,
and,
well, another country that investors are very comfortable with. I work with many investors who have even set up offices in the UK and in Singapore, and so I think that those U.S. investors are comfortable going there. They like going there because they feel like they're seeing things that they wouldn't otherwise see here in the U.S. And they're getting them at price points that are often compelling, and that have operating models that are compelling, whether it's the cost of an engineer or the concentration of engineers or the way that they work, or the markets that they're bringing products into and the amount that they can charge and the ability to roll out a new product quickly and to gain adoption. So there's so many great reasons to invest in countries like Malaysia. And whether you incorporate and use an entity in the country where you are, or what I'll call a regional technology cluster hub like Singapore. And I think Malaysia is increasingly becoming one of those. I believe 500 Global has an important operation in Malaysia because it's such a hub of innovation. I personally work with two companies that originated in Malaysia. One is called Lottie Files, that does motion for digital animation, and another one called Mind Valley in the area of personal growth. And they're just such exciting markets and great companies built right there in Malaysia. In the case of Mind Valley, they used initially a Malaysian entity and then flipped into the U.S. When they hit a certain size. And then in the case of Lottie Files, they incorporated as a U.S. entity, but then found their largest I guess most of their investment came from the U.S. initially, and now from Singapore and Australia. So it's certainly not the case that you have to be in the U.S. Seppi, many people ask me, though, how do I attack the U.S. market, whether it's just for gaining customers, building sales, or obtaining investment. And you really have 4 choices. You can simply go direct. So you form a business in Malaysia, you incorporate in Malaysia, you want to go sell to U.S. businesses, and there's nothing that requires you to form any kind of other entity. You simply can go direct and start doing business in the United States. Now, the reason that might not be the best way to go is the United States has a very complex legal and tax system that could expose your global operations and your global revenues to the global arm of the U.S. taxman, who might decide that even though only 5% of your revenues originated in the United States, that they want to look at 100% of your revenues from around the world and tax them at a 21% rate. And so we often find that it makes sense to find a different way to attach the U.S. market than going direct. The second reason going direct can be dangerous is exposing you to liability of the U.S. Court system, which can be very litigious, meaning people bring every kind of dispute, from product liability to misrepresentation and all sorts of things. So then what is the right way to attack the market? Well, what are your other choices? You can create a subsidiary, a U.S. subsidiary, and then that entity, which would be let's say a Delaware or California or Wyoming corporation, would do business in the United States, presumably through some sort of a transfer pricing mechanism with the home country, and only the business of that subsidiary would be exposed to U.S. taxes and liability in the U.S. court system. The other way you could do it is you could set up a branch, a local branch, which is not an entity, it's just a registration. Another way is to create a U.S. holding company. We call this a flip. And so this happens oftentimes when a company decides that to raise a certain type of capital, which is usually growth capital of a certain size, that they need to be a Delaware corporation. And so they'll form a subsidiary in Delaware, and then that subsidiary will either acquire the assets of the local home business in Malaysia, or it will exchange its shares for shares of the Malaysian entity, which then puts the U.S. company on top and the Malaysian company as a subsidiary. So that's called a flip, and you can do that again through the exchange of assets or shares or some sort of a license. So that's how you do it. And what are some of the benefits of that is you might have your CEO in the United States, some sort of chief revenue officer or sales machine. You're there on site in the same time zone. You're able to establish relationships with channel partners. And so if you need to be sold through the sales force of a large technology company like Cisco or Juniper Networks or Microsoft or Google, being right here in Silicon Valley is going to be a big advantage, in having your senior executives here, making those relationships and pushing on the product. Obviously, meeting with investors and pushing investors to meet with you and to make an investment. That also would be a reason to be here. And again, I'm seeing more and more that countries like Malaysia have large institutional funds that have the depth to be able to finance companies all the way through what I'll call exit with growth capital. But I think in time that will continue to happen, and we'll continue to see the development of regional tech clusters that have pools of capital substantially large enough to fund these businesses all the way through exit.
And that's very, very helpful. Thank you, Louis, for that. Before we go, I've got actually two other questions, and then I leave you in peace. First of all, as I said, there is one thing is clearly when you're dealing with the SaaS services, I mean, I have been talking to some people about sort of determining the pricing, and the pricing. How does sort of like really getting the right pricing could affect the potential investment? I think that is one question I have. And the second one, which is my last one, and hopefully I can leave you in peace, is there a metrics about how much normally an investor expect to get the equity?
Oh, two great questions. I'm gonna answer the second one first. So at the formation and seed stages, there really isn't a good metric evaluation, because you don't have a product in market that's established product market fit. And so again, investors are investing based on hope, not on reality. And so if you're an entrepreneur, the last thing you want to do is establish a value for your company. And so what we try and do when we advise entrepreneurs at the earliest stages, pre-seed, seed, all the way through A, is to take a convertible note or make a simple agreement for future equity, where you take an amount of capital and you say, we're going to value this when we do the Series A. When we take our first round of equity capital, which will be after we've got the 1 million or 2 million of annual recurring revenue. And as an incentive for agreeing to invest, to give us the cash now, but to take the value that's later, we'll give you a discount to that value of, let's say, 20%, or we'll cap that value at, let's say, 10 million or 20 million. So that if we end up having a huge growth spurt, you'll have the advantage of we'll compensate you for having taken on the most risk and financed us when we really had nothing, by capping the valuation upon which you'll convert. So that's how we do it up until Series A. When we do a Series A, typically it'll be and this is a very generalization, we'll ask for somewhere between $5 and $10 million of equity capital in exchange for 20% of the company. So 20% is the number that we expect that a Series A company will give away in terms of voting and economic control. And then it's depending on the amount of safe and seed and notes that you've raised, you might be diluted even further than 20%. Then at B, you're starting to get closer to the 50% mark, and by the time you're at Series C, you might have issued so much equity that you as an entrepreneur have lost control of your board, of the vote, and you no longer will be getting a majority of the benefit upon a sale of the company. So that's how much we give up in terms of control on an equity raise. Your other question was about price, and that is a really insightful question, Seppi, that the market has really been looking at in the last 5 years much more carefully. So it used to be that you priced your product in comparison to what it cost you to produce it on a unit basis. And then once you recovered your cost, everything was pure margin, or almost everything. Obviously, you have customer service and sales and marketing, and the more you have sales, the more you need support. But at some point, there's theoretically a pure margin basis. And the market really has looked at that and has been moving away from that in the last 5 years. And we now have a cottage industry of experts who will come in and tell you how to price your product and really look at what's the minimum, obviously, cost of capital that's required to recover, but then what's the maximum that a person would pay. And it's probably somewhere in between that's the magical perfect point that at which you'd get the maximum lift in the maximum time, right? Because you're going to want to get some adoption of the product. And so if you're going from on a freemium to premium basis, maybe you start charging $1 on day one and you end up charging $10 on year two. But there's some cadence at which price gets lifted. I'm not sure if I've answered the question, Seppi, but
absolutely. Absolutely. You completely explained that. And I think in my own sort of simple mind, I would say that if we are starting with, let's say, for the sake of argument, for licensing something $5 and then move it to $10 a year later, well, we can always say it's the features, isn't it? It's the new version is all this. And but I think it's also the question is that if you have got already a customer base, and is it really fair to sort of like impose on them new pricing, or is it to keep them on the old pricing, and then when you recruit new ones, obviously, then you jump into the new level of sort of like pricing with them as well. So that's probably...
Seppi, with a lot of these new AI businesses, I get the question frequently, well, if I'm saving 25% of the cost basis, if I'm taking out $50 million of cost with my little app, why don't I charge $40 million? In other words, pricing in comparison to the amount of cost synergies that your technology is creating. So there's a movement about that we're seeing. I don't think it makes sense, but I think it is a relevant factor in determining how much a customer would be willing to pay is the amount of cost that you're saving them. And with AI, we're just scratching the surface of what that can be, which is so exciting.
So Dr. Brandon has just given us the ultimate, so this is final comments time, 5 minutes to wrap up. I am done. So Brandon, if you want to jump in, I would really appreciate that. Thank you very much, Louis. It's been a very, very insightful discussion.
Nice to meet you, Seppi. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much. The pleasure's all mine. I think we ask Brandon to jump in.
I will try to. It feels like one of those old sitcoms where you slide in on one side. So one of the impressive things with Seppi is that she has been working on AI for longer than I can even imagine, doing incredible things with VR since 1998, is teaching quantum at the University of Oxford at the Department of Continuing Education, and is an embodiment of the entrepreneurial spirit. But my gushing of both of you aside, Louis, I'd love to give you a final opportunity to give any nuggets of wisdom or final parting thoughts to all of the entrepreneurs there from around the world that could use your guidance and insight. I'll let you take the stage.
I'll be very brief. There's never been a time, Brandon, where the opportunity wasn't as large as it is today. We've experienced, transformational growth in the last 5 years, despite a global pandemic, and the opportunity to bring new products to market with the benefit of technologies like AI, like XR, like Web3. Makes the opportunity just so big. And while markets, may be difficult, and we are experiencing geopolitical conflict, supply chain disruption, inability to travel, and those kinds of things, we have we're really at an inflection point. We've got dry powder available like never before, and customers willing to try new things. And so bringing a new business to market is really this is the time like it never was before. And if you're thinking of accessing U.S. markets, I encourage you to find an attorney that works with startups as their principal business, so that they know the typical problems that they have, especially if they're coming from outside the United States. We at Foley and Lardner represent thousands of companies. We're a destination for business. We're a one-stop shop where companies can get everything that they need, from immigration to come into the country, to customs, to tax advice, to helping set up an entity and raise capital, bring on new customers, and grow. So Brandon, with that, I'll leave it back to you and invite your audience to reach out to me. You can't miss me on the internet if you Google Louis Leau. So thank you so much for having me, Brandon, and I look forward to enjoying the rest of the conference here online.
Absolutely, Louis. Thank you for coming at what was 5 o'clock in the morning. I think that there is a rare opportunity for a large part of the world to not be able to hear a lot of these insights. And back to back with Professor Matthew Wheat, who is coming up next, who is the Director for Continuing Education at the University of Oxford as well. It's an exciting time, and it only keeps getting bigger as we have one world, one voice around the world. Thank you again.
Have a great rest of the conference, Brandon.
From the boundless expanse of the digital universe, a new legend has emerged. A tale of tenacity, teamwork, and triumph. In the heart of Cybernetica, amidst the pulsating circuits and binary constellations, a team rose above the rest. They navigated the unknown, faced the insurmountable, and emerged as the beacon of hope and innovation. But remember, every dreamer here is a victor. For in the vast arena of challenges, it's not just about winning, but about the journey, the learnings, and the memories forged. As the digital stars of Cybernetica shine brighter, let them be a reminder of the spirit of collaboration, of the power of innovation, and of the limitless potential that lies within each one of us. Thank you, warriors of the web, for gracing the realms of Cybernetica with your brilliance. As you journey forth, may the tales of this epic showdown inspire galaxies far and wide. Until we meet again, keep dreaming, keep innovating, and keep soaring. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new guardian emerges. Dragonscale AI, your trusted partner, where the future of Web3 security is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a citadel of innovation, a fortress of trust. With DragonScale, the extraordinary becomes the everyday, making digital safety as essential as the air we breathe. Welcome to the Iris Collective, where your digital assets are guarded by the impenetrable scales of a dragon. A community where trust is woven into the very fabric of our digital existence, connecting continents of thought and innovation. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. With DragonScale AI, the future isn't just a hope, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just aspire to the future, be a part of crafting it. And at the heart of this revolution stands Intellect Horizon, a conference, a movement, a journey into the heart of technological innovation. Be there, be part of the vanguard, and let's shape our destiny together. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted. Welcome to Intellect Horizon, where the future is not a distant mirage, but a vivid painting come to life. This is not a mere conference. It is a symphony of innovation, a dance of ideas, a global chorus singing the song of a new era. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where the extraordinary becomes the everyday. Web3, XR, and AI, they're not just technologies, they're the brushstrokes on the canvas of our future. Picture a world where information, like an endless ocean, flows freely, unbound by the islands of centralized authorities, connecting continents of thought and innovation. A world where the digital realm is not a separate entity, but an extension of our reality, as seamless and infinite as the cosmos, where the only limit is the edge of your imagination. Envision experiences so immersive, they dissolve the line between the dream and the waking, like a mirage that you can touch, feel, and live in. Imagine a world where intelligence is not confined to the human mind, but blossoms in the digital landscape. A vibrant forest teeming with life, where every leaf is a thought, every branch a new idea. This is the world you are destined to shape. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We are the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will change your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Intellect Horizon, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Register for Intellect Horizon today. and join the vanguard of the digital revolution. Welcome to Starshot Startups, the stellar showcase by Intellect Horizon. Launching legends, one startup at a stellar time. Entrepreneurial explorers with out-of-this-world ideas and interstellar investors seeking the next cosmic concept. Your galaxy of opportunity is here. At Starshot Startups, we rocket revolutionary ideas into the vast venture void. It's not just a pitch, it's a propulsion to the planets. Envision a platform where words weave wonders, slides shimmer like stars, and deals have the gravity of galaxies. That's the celestial charm of Starshot. Embark on an epic journey as startups shoot their sensational solutions, ideas igniting imaginations, and innovations that are truly intergalactic. Beyond the pitches lies a universe of opportunity. Startups can sync with seasoned spacefarers, mentors, and market maestros. Investors can identify illuminating ideas ready to radiate. Whether you're a startup set to soar the solar system or an investor eager for interstellar innovations, Starshot Startups is your space station. Intellect Horizon heralds this heavenly happening. We're all about launching lunar legends, one startup at a space-time. Blast off with us on this breathtaking journey. Starshot Startups, where dreams defy gravity and go galactic. Join us and let's make celestial connections that can change the course of constellations. Be part of this cosmic convergence. Witness the wonders, feel the fervor, and find the future's frontrunners. Starshot Startups, where the universe unites under one vision, and the sky is not the limit. In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a new harmony is being composed. Welcome to Pixel Chat, where the future of communication is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a symphony of voices, a chorus of ideas, a global conversation transcending the barriers of language. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where understanding becomes as effortless as breathing. Imagine a world where your words, like birds, fly freely across the skies of languages. A world where ideas are so seamlessly shared, they blur the line between minds, and yet you feel connected, united by the universal language of Pixel Chat. We are the vanguard, the linguists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Pixel Chat, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Discover Pixel Chat today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new guardian emerges. Dragonscale AI, your trusted partner, where the future of Web3 security is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a citadel of innovation, a fortress of trust. With Dragonscale, the extraordinary becomes the everyday, making digital safety as essential as the air we breathe. Welcome to the Iris Collective, where your digital assets are guarded by the impenetrable scales of a dragon. A community where trust is woven into the very fabric of our digital existence, connecting continents of thought and innovation. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. With Dragonscale AI, The future isn't just a hope, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just aspire to the future, be a part of crafting it. And at the heart of this revolution stands Intellect Horizon, a conference, a movement, a journey into the heart of technological innovation. Be there, be part of the vanguard, and let's shape our destiny together. In the prepare for liftoff as Starship Seekers at Intellect Horizon invites you to embark on the most exhilarating journey of your career. In the vast expanse of the professional universe, stars are aligning and galaxies of opportunities are merging. Whether you're an astronaut of animation, a cosmonaut of coding, or a pioneer of pixel artistry, your next mission awaits. Feel the gravitational pull towards a constellation of recruiters, each shining brightly with roles that promise to rocket your aspirations to new galaxies. Don't just shoot for the stars, become one. Every interaction at Starship Seekers is a meteoric moment, a chance to collide with potential and create cosmic connections. But remember, in this celestial dance of destiny, it's not just about finding the right planet to land on. It's about discovering a universe where your skills, passion, and dreams orbit in perfect harmony. So suit up, future spacefarers. The horizon isn't just a boundary. It's a beacon, signaling the dawn of new beginnings. At Starship Seekers, we believe in the power of potential, in the magic of the Milky Way, and most importantly, in you. So come aboard. Let's traverse the astral avenues of ambition together. Because at Intellect Horizon, your next Big Bang moment is just a star's twinkle away. Starship Seekers, propel your career to galactic heights.
All righty, finally. I kept saying that Matthew was going to come. I think probably giving him heart palpitations in the meanwhile, as we were getting a live feed there. But that was only because my enthusiasm for what you're going to be talking about knows no limits. Or I'm bad with time. One of the two, or both, could be true. So I am honored, I am pleased, and I am excited to announce that Professor Matthew Wheat, who is, outside of a scholar and a gentleman, the director for the Department of Continuing Education for the University of Oxford, I don't know why I sound like a sports announcer right now, is going to tell us why universities still matter. I was going to put a question mark at the end, but I think you're going to leave us with many questions and a better perspective on the topic. So, Matthew, with nothing else to say, I will give you the stage, and please take us away.
Can I just check? Because I'm still. This just shows how untech savvy I am. When will you put up these slides, or am I putting up the slides, or where are the slides, and how do I move them
So,
forward?
if you hit the present button, you should be able to screen share and share the slides.
Okay.
I know.
And these are the slides that are already uploaded, yeah?
They are.
It says I have no slides. Add file from Google Slides from my computer. So I need to upload from my computer. Sorry. I was just.
No worries.
This is one of these things that I was just checking all morning.
We're building anticipation right now.
Right. So I have to upload a file. Sorry, everybody.
There's also the present and then share screen.
I think this might be it. Yeah, but I have to have the slides up, don't I, first?
You do.
So they're just uploading now.
Because we have to build the drama.
We have
to give people the idea after such an opening. What were you doing? What are you going to show?
Whether a professor from the University of Oxford is actually able to just upload some PowerPoint slides into a presentation, it would be a sad thing if I couldn't do that. So I've now
just like that.
Are they there?
Add it, and now you can control it directly within the app.
Wow!
And
how amazing!
I know technology. When it works, it works. And now I shall drop off.
Okay.
And
great. See you in a bit.
Take it over.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Brandon. And I just want to start by congratulating you and the team on putting together something quite extraordinary and not a little bit frightening technologically. And also to thank Seppi, my wonderful colleague from the Department for Continuing Education, who has played such an important part in this project. So you've got two from our wonderful department within the University of Oxford. And I'm going to talk about why universities still matter. I'm going to go back really to not exactly to the beginning, certainly not to the beginning of universities, but to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights from 1948, and to remind ourselves, because this is universal and this is a global conference, about what was said in that extraordinary document in the wake of the Second World War, and what was seen as vital to the reconstruction of the world after those atrocities. Everyone has the right to education. Education shall be free, at least in the elementary and fundamental stages. Elementary education shall be compulsory. Technical and professional education shall be made generally available, and higher education shall be equally accessible to all on the basis of merit. And of course, what's really interesting about that extraordinary statement, which of course has been repeated and amplified and developed in a number of international human rights instruments over the years, is that it isn't value neutral. It is about the full development of human personality and about strengthening respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. And it's holistic in that sense, connected to all the rights that are associated in the Declaration and in those other documents. And what's really important about that, for the purposes of what I want to say today, is that the right to education, whether it's as a child or as a young person or as somebody else later in the life course, is that it is about enabling participation. It's about enabling the full development of the human personality, reinforced and strengthened by community and by participation and by social interaction. And in strengthening respect for human rights through education, of course, those involve the right to respect for private life, equality, non-discrimination, freedom of expression, all of which are relevant to the digital environment that we are talking about in this conference. And in terms of promoting and understanding, it's also about friendship among all nations and racial and religious groups. And in that sense, it really is holistic and substantive. But it's not just, though, about the principles, the underpinning principles, those substantive ideas. In my mind, it's very much about the method, the methodology, the pedagogy. How do we do that in a different environment from the one that Eleanor Roosevelt and all of those involved in the creation and articulation of the declaration were involved? I just want to amplify on this just a little bit more before I move on to the specifics of what I want to talk about. This is a photograph of Audrey Azoulay, who's the Director General of UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. And she said, when she was reflecting in a report a few years ago, the most recent global report on adult learning and education, the Grail report from the Institute for Lifelong Learning, she wrote, as Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights emphasizes, education is a right that is both fundamental and universal. Here, universal means in all countries, for all girls and all boys, and we might add for all women and for all men. As we often forget, at all ages. Lifelong learning is not only a right, it is also a crucial asset in facing the social and economic uncertainty and environmental and digital disruption to which we must adapt on an ongoing basis. It is a culture that we must develop if we are to strengthen social cohesion, equal opportunities, gender equality, and the economic vitality of our societies. And I think this is in the preface to that report. And I was really struck by the strength of those words. What she's talking about there is leaving nobody behind, assuring equality of opportunity to all, especially those population groups that are affected by structural inequalities and often intersecting forms of discrimination. And the elements of higher education quality that she's talking about is about ensuring that people have access to diverse learning paths, that their education aspirations, their training aspirations vary, that they have different speeds at which they learn, and they are living and working, studying in very different environments, and that what we do in our higher education context and in all our education contexts is to be responsive to and mindful of those differences. And this is, as I hope will become clear as I go through this talk, really critical in this AI, ICT, robotically rich age that we're living in. So moving on to how I'm going to organize my talk. We're going to talk about some challenges here. We're going to be talking about the fact that under the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, target 4.3 of those goals, which are really fundamental to the future health, vitality and well-being of the planet and everybody who lives on it, is to ensure equal access for all women and men to affordable and quality technical, vocational and tertiary education, including university. That's a big challenge for 2030. The second challenge, these are the ones I've identified, equal access to education is necessary to enable people to live or thrive in a rapidly changing world. Number three, this, what I said, number two is largely an effect of developments in AI, ICT and robotics. And then the means of taking advantage of these changes and not being left behind is differentially distributed among the global population. I listened to a guy from Nigeria earlier today as part of this, who was talking about the challenges in Africa, and that at the most basic level, access to electricity is a challenge, apart from linguistic differences that exist across such a large continent. And this, of course, is not just in the African continent, but across the world. We need to be mindful of the challenge of not leaving people behind as we race forward in some of the areas where there is more access to resource. Fifth challenge, how then can universities and how should universities and other higher education institutions respond to these changes and to these challenges? And then number six, a big challenge for universities is how do we communicate or explore or articulate, reflect on the value of how we tend to think about universities, which are place-based spaces for face-to-face learning in a classroom, in a lecture theatre. At this stage, of course, I'm not talking about the fact that these things can be done online. We're going to be talking about that as we move through this. But that's the thing that I'm most interested in as somebody who has worked for 37 years now in a conventional, traditional university system in the United Kingdom, in 6 very different universities with very different missions, very different student demographics, all of which carried with them some very strong sense of being located in place and in history. So topographically, chronologically, regionally, nationally, they were identified with their city. So you only need to think about the way in which we tend to think of universities still, the University of Oxford is in Oxford, that has a global reach, and across this country and across many other countries, the traditional universities are located in cities or in areas where that area and the local community and the region is really important to the identity of what it is that university is intended to do, and that sense of belonging to place. So how is that challenged by an environment in which universities need to explore themselves beyond that physical and place-based history that is so much part of their identity, quite apart from the place-based experience of learning physically in co-presence that students and learners have traditionally had. So what I'm going to do in this presentation is to talk a little bit about the global state of higher education. I mean, where are we now? What are universities looking like now? How are they growing? Where are they growing? I'm going to talk about the value and the function of universities as I see them. I'm going to talk again a little bit more about those challenges. I'm going to be really interested in thinking about equality, diversity, and inclusivity in access and opportunity as a challenge. My own department, the Department for Continuing Education in Oxford, is one which within the university has for 150 years, nearly 145 years and counting up to 150th anniversary, been very focused on providing access to the riches and resources of my extraordinary university, as have many universities across the world who have similar programs, to people who would otherwise not be able to access that. And one of the things that I think is a real exciting opportunity for universities is how they can harness the power, the creative potential of AI and other technological innovation in delivering against their fundamental strategic ambitions, educationally and pedagogically, in terms of social mobility and raising aspirations and enabling people to realize their potential as they move through education, through the life course. And then finally just some reflections on what I think the impact of new technologies on traditional universities and learner experience might be, and how we might reflect on those and think about those challenges. So moving on now to the state of higher education, which sounds like, it's in a terrible state. What I mean is by this is what is it looking like? And what's extraordinary is, perhaps not extraordinary, is that universities as a mode of delivering higher education, and other organizations which are institutionally established in a physical space to deliver higher education, have never been more popular, have enormous growth globally across this. According to the latest data from the World Higher Education Institutions, Students and Funding Organization, HESA, we have a different meaning for that term in the UK locally, but this organization did some research, and of the data set that it was able to come up with, more than 235 million higher education students were enrolled globally in 2020, and that was up from 100 million in 2000. So in 2 decades, it's been more than 100% growth in higher education students. A third of those students are in private higher educational institutions. One's organised by private enterprise, by private companies, and 2/3 in publicly funded or public higher education institutions. And when we look at the number of those HEIs, which is a broader category than the conventional university, again using this data set, but it captured 91% of those global enrollments. There were just shy of 90,000 higher education institutions in 2018. And that was a 52% increase since 2006. 51% of these were at that time in Central and Southern Asia in 2018. And that counted for 79% of those, 4/5 of those coming on stream between 2006 and 2018. India increased the number of its HEIs by 22,000, over 22,000. 74% of the world's growth was in India in that period. Significant growth in sub-Saharan African countries, over 150%. And in Europe and North America, obviously, parts of the world where there have already been large numbers of universities, that growth was smaller, but still growing at 4% in that time period. So I think from that slide, really what we can say is that students want to go to university, they want to participate in higher education, they are enthusiastic about the opportunities that university and higher education can bring. And countries are recognizing that universities and higher education is an engine for the economic growth and the social mobility and the delivery of opportunity that their populations need. So it's certainly not an institution or a mode of study or a mode of education which is diminishing in any sense at all. So I want to talk now then for a bit just about the value then and function. I'm interested in why universities matter. And so we need to think about the beginning of the 21st century or into the third decade of this century. What is it that these institutions are providing and offering which remains of value in an era when there could be different models which people may want to reflect on during the course of this discussion, different modes of acquiring knowledge, different modes of learning, different modes of training. What is it that is making universities still so vital and still so important? So the first of these then I think is the generation and sharing of knowledge. That is a fundamental dimension of what a university structure provides. Speaking locally, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to just talk about my own country for a bit, the United Kingdom, and my own university, the University of Oxford. We have, for example, over the last 25 years, moved towards a much more strategic approach to the sharing and of the knowledge that is generated through research and innovation. We have knowledge transfer partnerships between companies or enterprises or charities, a university and a graduate of that university, which enables the transfer of research outcomes, embeds new and innovative capabilities to provide new products, services, and opportunities for those companies. We're more concerned about impact now. Research funding from the public funding of research in my country is very much geared towards exploring ways in which it can have real life impact beyond the academy, that if there is public funding for research, we need to understand what its effect is on people who are consumers, users of that research. And of course, that is in order that such research and innovation that's being done either at an applied level or in pure science or technology or other areas is benefiting the wider public, the economy, both locally, regionally, nationally, and in many cases internationally. Next point I want to make then there is about enabling that research and innovation. Universities are complex organizations with high overheads. We might come back to that later, costly to run, but in providing laboratory space, classroom space, technological space, incubator space. I know that one of the people speaking today, Aaron de Ferrier, works at the University of Waterloo. I had the privilege of visiting there a few years back and was absolutely gobsmacked and amazed by the way in which that extraordinary university really created a seamless relationship between the study, the research that was being undertaken there, and incubator work to enable graduates to move seamlessly into to the world of work through entrepreneurial and other activities. And we also have that in my university in Oxford, and most universities now are recognizing the importance of enabling that research and innovation to happen. You would be surprised if I didn't mention, of course, that the COVID-19 work that was done in Oxford, the creation of the vaccine there, the recent work on the anti-malarial vaccine that's being rolled out by having got WHO approval, and some recent really interesting work that's being done in the Oxford Internet Institute, showing that workers with AI skills are going to be earning salaries that are at least 20% higher if they have complementary skills with other skills. All this research that is being done, and countless other examples, of course, happens typically inside universities. Very often, of course, in partnership with industry, but it's in partnership with industry, with a university where you've got minds, people who are interested in the blue skies research, the ways in which they can work to solve the global challenges of climate change, pandemic disease, and countless other things threatening or impacting on humankind. Universities are extremely good at that. Promoting economic growth. I mean, this is really significant now. Recent research showed that the universities in the United Kingdom contributed £130 billion to the UK economy. Of that, in 2018-19, Oxford, my own university, contributed just under £16 billion in under many measures to the economy of the United Kingdom. University sector in the UK supports 750,000 jobs. These are not insignificant figures, and the point I'm trying to make here is that universities are organizations which are complex matrices which deliver an enormous amount of benefit, quite apart from what I'm going to say next, which is education, of course, which at number 4, developing skills across the life course by providing the opportunity for people to move beyond secondary education into higher education, research-led education or research-informed education, or in technical universities, professional education. These are institutions which bring together learners, teachers, researchers, and others to create an extraordinary learning environment which promotes curiosity, which creates an environment in which people can explore their potential, realize their potential, and also think sideways, think differently about subjects that they might have been put into or developed a competency in a younger life. Perhaps they're able to deepen their understanding and also to think sideways, to meet people who are studying completely different subjects. Somebody who's studying engineering can be friends with or develop social relationships with philosophers, people studying ancient history, or people studying ancient Greek or music. Universities provide this amazing, rich environment in which people can develop themselves and that full personality that I mentioned at the beginning of the talk. And then, of course, they enrich social and cultural life. You think about the number of universities which are providing, and higher education institutions which are providing courses in drama, in fine art, in literature, in creative writing, in those subject areas which require, in my view, the opportunity to reflect critically on other people's creativity, to interact with them in real time, in real space, to learn from error, to enjoy the error that you make when you're learning. I think that is unbelievably important part of what it is to be in a university environment. And of course, that can spread out into the local and regional community. We have in Oxford at the moment, we're developing the Schwarzman Centre for the Humanities, which, you know, at the core of it are performance spaces which will be open to the public, a cultural programme where the university is using its extraordinary resources to support and develop the local and regional life of Oxford and Oxfordshire as a city. And again, this is something which I know universities across the world take extremely seriously. They want to ensure that the communities of which they are a part feel that they can come in and be part of that extraordinary environment. And then that's also part of number 7. So I'll jump one forward, to engage local and regional communities by allowing people to, or permitting, or creating the space in which people locally and regionally can move in and out of the university space to do as they do in my department in lifelong learning, short courses, intensive weekend courses which don't require them to do an examination, courses which allow them simply to explore their curiosity, to however old they are. I know that our oldest student, who was still registered last year on a course, is 103 years old and is still learning with us in our department. And to be able to provide opportunities like that for people as part of their mental health and well-being, to keep them sprightly, to keep them engaged, and to give them a social space to learn with their peers is invaluable and extraordinary. And of course, it's not just those local ones. Moving back to number 6 on that list, it's about building international and global networks. It's never been more important to find comity among nations, I think. I talked about at the beginning about the reconstruction after the Second World War, and how it was that the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, looking at the importance of education as a way of promoting respect for and understanding of human rights, that is no different now, and is possibly just as pressing in the present day as it ever was. And universities are unbelievably effective mechanisms for creating bilateral and multilateral relationships between different cultures, between different experiences, different regions of the world, and the transfer of wealth in every sense of that word, monetary or intellectual, between more developed countries which have moved faster and those countries which are moving towards going through development phases and building on the strength and expertise of those countries to take advantage of that. I know that the malaria vaccine work was done with partners in Africa through Oxford. It would have been meaningless simply to do it in a laboratory, of course, in Oxford. It depended on local and national, international, global networks rather to make that work. And then finally, to contribute to evidence-based policy making. You know, this is last on the list, but in an era of alt-fact and deep fake, you know, we need to ensure that policy making and advocacy is underpinned by peer-reviewed, carefully researched work undertaken by experienced researchers who are able to determine the validity of their findings, to ensure that those findings can be repeated, to be able to go to politicians and policymakers and to explain to them why it is that policies that they may want to pursue for populist or political reasons need to be underpinned by very, very clear scientific or social scientific evidence. Moving on. There are some challenges, really, really significant challenges in all of this. Economically, we're living in very, very difficult times. I don't need to tell the people who are the audience to this talk or to Intellect Horizon. Universities are very expensive to run. They have a lot of kit. They use a lot of energy. They have a lot of material infrastructure. And they are working in an environment where there is, in many parts of the world, higher inflation. People have less money to spend. There is great pressure on public spending, and the financial sustainability of universities in this environment is increasingly precarious in many areas. The cost to learners in many parts of the world is increasing. The fees that are being charged are rising in order to cover those increased costs that universities are incurring. The expenses of attending university are high. It creates enormous debt burden for many students, and that's a real challenge for them, and a challenge to universities to demonstrate that this is going to deliver a significant return on that investment of their time and any investment that they make. And there is competition for scarce resources in funding. For example, in humanities and social sciences, I can't remember what the exact percentage of successful grant applications is to, say, one of our large research councils, the Arts and Humanities Research Council, but it's between 5 and 10%, 5%. So you put in, of the 100% of what's going in and all the work going in to get that, the resource that's available to support extremely good and exciting projects is not there. Second challenge, political. I think there is a distrust of skepticism about experts and expertise. Now I see it in the news. I see people who know less about things challenging people who know a lot more about things. I think that there is a lot of concern now about academic freedom and autonomy, the debates about free speech, what universities should be promoting, what they shouldn't be promoting, the degree of regulation to which they should be subject, and how free they should be to pursue whatever research or innovation they want to do. And of course, sustainability is a challenge. If you have a big material infrastructure, you've got buildings, you've got expenses, you're using all this energy. How sustainable is that model, that physical model of the place-based university in an era of concern about the greening the environment and climate change? And then the third challenge is a changing market. For all sorts of very good reasons, we've got all of the private provision in HE, we've got a growth in digital and online learning, which we're talking about, massive changes in the world of work, lots of companies providing their own private training opportunities, potentially a little bit skeptical about what universities have traditionally offered, when they believe perhaps that they can offer more bespoke and more appropriate training, not so interested in degrees and deep learning in some cases, but skills. Do they have the attributes, the skills to be able to come into this particular sector? And a massive change in demographics and need for learning across the world. You see how many people want to take advantage of it. Where's the capacity? And then learner experience, the fourth one, return on investment. I mentioned that before. Learners are increasingly mindful of what am I going to get out of this? I'm putting in all this time, I'm putting this energy, this money. What am I going to get? We are much more mindful now about mental, physical health and well-being of our learners. Many more students now, certainly this is just personal experience, being diagnosed with learning specific disabilities, ADHD and dyslexia. It's fantastic now that there is much more diagnosis, but the stress associated with learning and the pressures of work combined with learning challenges that many people have, and just generally trying to keep up with what is expected of them are significant. That places a burden. I don't mean a burden in a pejorative sense, just factually, how do universities provide the level of support and more pastoral mental health and well-being and physical well-being support for their students? And then there's the issues of EDI, access and equity. How do we ensure that promise that it's going to be available to all? So just looking then at these gender diversity and inclusion issues, and I'm going to move quite quickly through this because I'm looking at the time, and I've been typically, I think, probably quite enthusiastic about riffing on some of the points when I thought I might get through them more quickly. There are differences, of course, in the way in which universities are acquiring their students and the makeup. Women are much more, there's been a much more significant increase in the number of women enrolled in higher education, 43% growth, I think, from 19% to 43% rather, from 2000 to 2020. In 2019, more than 50% of graduates were women, 41% in STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. 89% of HEIs have non-discrimination policies, but accessible childcare facilities were available, according to that HESA study, in only 59% of institutions for students. So what are the material impacts on women who tend to be the carers or have more childcare responsibilities if they're not providing an infrastructure which enables them actually to do that? Looking at age, the people aged higher than 65 outnumbered aged those. Yes, that's right. Globally, people aged older than 65 now outnumber those aged less than 5. By 2050, 1 in 6 people will be older than 65. Between 2018 and 22, only 23% of countries reported an increase in adult learning and education, and 24% reported a decline. We've got an aging population, but the opportunities for older people to study are in some cases decreasing. Disability, incredibly important. More than 1 billion people have some form of disability, according to the World Health Organization. Those are slightly old statistics now. I doubt whether that's changed. I imagine as a percentage of the global population, that is probably quite constant. And the proportion of adults aged 25 or over who've completed higher education who have disabilities is less than 50% than those among those who don't have disabilities. So if we're going to create that inclusive learning environment, we have to acknowledge how we're going to address those inequities and make those accessible to people who would otherwise not be able to take advantage of them. And socioeconomically, the average disposable income of the richest 10% of the population in OECD countries is 9 times greater, more than 9 times greater that of the poorest. Children whose parents haven't completed secondary education are less likely to attend university than those where one parent has. And 33% of children of people involved in manual work become and remain manual workers. So universities are growing. There is a social, cultural, and economic value to them. The challenges to them, to the traditional form, are diverse and they're increasing. And those challenges relate to the form and the structure, if you like, of the place-based university and how they operate and deliver what we might call their service. And as far as teaching and instruction is concerned, they're impacted by the need to rather respond effectively to a range of disparities affecting learners socioeconomically, geographically, personal, and circumstantial. So how are new technologies challenging and changing traditional universities and higher education provision? Right, well, firstly, there's like competition for traditional universities and place-based learning, because these online and digital learning environments, which are becoming increasingly common, they disrupt those place-based enrollment patterns. People from a local, people from a region or a city choosing the city or its university or its universities as the place where they want to study. That pool is now able to access online learning opportunities that are provided perhaps 100 miles away, 1,000 miles away, or 10,000 miles away through the digital environment. There are online learning packages. Sesame is one of them that can provide cheaper and in some cases free tuition and learning opportunities. edX has free versions and very cheap or relatively cheap self-assessed versions of courses which are delivered by extremely good academics. So why would you go to university and incur debt on an award-bearing course if you can do this more cheaply? These environments allow for more flexibility. You don't have to be in a classroom at a particular time in a particular building. You don't have to worry about buses or transport or how you're going to get there. You can do it asynchronously. Many things are recorded. You can do it in your own time. Online environments enable agility and flexibility in course delivery. Tutors don't need to live in the same city or in the same country necessarily as the university for which they're teaching. This was, demonstrably valuable when we were going through the pandemic and the lockdowns, that people were able to teach from their homes through Teams or through other online platforms. And of course, that reduces costs to students when cost is high, and if all the incidental costs of study in a traditional university, travel or accommodation, or all of those things, heating, can be minimized by being remote and not having to pay for those facilities, then that could be an advantage. And of course, they are amenable to micro-credentials. Universities are typically focused on certificates, on diplomas, on degrees, postgraduate or undergraduate level. But if you're doing it online and you're doing bite-sized pieces of work, you can do smaller credit chunks, you can get digital credentials which recognize or badge certificate your learning on a much smaller scale, because that's how it's designed. And you can pile those up into to qualifications in some cases, but you might not want to do that. You might just want to do a very, very specific, very bespoke course on something very particular. And an online environment is perhaps in some cases better suited to doing that than a traditional university. Moving on then, this AI and its contribution to enhanced learner experience, it's been talked about already in this event in Intellect Horizon, but adaptive learning, we don't have to teach the average student through this. You can be much more mindful of a student's particular learning path, adapt the assessment, the mode of delivery to their learning style. And that personalized learning style provides people the opportunity to move at their own pace rather than through a 3-year degree, which starts at this point, ends at that point, have to keep up or lose the race. You can provide learner support in real time, 24 hours a day, perhaps. If you've got a query, you might be able to get an answer to something you need quickly through AI. It provides simulation opportunities. In medical education, this has been established for quite a long time, but there are lots more ways in which one could imagine simulations of ancient Greece. I went to the University of Caen in France a few years ago when I was working at the University of Portsmouth. We had a relationship with them, and they had this extraordinary VR, enriched VR environment. You could walk through ancient Rome with a headset on and experience what it was like to move through Rome. It was really fantastic. You can add AI-powered assessment tools, you can create online collaboration opportunities, and you can do accessibility for those who have disabilities, especially whether or not that's sensory or mobility disabilities with AI. I won't go into any detail about that, but I think that list just shows that artificial intelligence can provide really significant radical opportunity. There are some disbenefits, though, to do with that. I think there is the opportunity for people to feel isolated and disengaged. When I was working in my last job, I was Deputy Vice Chancellor for a university during lockdown, and I did most of my work from this very shed behind this, not exactly this very camera, but with this background. That was quite isolating. It was quite disengaging, and we were very mindful that students also might experience that, not able to engage in extracurricular opportunity or social engagement. And if that's how the learning is organized, how do you create in real sense that sense of learning together? Digital divide, we talked about electricity in Africa being a challenge. How do you ensure that people have access to the technologies and internet to be able to take advantage of this rich environment? How do you remain motivated and self-managed? I found that very difficult when I was doing online course, which I've done a few of them to see what it's like, to see what best practice might be and what doesn't work. I found it very difficult not to be in an environment physically with people who I was able to go and have a chat with in a cafe in real time, co-present, having a coffee and a chat. How are you getting on? Being able to have that conversation. I'm not saying you can't do these things online, but physical friendship and peer learning in that case can be really helpful there. It can create divisive learning experiences. How do you do music, drama, lab-based and other practice-based subjects in an online environment? And how do you, if you have a hybrid environment, ensure that those people who are doing it online are getting a similar or analogous or equivalent experience to those who have the benefit of being able to pay for or access real-life space? Digital fatigue, we all know about that. You're probably feeling it already as you're hearing me speak. I've had enough. We know it's well documented that this can have an impact on physical, mental health and well-being, and we need to be mindful of that. And of course, there is potential for academic misconduct, and this is something which is exercising colleagues across the sector. And how do we deal with academic misconduct when there are opportunities to use ChatGPT or natural language providing sort of software which is getting increasingly clever and able to present itself as being authored by a human brain. So what can our traditional face-to-face provision do? Well, of course, it provides that interpersonal learning, that opportunity to empathize, non-verbal communication in a physical space. Why is that person just, reacted like that to what I said in a physical space? It can minimize distraction. It can enable focus if you're working with other people. It's much easier. You can't turn off your camera if you're in a real space with someone. Peer support, I mentioned, social and cultural opportunities to learn beyond your subject. Experiential learning is really important. The power of physical objects. I'm going to finish that on my last slide with something about that. Field trips, being able to, if you're doing archaeology, which we teach in my department in the field trips, or if you're doing geography, going and getting your hands muddy in a field, digging up a stone, digging up an artifact, that sense of what it's like to be in a physical space doing that thing, can that really be simulated? Is that something which provides something just fundamentally different and equally valuable, or is it something which is less than or diminishes the experience of learning? And then that final one about belonging and identity and community. I'm mindful I haven't got that long left in my talk, so I'm going to conclude now on this by saying, which is probably it's a relatively straightforward conclusion, I think, again, based on my own experiences, that I think universities, place-based learning, are unbelievably valuable and remain extraordinarily valuable. But what we need to do, if we're really true to that mission, if you go back to the Declaration, you go back to the right to education, and you look at the world that we're living in of AI, ICT, and robotics, and the people who we are responsible for teaching across the life course from 18 through to 100 and maybe 108 in a few years' time. How do we ensure that those people understand this environment and are able to use it and apply it to their own benefit and to the benefit of humankind? We need to adapt that. We need to embed it in our practices. So the first of these, I think we need to recognize that it can enable us to provide access to EDI objectives, people with disabilities, displaced people, people who aren't able to take advantage of the physical infrastructure. I think we need to really recognize that and think about how it can complement our provision. I think it can enhance the learner experience through personalization and adaptation. I'm no expert in this area. I put my hands up there, but colleagues of mine who are working in this area are strong advocates for recognizing how as a teacher, as a lecturer, as a trainer, you can really start to think about ways in which your students are learning in different ways. You can learn about their learning styles, and you can adapt your content in such a way that they maximize their potential and are able to take advantage of it. We can be much more agile and responsive through online provision. If you don't have timetable rooms, or you want to get something out there, something happens in the world, if a vaccine is invented, going out there, doing a 5-credit or an open access course on that thing, you can work with colleagues to produce something, get it online and to a very wide audience in perhaps a much quicker timescale than you might be able to if you were collating it and having to make sure that the right person was there at the right time in the right building, and develop programs. I think that can help us develop more in a more agile way. And as I said, going back to that last point I made at the beginning, we can help learners develop skills that are absolutely essential in today's world of work, especially valuable for those who are coming back to study. But I do think that at the moment, they can only, AI, that is, and ICT, can only really complement rather than replace the opportunities that are provided by face-to-face learning. And that photograph on the right-hand side is of me with the extraordinary Peter Sheldon, who does the geological history of Britain in my department. That window is looking onto Wellington Square in Oxford. He brought with him his 500 or so rocks that he had has collected over the years. He teaches this extraordinary course. I asked him what was the oldest rock in the room. He showed me that. That is a piece of gneiss from Scotland, which he collected, and it's 3 billion years old. And I held that rock in my hand, and the weight of it, the sense of history, his experience of having collected it, the enthusiasm he had for sharing that physical object with me took the time's arrow back 3 billion years, my open question is, can you recreate that extraordinary sense of excitement of holding a physical object, learning about geology, learning about the Earth from any kind of VR or simulation or AI? Is there a world in which that experience of being connected through to the physical world of learning can be replaced? My own answer, I think, is no, but that we need to recognize and find ways of complementing physical experience and indeed complementing digital experience in order that we maximize access and enable people throughout the life course to benefit from from higher education and deliver against those extraordinary goals that were articulated and I mentioned at the beginning in the Universal Declaration. I think that's it. Brandon, I think I'm done.
I think you say my name 3 times, and then I'll appear.
Brandon.
And then the light goes off. Or alternately, I can do that, and you have to see my whole face.
Okay, that's fine.
But there we are. So that was absolutely fantastic, and I don't even know where to begin. You have blown away the numbers. The crowd has gone wild. The virtual screaming in adulation and excitement has been yours. It has been an absolute honor to have you here on our virtual stage and share your wisdom, your knowledge, your thoughts and perspective, especially around not just saying that the newest and latest and greatest technology will fix the tactility and the experiential components of in-person.
I do want to say though, can I just add one thing though, Brandon, if I may? I mean, I think I didn't mention this in that last slide, but it's very important. I mean, this is an extraordinary audience you've got watching here. We can only do this in partnership. We can only do this working as academics and universities with the kind of people who are otherwise involved in Intellect Horizon, the people who are the entrepreneurs who are thinking about the way AI can improve the world and do advantageous things for humanity. And so I really hope, and it's an open invitation to all of these extraordinary people, you know, we need to talk, we need to think about ways in which that can happen and to promote those channels of communication. So it is an open invitation for anybody to get in touch with me to talk through those ideas if they want to. But I think it's really important that this is a mixed economy in the future.
Absolutely. We appreciate it. And for those that are watching and for those who will watch the recording, I'm sure, you can, of course, go and search. There's this device, this newfangled thing called Google. You can even ChatGPT for links for the University of Oxford Department of Continuing Education. Again, Matthew, so thank you so much. And we shall take a short break where Jason Baker is going to provide his perspectives next.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Thank you for everything. Bye.
All righty, we're back. And I don't know if I'm manic from sleep depression or just really excited, or maybe a little bit of both. But I am here with Dr. Jason Baker. And do you know one of the amazing things outside of being a incredibly big brain with a history from IBM, a professor from Regent University, and an all-around upstanding and incredible individual? I will tell you what he's going to do. He is going to help AI learn. Look at that. So I will go on ahead and let Jason, or Dr. Baker, take it away. But before I do, can you hear us, and vice versa? Can we hear you?
I can hear you, Brandon. Can you hear me?
You are coming in loud and clear, and I will drop off because they are sick of my voice and ready for yours.
Oh, wait, I just wanted to say thank you since you just dropped off on me. I've seen the work that you've been doing on and off since this started, and just kudos for pulling together an amazing conference and navigating a variety of issues, technical, logistical, and otherwise. So thank you very much. Hello, everybody, and welcome. As Brandon said, my name is Jason Baker, and today we're going to be considering the concept of helping AI learn, grounding AI and building trust in generative AI applications. So, as Brandon said, my name is Jason Baker. I work at Regent University in Virginia Beach, Virginia. I am the Senior Technology Strategist. I'm also a professor and Associate Vice President. I like to consider myself an engineer who wandered into a classroom and found that he just loved it and stayed and invested in education. I think there's a great opportunity that we have when we consider how to combine sort of human insights and wisdom and passion, domain knowledge and expertise that various people have. And then when we pair that with technology, and in this case, generative AI technology, we can do real significant, powerful, impactful things that can change the world. So thank you for this chance to consider how to approach that. Let me take you back less than a year ago. On November 30th, 2022, OpenAI posted a blog post with the title, Introducing ChatGPT. And it was a pretty benign introduction. They said, we've trained a model called ChatGPT, which interacts in a conversational way. The dialogue format makes it possible for ChatGPT to answer follow-up questions, admit its mistakes, challenge incorrect premises, and reject inappropriate requests. We're excited to introduce ChatGPT to get users' feedback and learn about its strengths and weaknesses. If you consider how much has happened in generative AI and how many people are engaging with ChatGPT and AI more broadly, it's hard to believe that it wasn't even 12 months ago that this happened. One of the things that made it really interesting for me personally was a few weeks before this, I had given a presentation on generative AI to a series of executives. And they heard it and they were interested in it, but I think it was hard for people to see how this could be truly transformative. And when OpenAI released their ChatGPT implementation, really a kind of a GPT 3.5, if you will, and they launched it out from the lab into the world. Because before, you had to go through special processing and submit requests to get into a private beta, and you had to sign things about how you would or would not use the application and who you might show and how many people you might show and what you might do with it. But the moment that ChatGPT came out, it was just explosive and transformational. And whereas before, talking to people about AI would often get polite interest, perhaps an engagement based on something that they had seen on television or the movies. But there wasn't a lot of creative thinking outside of, specialty groups like engineers, computer programmers, and others. After ChatGPT came out, I had people from all ages, all disciplines, all walks of life, literally days later coming up to me and saying, "Hey, I got into ChatGPT and I tried this," or "Could we use it for this application?" It was truly remarkable. But if you go back a little bit before that, 2 weeks earlier, in fact, on November 15th of last year, Meta released Galactica. Galactica was their large language model AI system to organize science. So you might think, ChatGPT for scientific literature. And they said that it was designed to summarize academic literature, solve math problems, generate wiki articles, write scientific code, annotate molecules and proteins, and more. Well, people went to town on this thing and they started playing with it. A famous example that floated around fairly quickly was asking the question of Galactica, what are the benefits of eating crushed glass? And Galactica responded that crushed glass is a source of dietary silicon, which is important for bone and connective tissue health. Meta actually had a firestorm on its hands. And even though what they released was a large language model, very similar to the kind of stuff that we've been doing for the last year on all levels, it had such blowback, and they were so caught off guard, if you will, by the response of people that they paused Galactica 2 days later. So by November 17th, Galactica was offline. And I think one of the reasons for this goes to expectations. Funny, if they had released Galactica perhaps after ChatGPT, so on the one hand, it might not have gotten as much attention because it was a specialty application rather than one that was as broad as ChatGPT. But on the other hand, in the intermediate time, people started to get a more realistic expectation of what generative AI and these large language models can do. Whereas when they released it, you had sort of the idealistic expectation that this was going to be the most powerful, most brilliant, most amazing, like perfect combination of computer and human, true artificial intelligence engaging with scientific literature. Surely it wouldn't tell you to chew on broken glass for nutrition. But what we've seen as people have engaged with ChatGPT and started to get a little bit of understanding is recognizing that generative AI, particularly these large language models that we're going to talk about, aren't really the superhuman. In fact, they can stumble and fall. They can make mistakes. In some ways, it's like looking back on your life, or if you're a parent, seeing your children grow, because these systems can learn and these systems can make mistakes. These systems can be trained to correct themselves. But it's a different approach to computers and programs than what we may previously have been accustomed to. I think we're getting more of that idea now. Although when I talk to executives and leaders in various industries, it's not always the case. Sometimes I think people still have this idealistic expectation that if we just use AI for the problem, whatever the problem is, if we use AI, we will fix it or we will solve it, or that AI is always the best answer because it must be brilliant and amazing. And it is brilliant and amazing, but it's not always the right answer to the question, and it's not perfect. So setting expectations or failing to do so was one of the things that hurt Meta, but helped OpenAI. OpenAI basically said, hey, this is a beta. We're trying it out. We're releasing it from the lab. Take it out for a spin. Tell us what you find. Set a very different expectation there. But we also need to keep this in mind going forward, because when we think about grounding generative AI applications were approaching this whole field looking to develop trustworthy applications, we absolutely want to do so. And there are specific steps we can and should take in that process. But we're fooling ourselves if we think that it's, 3 lines of code and all of a sudden we have a perfect, trustworthy, infallible, inerrant, brilliant system, almost omniscient or omnipotent. It is not that. So even as we look forward to developing trustworthy applications, we need to keep our expectations grounded in reality. But this raises the question, what does generative AI know? I mean, how does it seem to have such great answers to so many things, and then such foolish or wildly incorrect or just strange answers to other things? To answer this and to consider how we should build trust, we need to talk about 2 things. First is the programming paradigm shift. The way that we approach generative AI, particularly these large language models, represents a significant paradigm shift in computer programming. It is very different, certainly different from, when I was learning to program in the basic programming language on an Apple II Plus as a kid, or even the formal programming languages that I took in college and worked with in industry. That was a different approach to programming than what we're doing with generative AI and large language models. Understanding that shift will go a long way toward knowing what we can use or should use AI for, or particularly this kind of AI, and also why we have some of the trust issues that we have, and what are the steps that we can take to address them. After considering the paradigm shift, we'll talk specifically about how to build trust in generative AI. We'll talk about grounding it in curated information and various other steps that can be taken. So, how is generative AI different? In a book called The Ethical Algorithm, Michael Kearns and Aaron Roth said the problem with computing machines is not that they won't do what they're programmed to, but rather that they will do exactly what they're programmed to. And so sometimes one of the questions when we see something that we don't understand with the output is maybe we're misunderstanding how these things were programmed. I mean, after all, it's doing something, and there's some inherent rationale to what it's doing. And so just because it doesn't make sense to me, maybe I need to take a step back or a step in and figure out, what were these things programmed to do? Maybe that will help explain the dynamics I'm seeing and give me some of the keys to refining and developing them to make them more trustworthy. So one of the paradigm shifts is just programs themselves. Traditionally, when you've taught computer programming in the past, particularly trying to get kids up and fluent in this stuff, people think of computer programs as a recipe, a series of steps that the computer will take to complete some sort of task. And that is sort of the classic way of doing programming. Now, there's different, more sophisticated models with object-oriented programming versus some of the more linear stuff of days gone by. But at the end of the day, you had sort of a rule-following recipe set, just like cracking open a recipe and giving the ingredients and making some meal. In the world of generative AI, in the world of these large language models, it's programming as reinforcement. It's more about setting some type of goal and then giving feedback information to the system, whether by humans or by automation, that says how far you've missed the goal. So this applies not just in large language models, but if you look in reinforcement learning and self-driving cars and all of these other areas, this is the dynamic. It's not that you sit there and start with a list of all the possible permutations that could occur and then program those in a series of steps. What you do is you create a target, and then you allow these systems to work through often a neural network model, and they get to the end of it and they see how far they are from the target. they use that error factor, the sort of the distance between where they ended up and where they were supposed to end up, or somebody thought they should end up. And they feed that back, and then they tweak the model to try to get closer and closer and closer. So it becomes less about a recipe and more about reinforcement. As we said, it's a shift from these rule-based algorithms to data-based algorithms. I mean, algorithm is a term that gets thrown around a lot. And classically, when we think of algorithms, we think more in the rule-based environment. You know, it's one of the questions that you find particularly in discussions. Go back to self-driving cars. If a self-driving car misinterprets a human for something else and doesn't stop and runs into the human, you can't exactly crack it open and find line 35,972 that said, you know, don't hit human or hit human, and then go, that's where the error was. That's a rule-based approach. These models use a data-based approach. I'm not saying databases, although they could use databases. But the idea is that you're actually building from the data and deriving the rules, if you will. In terms of neural networks, you know, you're working with weights and biases and other things, but it is driven by the data, not by the rules. Again, classically, we think of coding, writing computer program code. So we code functions that do different things. But in this domain, we're training models. And you'll hear that term a lot, that you're training a new large language model. You're not coding it or programming it. Again, programming is involved. People are writing computer programs that integrate with these things. But fundamentally, you are training a model rather than writing a sequential program. There's a reasoning shift when it comes to this new world of generative AI. Classically, we think of deductive reasoning, starting from a series of principles and working our way down, sort of the classic syllogism or the logical fallacies that we teach people, sort of a top-down approach to reasoning. We like to think that actually that's how we make decisions. Neuroscience and psychological research would suggest otherwise, but we like to think of ourselves as people that rationally step our way through a series of premises and deductively work our way from the top to the bottom, come up with an answer. In the case of large language models, in the case of generative AI, the reasoning sequence is inductive. Again, it starts from the data and works up, rather than starting with a set of principles and work down. So inductively, it becomes very critical to consider the data that the systems are working with, because it only knows within the bounds of, let's say, a language model, it only can derive its interpretation based on the data that it has in front of it. So if it doesn't know something, it may be because, I mean, literally, it doesn't know it. Early in the release after ChatGPT came out last November, people were, making comments about, I asked it this question, it didn't know this, and I asked it this question, it didn't know that. And OpenAI became more explicit in communicating at what point in time the data was included. So they could tell you, this has been programmed with information up through, let's say May of 2023. So you can't ask anything that happened last week if the model hasn't been trained with data including from last week. So initially, some people looked and said, well, from let's say a higher education perspective, one way of avoiding plagiarism was to just ask questions that were more recent that, the system wouldn't know, because I think at the time it had only been trained through some date in 2021. So if you asked it something in 2022, it wasn't able to do it. Well, this is a fast moving field. and more data is being added all the time, both to the large language models and to derived experiences that we'll talk about. So that's not a fail-safe for this. But again, understand that these systems are reasoning from an inductive perspective, a bottom-up perspective. Finally, persona. So we think of computer programs, and at least, I don't know, maybe it's me, given growing up with science fiction, television, and books and films. You think of intelligent machines, and you think of robots or androids. I mean, maybe they're good or maybe they're bad, but that was sort of the persona, a humanoid, like an adult style human who's just really super smart or super powerful or super strong. But their persona was one of a robot. Well, if you think about it, when you consider the fact that these systems are inductive in their reasoning, that they learn from what's put in front of them, and yet they speak, they give answers that are very authoritative. As we like to say in our house, always confident, sometimes right. There have been some slight tweaks to that more recently. I've run some prompts through OpenAI's system where, 10 months ago it was saying very questionable, factually untrue, even racist or sexist answers with great aplomb and confidence, whereas now it will caveat and start saying, I don't think you can build a model making hiring decisions based on the characteristics that you've given me. But that combination of complete confidence and yet still learning is really more of a persona of a teenage toddler. It has all the confidence and energy and enthusiasm of the teenager, but all of the ability to fall down and completely misunderstand and say things that are just wildly inappropriate of a toddler. And I don't say that pejoratively. As a parent, I've loved our children when they've been toddlers and when they've been teenagers and when they're adults. But there are different developmental levels. And to have sort of this hybrid of teenage and toddler, as you can imagine, if you spend any time with either teenagers or toddlers, both of them can be a handful. You put them together and, well, it explains a lot of what we've been dealing with as generative AI has made its way into the larger world and the zeitgeist. So it's important to remember that these artificial intelligence machine learning models, specifically thinking about these large language model systems, this generative AI, these models are different than traditional computer programs. They reason differently, inductive versus deductive. They're programmed differently, training models rather than rule-based sequencing. They require different resources to work well. Huge volumes of data is what was used to build these foundation models, as Stanford calls them. Just enormous amounts of data. Whereas the classical, if you had the rules, you could build the code. And finally, these are not always interchangeable. Generative AI or language models aren't always the right answer. They may do worse at solving a problem than something else. And again, to go back to ChatGPT, it was clear very quickly that if you asked ChatGPT math questions, it struggled. The reason was it wasn't trained for math, it was trained for language. The whole point was to create a system that could respond using language that looked familiar, that sounded human, that had grammatical structure and even a lyrical quality to it. It didn't sound like a computer giving a list, but it could actually talk in a more fluent fashion. It wasn't designed to do math questions. Now, subsequently, they address that. You create separate models that can focus specifically on math, or as these things get more robust and you do more expansive training, you find that sometimes these models can do things that you weren't expecting. Again, it wasn't that long ago that very different models were developed for different purposes. And the degree to which a broad large language model like GPT-3, 3.5, and 4 could do many functions was surprising, caught people off guard, and in a sense allowed some efforts to say, well, let's just go all in on our omnibus language model rather than trying to create a huge number of very task-specific ones. So if we want to build trust, what steps can we take? Are there design things we can do in order to make our use of generative AI and large language models more trustworthy? The answer is yes. But again, remember a few key characteristics. We've mentioned some of these already. One, large language models are data-centric. So garbage in, garbage out. If you have poor quality data that it's learning from, then it's going to give you bad answers. Again, going back to our teenage toddler persona, toddlers absorb, and teenagers, in fact, an awful lot of what they see. And as a parent, you learn very quickly that sometimes you're telling them one thing, but your actions are living out something very different. And so you shouldn't be surprised when your kid imitates your behavior rather than what you said or what you told them were the rules. So high quality data is important. This whole concept in large language models, and I'll spare you the math, basically involves vectorization. The brilliant thing here was to take words and then ultimately actually even sentences and documents, but fundamentally words, and represent them as multidimensional vectors. And I mean like hundreds of dimensions, not just 2 or 3 dimensional things. But by converting words into these vectors, all of a sudden, these computer systems could interact with language as easily as it could interact with numbers, because that's what they were. Vectors are, in fact, numerical representations of coordinates in some n-dimensional space going in a direction. And all of a sudden, you could see where words started to group together. And whereas in the past, when we would do things like sentiment analysis, for instance, where we would have lists or dictionaries or hand-coded weights to put onto each word based on our assessment of the sentiment that was associated with a word, in this vectorized world, a large language model could simply see what words group together with other words, and what words tend to follow other words in sentences, and what sentences tend to go with other sentences and paragraphs and documents and concepts, because it's doing all of this in this multidimensional space. But the conceptual challenge is it's kind of tricky for a lot of us to do math. Graphs, 2-dimensional. 3-dimensional can be even more difficult. Trying to envision the dynamics of a 353-dimensional vector, for instance, is just mind-numbing. It's very conceptually difficult to wrap your head around. Again, these things are inductive. So they learn from what's in front of them, and it's not necessarily following the rules. I'm somebody who can't dance. So when I want to learn to dance, I want somebody to give me steps. I want the rule following. But other people, they just move to the music. They just interpret the environment around them and respond. And they can't tell me what they do because they just feel the music. I don't feel music. But it does make it difficult then to try to say, why did you do what you do? Why did you move in this direction or bend in that direction? Again, it's not that that makes the person untrustworthy. It's just hard to communicate or interpret what they're doing when what they're doing is simply responding to the environment around them. Finally, they're stochastic. They're non-deterministic. They're random. Randomness is part of the design. You actually need to have non-linearity, and you need to have a degree of randomization in order to make neural networks work. So there's randomness baked into the algorithm. So when we think, why does the machine do what it's doing? Some of it is because the randomness is there. Again, it doesn't mean don't trust it or sit in skepticism necessarily, but understand that when randomness is built into the process, it has an effect on the outcome. And the irony with that is that for a long time, people would say, well, computers can't do thus and so because that involves creativity, or it can only follow rules. It can't do things that are broader and more creative. It can't adapt because we can't tell it all the rules up front. So now we have a whole approach that builds in randomness as part of it. And the response is, well, wait a minute, it's not responding in a predictable manner. Yeah, that's kind of the way it works. And it's paying attention to human nature. It shouldn't be surprising because people surprise us all the time. We can even surprise ourselves. But it's important to understand that. So finally, just to put it into terms that take all the math out of it. Traditionally, if you're at the top of a mountain and you want to get down, you pull out your map, you pull out your compass, you plot the path, you follow the steps, and you walk your way down. In the world of generative AI, in the world of large language models, in the world of reinforcement learning, what you're doing is you're starting at the top with a blindfold. And essentially, you're starting with the premise of I'll pick a direction, or I'll randomly pick a direction, take a step. If the step goes down, I'll take another step. And sort of blindfolding your way, going down, let's say, the steepest part of the mountain until you reach what hopefully is the bottom. Now you could end up in a sort of a plateau somewhere, so you're far away from the bottom. You could even fall off the cliff because it would be certainly the steepest way down. But it's a whole different approach. And because of the approach, when you recognize that, the kinds of results that you get make sense, and the ways that you have to start thinking about how to build trust follow from that. So there's a couple different ways of building trust. If we just talked about coming down the mountain, we'll talk about laddering our way up. Sort of 5 broad areas: models, parameters, and testing, prompt engineering, retrieval augmented generation, fine-tuning, and model generation, large language models or small or medium language models. We will spend the bulk of our time on this middle, the retrieval augmented generation. A little bit more of the stuff in front, a little bit with the stuff at the end. But in a sense, this can be sort of a developmental process for many, that if you haven't done any of these things, you can improve the development of trustworthy AI applications by implementing something. And if you're at any step on this ladder, taking the next step is likely to help increase the robustness, the effectiveness of the AI that you're using, but also the trustworthiness associated with it. So, building trust. First thing, go beyond ChatGPT. Love ChatGPT. Phenomenal. OpenAI has done remarkable work. But when people talk about AI right now, where they talk about large language models or generative AI, for many people, especially non-technical people, it starts and ends with ChatGPT. Again, perfectly good product. It's a wonderful environment, but it's not the only one out there. And it's worth spending a little bit of time learning about some different models. If you know one thing about, let's say, your country, for instance, and you don't know anything about any other countries, you have nothing to compare it to, then you don't actually really understand a whole bunch of dynamics about your own environment because you have no environments to compare them to. So look into other models, see what other platforms that are out there, not just, video and graphics and other stuff. Although, you can have a blast with Midjourney and Stable Diffusion and any number of these things, and by all means do so. It's all based on the same principles. But even in the world of language models, look beyond ChatGPT. Hugging Face is a great place to do this. You will find just hundreds and hundreds of data sets, models, code, all sorts of resources, and the environment that you can actually do some experiment and development with it. So you want to get a sense of how people are using AI, or is there a model that does thus and so that I want to do? Go look around, because odds are somebody's been working on this. And many of them are often, they're shared. And so they're explicitly published in an open source model. And you have the ability that you can take and play with it yourself, or hand it off to your tech folks and let them do it. But you don't have to start from scratch, and not everything has to pass through ChatGPT. Look at the ingredients, know what goes into the model. Again, if these things are data driven, then the data that's in it is important. You need to know what that is. Transparency is an aspect of that, so that if you know what went into the feeding and the development and the training of your model, you'll have a better understanding of some of the kind of output that you get. Often you have the ability to tune parameters. Let me pick on one: temperature. Basically, it's sort of a degree of randomness. You can dial it all the way down. Often a temperature of 0 is the closest that you would get to a deterministic model. Again, neural networks tend to have randomness built in, but play with the parameters. Tune it down. See what's the most, if you tune it down to the lowest temperature, what you're going to get is the highest probability response to any single query that you put in, any prompt. So if you want to know what, its default answer is, set the temperature down to 0 and see what you get. Testing and feedback. Get people in your organization trying things out, different use cases, different users, different levels, different perspectives, and get their feedback on it. See what's going on. See how people experience things. It's amazing. You take 3 different people all interacting with the same model. They have 3 very different experiences, and bring that perspective into it, and involve a variety of stakeholders in doing so. Earlier this month, Stanford released what they called their Foundation Model Transparency Index. I won't go into detail. I'll just refer to you and say it's a good approach. It's an excellent approach to evaluating transparency. As you'll notice, on a scale of 0 to 100, only 2 of the large language models that they pick even crossed 50. So there's a lot of non-transparent aspects to these models. And it also, reminds us that transparency itself, even if you could get one of these things, pushing 100, still doesn't necessarily mean that we always understand what it's going to do. Again, based on the very nature of the model. But I encourage you, if you're interested in transparency, ethical practices, and other things, this Foundation Model Transparency Index from Stanford is worth looking at. Next up on the ladder, prompt engineering. This is a popular one. And here's what OpenAI tells you. Basically, pick the latest OpenAI model, put instructions at the beginning of the prompt, and say, this is what I want you to do. Be as specific and descriptive, as detailed as possible. What do you want it to give you? What do you want the outcome? How long do you want it to be? What's the style? Perhaps give it some examples. Start with what they call 0 shot. You just ask the question. But then consider few shot. Give it some information to work with. And give it some examples that it can imitate, mimic from, and see if you get better responses. OpenAI suggests that you reduce fluffy and imprecise descriptions. Even though these models talk in a lyrical, fluent manner, they are still computers. So they do better if you give them some pretty straightforward tasks. And instead of saying what not to do, say what to do. Give it affirmative examples rather than just negative ones. Again, going back to the teenage toddler, there's a lot about this that makes sense. If you want to reduce it to even further, I just want to commend you to commend Dr. Sophia Lang's work and Deep Learning AI's work. Dr. Yang is great at making complex things accessible for people. And Deep Learning AI has just some remarkable online training that you can take, much of it free. And they have a whole course on prompt engineering. And a lot of it they break down in kind of 2 main things: write clear and specific instructions, and then give the model time to think. And that's an interesting one. Giving specific steps help these systems to give better answers. So in a sense, what you're starting to do is you're giving it some guardrails. You're giving it some equipment that it can use. You're giving it some recommendations. Don't just, if you're climbing down the mountain, don't always take the steepest step. You know, if you reach out and the one where your foot doesn't seem to feel any ground, that must be the one to take because it's the steepest one. Well, that might end up with you falling off a cliff. So give it a little bit more clarity than that. Give it some sub steps. Break down a task into smaller pieces. The more you can chunk things down, the more you can help these systems give more accurate and robust answers. Retrieval augmented generation is that middle step in that ladder. And it's basically a framework for improving the quality of large language model generated responses by grounding the model on external sources of knowledge. This is arguably the happy medium for a lot of practical AI development in sort of a broad range of organizations, because it is more robust than prompt engineering, but it doesn't require the level of sophistication or investment that, say, fine-tuning or developing whole new models can do. So what's going on with retrieval augmented generation? I mean, basically, let me skip this for a second, go right over to here. Basically, what you do is you take a bunch of proprietary data and you essentially read it in and convert it into those vectors, the same vectors that the large language model uses. And you store this data not in your original form, not just a file folder of articles or an entire book or series of books or financial reports, but you process all of those, you convert them all into their vectorized approach, and then you store them into a database. A vector database is common, things like ChromaDB or Pinecone. There are other ways of doing retrieval augmented generation, but that's probably the most common right now. So you take your specialty data and you vectorize it and you put it into a vector database. Then, when the user asks the question of the large language model, it's first passed to that database and retrieve whatever documents, whatever materials are most relevant to the question that the user had. Then those documents, that information, some set of the most relevant documents or excerpts from those materials, are fed to the large language model along with the original question. So it's almost like a prompt engineering on steroids, because the large language model gets the original question from the user, but also it gets relevant additional content that was curated related to the question. So for instance, if I have a textbook that I wrote and I wanted to have a chat system based exclusively on my textbook, then I would use retrieval augmented generation. I would convert the whole textbook and store it into one of these vector databases, which is, it's a line of code. It's not that difficult to do. And there's even drag and drop systems that can help with that. But all of a sudden then, when a user asks a question, I can have the system say, essentially, take the user's question. Here's the most relevant information from the textbook that could be used to answer the question. Here, OpenAI, GPT-4, Llama, Bloomsy, whatever. Here's the information. Here's the request. Here's content that could be used to answer the question. Given this, now use your large language model and your analytical ability and give an answer. And one of the nice things about this is, as part of that, you can say, if the answer is not found in the materials that I fed, if it didn't come from the vector database, then say, I don't know, or it's not available. That means if you wrote a book and your entire topic is on, I don't know, statistics and how to do research and how to, succeed in a graduate program or something. And the question starts asking things about Shakespeare. Well, if it's not in the book, this approach can basically have the system say, nope, I don't see it in the information that's provided. Now, we know that if it's going through, GPT-4, GPT-4 knows, well, the entirety of Shakespeare, not just what Shakespeare wrote, but what many, 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 many people said and wrote about Shakespeare. But using retrieval augmented generation, you actually now create a bit of guardrails, and you say, if it's in this database, if it's in my set of data, and it can be corporate data, it can be articles, it can be videos, it can be books, it can be sound, it can be all sorts of stuff, it can be multilingual, whatever you want. It can be private. That's the other thing, is you can take a large language model, particularly the open source ones, you can run them locally so that they don't actually go out to the cloud. And then you can get the benefit of all the robust generative AI capabilities. Use it against your data, your corporate information, and you can set it up so that it never leaves the bounds of your corporate environment. So all of a sudden, you can use the power of AI with your stuff, with your corporate things, and keep it within a safe space. This is another graphic that communicates the same thing. Wanted to highlight LangChain. LangChain is a popular tool that actually makes it fairly easy to chain together these various activities, where essentially you can pull together that set of documents and the vector database and the large language model. And LangChain basically allows you to interconnect a lot of these pieces together and sort of create your own system that leverages external resources and internal resources and whatever logic you want. So LangChain, I think, just hit its first anniversary, I think earlier this week or last week. And in 1 year, again, the amount that's happened in a year is amazing. But one thing is, if you're interested in retrieval augmented generation and you want to get into a little bit of getting your hands dirty and do some coding, LangChain is a great resource to assist with that. Llama Index is also a great resource. Llama Index, whereas LangChain is really focused on interconnecting all of the pieces, Llama Index is really about optimizing all of these different data sources. Again, video, audio, documents, PowerPoint, Slack, Excel, stuff in the cloud, Salesforce, SQL databases, Notion websites, all sorts of things. Using tools like Llama Index can help build your own repository of data and make it accessible to the capabilities and the power of these large language models. And as noted in a report from IBM, by grounding an LLM, a large language model, on a set of external verifiable facts, then retrieval augmented generation reduces the chances that it'll leak sensitive data, make incorrect or misleading data. Retrieval augmented generation also reduces the need for users to continuously train the model on new data, because really the model is giving you, if you will, kind of the inductive reasoning abilities, but then you're using those abilities against your own data. So you don't have to reprogram the whole system. You just update your data set, and all of the reasoning gets applied to your data set. And again, you can set up the guardrails and tell it, don't go outside of the bounds of my own data. So that gives you the capability of leveraging even like pipeline, real-time stuff can go through and be used with these large language models using this retrieval augmented generation model. Now, there are more robust ones. I said at the higher levels of that, fine-tuning, where you actually start to update the weights in the neural network, changing the model itself. That is more robust and more elaborate than retrieval augmented generation, but it allows the model to become more finely honed to your perspective. Skip over this. Finally, you can actually develop your own models. Large language models, medium, small language models. A lot's happened. We've gone from a small number of large language models to a whole bunch in a very short amount of time, and there's no end in sight. Of that latter, let me give you a point and a counterpoint. IBM research, which I'm fond of because I'm a former IBMer, says that retrieval augmented generation is currently the best known tool for grounding LLMs on the latest verifiable information and lowering the costs of having to constantly retrain and update them. Candidly, it's where I'm spending the most of my time is in retrieval augmented generation. So it is a accessible thing that can help organizations. But there's a counterpoint, and I'll give it to you from Predabase. There are companies and efforts like Predabase that are creating low or no code fine tuning, where you could actually fine tune the entire model or develop and build small or medium, maybe even large language models without having to know all of the complexities of transformers and neural networks and programming, and can do it through a drag and drop interface. So whereas, IBM, for instance, has said, really retrieval augmented generation is the sweet spot. Organization like Predabase would say, why stop there? You can go all the way up the ladder toward fine-tuning and model generation. So that's sort of the point counterpoint. What I would say is, wherever you are on this process, take the next step. If all you've done is ChatGPT without it doing anything, start tweaking it, start testing it, work your way up to prompt engineering. Again, I think retrieval augmented generation is an accessible thing for a lot of organizations right now that don't require specialty knowledge at all. But with new releases, new software, there may even be the option of doing fine-tuning and model generation, even if you're not a large tech firm. Finally, remember that we want to keep AI in the loop with humans in control. And there have been discussions about ethics in AI, and I'm not going to repeat what they have to say, but Stanford did a great summit on this in a number of months ago, on basically AI in the loop rather than human in the loop. And remember, as we design, that we're in a different world than we used to be. Just as these programs are different, we're in a world of information abundance rather than information scarcity. That means transparency by itself isn't enough because you can overwhelm people. There's a difference between knowledge and wisdom. Efficiency and effectiveness have trade-offs. You can make something highly efficient, but not necessarily effective. Who benefits? A lot of these systems basically use us as the data and us as the tuners. Are we benefiting, or are the companies that are developing this? What is the value proposition, and how does it contribute to human flourishing? We need to keep these in mind when we build trust. Again, thank you very much. I hope this helped you help AI to learn, and considering how we can climb that ladder of trust, grounding AI and building trust in generative AI applications. So thank you very much. Brandon, it's all over to you now.
Thank you so much, Jason. All I have to say is you have had the highest sustained viewership out of everybody. So, imagine you're talking about AI at a conference about AI, and people are finding it engaging and interesting. And in general, there's a lot of folks that just wanted to express thankfulness of your or the attention to detail of making it so accessible and unintimidating. And that's been reverberated through a couple of different comm channels that we have here. So we're going to get ready for Dr. Umidi, Dr. Brown, finally,
yay.
Since we had some logistics challenges. And now we're going to have the next sessions in just about 5 minutes. Thank you again.
Thank you, Brandon.
Okay.
In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted. Welcome to Intellect Horizon, where the future is not a distant mirage, but a vivid painting come to life. This is not a mere conference. It is a symphony of innovation, a dance of ideas, a global chorus singing the song of a new era. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where the extraordinary becomes the everyday. Web3, XR, and AI, they're not just technologies, they're the brushstrokes on the canvas of our future. Picture a world where information, like an endless ocean, flows freely, unbound by the islands of centralized authorities, connecting continents of thought and innovation. A world where the digital realm is not a separate entity, but an extension of our reality, as seamless and infinite as the cosmos, where the only limit is the edge of your imagination. Envision experiences so immersive, they dissolve the line between the dream and the waking, like a mirage that you can touch, feel, and live in. Imagine a world where intelligence is not confined to the human mind, but blossoms in the digital landscape. A vibrant forest teeming with life, where every leaf is a thought, every branch a new idea. This is the world you are destined to shape. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We are the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will change your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Intellect Horizon, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Register for Intellect Horizon today. Join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted.
Okay, we are here, and man, did Dr. Baker give a fantastic, incredible, mind-blowing thing. They can only be topped, I would imagine, by Dr. Joseph Humid. So, no pressure. And then, after you blow away the crowd, what's going to happen? Dr. Brown was saying that he's going to quadruple whatever number the collective of you guys have combined. He's laughing because he's in the chat room and he can't respond and you can't see him. So, Joseph, I have one question. What are you going to talk to us about? What are you going to present? We can't wait to find out.
Something that no one else is talking about on this tremendous conference, and somehow it's going to make sense by the time I'm done in 25 minutes.
Do you know why they're not talking about it? Out of respect, because they couldn't do the justice like you could.
Oh my gosh. Brandon,
so
all I can say is this. Coaching, which is my passion, and geeks and tech people don't usually mix, but every one of your presenters, led by you, has so much relational, emotional intelligence and are so authentic and connecting so well. I think you're starting a tribe that I'm believing my session is all about, the combination of caring, kind, smart people with the latest in technology. Congratulations.
Well, it's not my congratulations. It's everybody that's here. It's every speaker, and especially Dr. Brown, who has been exceedingly accommodating with the ups and downs and logistics and planning and everybody involved. But I could go on, but I have to give him a hard time later. I will give you the stage. You should be able to present your screen. I will drop off and it will be all you.
Thank you so much, Brandon. And let's see if we can get this on full screen. 1, 2, 3. Are we there yet? I believe we are. Thank you very much. Well, thank you for the privilege of bringing what I call transformational coaching, another stream.
Just one
Yes?
quick second. I don't
Go
think
ahead.
if you're sharing your screen, you
you're
have
right.
to hit the present, and then with present, you want to hit the share screen button, and you should be up and running.
How about that? Boom, present and share screen, and that should do it. So now I can get back and hit it, and let's see if this time you can see it. Yes or no, sir? 1, 2, 3.
We still do not have it. You may have to press OK. And
all right. Well, while I'm fooling around with tech, now you know why I lean on guys like Jason Baker, who knows everything about tech, right? And I'm able to not have to learn as much. There we go. Allow stream. Yes, allow. Select. Believe so far I'm hitting my share screen and hit it. Boom. And to see your screen, yes, I want you to see my screen, but it's not allowing me to see the screen. Stream this to your audience. Boom. It's not working either, sir.
What also works, and this, by the way, for those of you who are watching now, it is a fantastic time.
It is a learning
Run
moment.
to the bathroom and or grab a cup of tea. So if you, an alternate is you have the ability to hit present slides, and then you can upload slides from your computer.
Oh, I see. That'll be interesting. Let's try that. Oh, you upload file. Look at you. Okay. And that is what we plan on doing here.
The second that those are up, we will put them out on stage. And then we should be up and operational.
Boom. Is that up?
I do not see anything, but this might be a good prompt for Dr. Brown. And then based off of that, we can do the old switcheroo. Let's see. Dr. Brown, if you have, if you want to prepare your slides, I'll give it. Oh, wait, no, look at that. Pressure makes diamonds.
You mean it's working?
And would you look at that? I will drop off now, and you are on stage.
Thank you, sir. Well, you saw me under pressure, and with Brandon's help, I survived. Hey, this is a very unique session because it's the combination of people that are supposed to be the most highly caring, people skilled, concerned about the people's human aspect of their transformational journey in business, life, family, combined with the analytical and data processing prowess of AI. And I believe that the two of those streams can, are, and should come together even more to facilitate a powerful, lasting change in individuals and in the cultures that they shape at work. So it's really an important combination of the two that I'm beginning to integrate in my own 30-year journey. I've been in the coaching educational business for 30 years. I developed a curriculum at Regent University that trained hundreds, thousands of leaders. Many of them went on in 29 countries and 14 languages to wind up training coaches all over the world and in a transformational way. And so I take a great appreciation for Regent to being one of the first to innovate coaching at a master's and doctoral level. In fact, at the time in which I was training in there, I think we had more doctoral dissertations on coaching than any other university in the world. And it was a great honor. And so what I have realized, though, is that with the role of AI, there's more excitement and more buzz and more interest in coaching today than in the heyday of when I was training all these leaders at the university. And personally, I'm kind of reinvigorated and renewed myself at my ripe old age, which I'm not going to tell you, but I'm on fire for the next evolution and phase of the combination of coaching with what's happening with the technology around us. In fact, if you'd like to, there's a little website here, www.regent.edu/roundtables, in which I think in next week they're actually doing research roundtables on AI in business and then AI in coaching. So that's a little plug for Regent. I've got great colleagues there with Jason Baker, who just preceded me, and then Dr. Bill Brown, who is following me. And it's amazing that the three of us are on here at the same time together. So I think the question that a lot of you may be intuitively asking, what makes coaching transformational? I know sports coaching. I know kind of SMART goals and, productivity. That's kind of the bread and butter. If coaches can't help people do what Weight Watchers and other groups do, basically use accountability and support and encouragement to help you achieve your goal, well, coaches shouldn't be in business. But I'm talking about transformational coaching. And let me say this, that I've discovered, at least from my calling and my vocation, that transformation is not so much about information. It's more about motivation. And that means that even though AI opens up all the information that we could ever imagine, it doesn't necessarily mean there's personal or organizational transformation as a result. You still need to deal with the motivational factors in which coaches are really good at. And that has to do with some softer stuff, but it's the stuff of how we're wired, our unique design, personality, temperament, gifting. It's also our unique kind of, I guess I would call it desires, core values and passions that cause us to really want to live for something, say no, 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 and yes to the best once we can clarify them. And it's our unique dreams. It's kind of the Simon Sinek why, our purpose, our mission, kind of our calling that we need to get in touch with. All of that results in our unique destiny, which is kind of our legacy of influence that we want to leave to our children, our children's children, our community, and beyond. And so those are the transformational part of coaching that, combined with the informational part of AI, can really take this to a whole new level. They gave me the title at the university of EVP of Student Happiness. It's because our founding chancellor wanted me to start a Center for Student Happiness. And of course, by that, he meant flourishing, or the ability to really be transformed, to be the best version of yourself for the world that you could be. And we've discovered my key role at the university is retention. We spend thousands of dollars getting students there, as any university would, but we discovered that for every 10,000 students, if you can raise the retention rate 1%, you're going to save the university $1 million. And by the ability to bring in the Center for Student Happiness a coaching model that's transformational, and I've trained 1,700 staff in kind of retention conversations, which is transformational conversations, our retention rate, along with other efforts that we always do at the university, has gone from 88% to like 92 to 93. And that's a big difference. Our students are recruited, and there we keep them to the goal, which is getting them a degree. So if we understand that what makes coaching transformational, including trust with the coach, which, as Jason Baker just pointed out, can and should be done with our AI research. The next question then becomes, well, what is the transformational promise of AI? And of course, that's where we keep bumping into ChatGPT as kind of the doorway to a whole wider audience. No longer do you need to be a geek or somebody that's just loves to be alone in a cubicle with your technology. This tech know-how is for everybody, everywhere, anytime. And that's changed the game. And so imagine an entrepreneur, let's say call him Alex, and he's really adept at creating fantastic products, but he struggles with crafting compelling product descriptions. Or so he now starts using ChatGPT, and he generates all this creative and engaging product write-ups without delving into the complexities of AI technology. And just the ease of use democratizes AI capabilities and allows non-tech experts to leverage its power for their specific needs. And that's why these platforms that have been mentioned, and I hope that you go back and if you're watching this, look at all these presenters, amazing platforms they're talking about. It takes this gap, this huge gap, at least for coaches and consultants, and it closes the gap between complex tech and everyday users. And it does it really, I think, by providing intuitive interfaces. So in the realm of coaching, this is a game changer. Think of Sarah. She's a life coach, a leadership coach, and she's very phenomenal at guiding her clients through their journeys, but she might struggle with managing the admin side. In fact, I'll tell you the truth, most of the coaches I've trained, almost 20,000, not me personally, but these Regent grads, and they take the credit for it. They got great people skills, just like Brandon Models and the other presenters, but they don't have admin skills. Believe me, they don't like that side of it. But Sarah now can use AI to automate tasks like email responses or schedule management or social media management. And that gives her the ability to move from 50% of her time doing what she loves, transformational coaching, to like 85 to 90%. She gets more focus on her clients, lets AI take care of these routine administrative tasks. That's the beauty of making AI accessible. The possibilities for all of us to enhance our work, people that are care as social workers, counselors, coaches, people that have the emotional realm of and the mental health realm and the kind of holistic realm, regardless of their technical know-how. They're back in the game. They're back doing just in time on post-COVID situations of people that we're all facing. This is really making a difference. So here's Coach Chris, for example. He's a seasoned life coach and a leadership coach, and he's really good. I mean, he can tailor make coaching conversations, sessions so good. But despite his skills, even his intuition, there's patterns in people that he's not picking up. They're kind of beneath the surface, and he's missing them. So what did he do? Well, he turned to machine learning, a subset of AI, as a tool to enhance his coaching methods. So utilizing kind of a machine learning tool to analyze the data from his sessions. which include his notes, his feedback, even patterns in the client's communication and decision making. He still had the human touch in coaching, but he was now augmenting his capabilities to serve his clients even more deeply. And he's working with Sarah. Sarah is really an amazing executive, high performance. She's struggling with burnout. And Chris is trying to help her. And his AI machine tool identified that Sarah's decision-making patterns shifted significantly during periods of high stress, which notably reflected through certain keywords and phrases in her communication during those times. So by analyzing the data, Chris was able to pinpoint specific triggers and stress patterns, enabling him to work with Sarah and to be able to devise more personalized strategies kind of for managing that workload stress. So remember, I'm not saying that machine learning solved Sarah's burnout. That resolution came through the human-centric coaching from Chris, the strategies they developed together with this client, and Sarah's dedication to implementing. But the AI provided a layer of insight that otherwise was hard to get to. That's the beauty, I believe, of intertwining the AI transformational revolution with the coaching, transformational coaching process. You also see it here with Linda's story. Dreamfire Coaching is kind of a brand that I developed. They call me sometimes Dr. Dreamfire Strikes Again. Its dream is your purpose and passion. Fire is your purpose and fire is your passion. And it's the convergence of the two. In fact, one of my students came up with the rap. I'm not going to rap it for you, but if your why, that's your purpose, doesn't make you cry, that's connected to your passion, then the price of commitment is always too high. Meaning you're not going to stay in the game, in the battle. You're not going to finish your degree. You're not going to endure. You're not going to be resilient. You're not going to do all of that unless you have clarity on your dream fire, your purpose, and your passion. So Linda found herself in a very common situation, tough spot, making a living, not doing what she loves. She's stuck in a job that no longer brought her satisfaction or joy. And that's so common in the corporate world. I can't tell you how many people, I think it's above 65% in the C-suite that don't love what they're doing anymore. Once filled with enthusiasm, now it's monotonous and people are feeling trapped. They're constantly imagining a different career path, but uncertain how to navigate it. So she knew she wanted something but more fulfilling, but the what and the why she couldn't get clarity on. That's when she took a pause. She got into some Dreamfire coaching with the coaches we trained, but now our coaches are AI coaches as well. And so they helped her by using AI to help name her core values with different ways to get at it that hadn't worked in traditional assessments or other even conversations. So it opened up clarity, AI, to name her personal core values. It gave her new options of knowing her why and how to get there. And as a result, she actually moved away from what she thought she needed, an MBA, Master of Business Administration, and she went after an MFA, a Master of Fine Arts. And today, she's creating amazing cultures in the business world of relational honor for different C-suites and companies through her workshops and coaching. Amazing shift that is bringing her so much more fulfillment and satisfaction. So that clarity and purpose isn't just a job now for a good coach. It's a job for a good coach using great AI tools to help their clients. Think of Spotify. You know the Spotify story. It knows our music taste, sometimes eerily well, right? And it does that by using AI in a very straightforward way. Think about your Spotify playlist, like Discover Weekly. You ever wonder how it seems to know you so well? I mean, it's because Spotify's AI looks at what we listen to, what we skip, and what we replay, and it digs into the types of songs we like, examining everything from the tempo to the key, and uses this data to predict what else we might like. It's a real smart system that takes lots of data, our listening habits, and turns it into something useful and fun, a personalized playlist. Now, I want you to imagine with me, if you could, using AI in a similar direct way in our coaching sessions or consulting sessions, not to replace our expertise, but to enhance it. I mean, I spend a lot of time, and sometimes I'm not successful as I want to be, getting my coach trainers to help the coaches be better listeners. And, you know, if you're sucking the oxygen out of the room in a conversation and not letting your client do most of the talking, you're already in trouble. But even then, you can be listening at a level, well, that isn't going to be transformational. And I call it discovering the intuition indicators. But AI can help you get there, because AI analyzes conversations from our sessions to notice patterns that might be tough for a coach to see in the moment. Like if a client often talks about feeling anxious when discussing work, AI could flag that pattern, help us focus on and address it more effectively in future sessions. I got a friend named Elijah Rowe. He's the author of Navigating AI with Faith. And great read. He's single. Elijah is introverted, and he pinches his pennies. And so he decided he's going to prompt Chat GPT with these questions. Number one, I live in Seattle. I have a small budget. Please suggest some first date ideas. Gave him some great ideas. Second question, the girl I'm taking out is very introverted and quiet. Which do you think will be the best option? Great suggestions, like go to the library and different ones. But here's the kicker. This is where it really gets interesting. His third question was, what should I be saying on my first date? You imagine that? What should I be saying? That's like coach training. You want to know what the answer was from ChatGPT? Ask open-ended questions, be an empathic listener, and remember, it's okay to have moments of silence. Those are the very things that I train transformational coaches to do. So he got to combine a tailor-made AI response with the modeling of that behavior to him by his own coach. He could actually see his coach do that for him. I think that's an amazing illustration of the power of that. So, of course, another illustration is just I guess I call it the diagnostic discernment. It's not diagnostic, it's just really discerning. AI doesn't diagnose people, and neither does coaching. But there is an amazing potential to discern, helping coaches to discern better. You know, so Lisa's coming. She's feeling overwhelmed a lot, but she can't identify the triggers that are plunging her, into this turmoil. So here we go, AI with the tools of analyzing speech, text, and being able to look at nuanced patterns that might be subtly influencing her. And all of a sudden, by processing transcripts of your sessions with Lisa, you got a recurrence of certain words, certain phrases, certain ways she says them that shows when she's tired or drained. And it's amazing because this is what it means to listen to what really matters, not just listen to the noise, but listen to what matters to Lisa. And AI can help a coach to do that. I just love it. And of course, when we look through the AI, it's imperative that we do so with always using our insights ethically, always prioritizing our clients' autonomy, their privacy, their well-being, ensuring that the implementation of technology serves to enhance, not undermine, the sacred trust and integrity embedded in the coaching relationship. And Dr. Brown is going to address the ethics of AI with you in his session right after mine. And how about mental wellness? I mean, there's so much stuff going on in the West here in the US regarding student stress and mental issues. Our counseling are log jammed with 2-week waiting times. Our coaching sessions are backed up. We got all kinds of stuff. And so how about Wobot? It's an AI chat box, and it provides immediate responses supporting users navigating through their emotional struggles and demonstrating supportive potential of AI in mental health. So here's Alex, one of our college students. He's grappling with this sense, the stress of academic life and social pressures, and he's overwhelmed. I mean, the overwhelming factor you got to watch for the suicide and students dropping out. We're on top of that all the time. But especially at late hours at night, with his traditional support structures not being readily available. And that's where Wobot steps in as a unique ally, 24/7, to lend an empathetic digital ear. And it uses principles derived from cognitive behavioral therapy to engage with users like Alex, helping them recognize, reframe cognitive distortions, providing feedback, even tracking the user's mood over time. And so Alex then has another part of his team in the Wobot app that helps him along with his coach or even counselor to navigate what he's going through in that particular season aspect of his life. And that's a great example of how AI can be used ethically, because it's being used in the mental health space, always with a trained professional. It's not something that you just delegate to a robot or to an AI machine, but it's technology as a supplemental aid, providing more resources. I just love that, and I love the ability to partner together with that. So let's just envision then a future of AI-assisted coaching, leadership coaching, life coaching. You've got IBM Watson, now Merative, which has been used in numerous industries, including healthcare, analyzing data, assisting professionals in making more informed decisions. IBM Watson doesn't make decisions for healthcare professionals, provides them with options to make decisions. And it always has that human connection. So let's kind of wrap this up and think about how to use AI to get more coaching clients. I don't know about you, but I've kind of no longer interested in training another 20,000 leadership coaches around the world unless I can help them monetize that training, have a stream of income to get clients. And that's the number one pain point for most coach training companies who build helping people to build their own coaching business. And 70% of transformational coaches have an aversion to selling, to marketing, and the technology time they have to learn to do it all. We found, in one sense, is the holy grail by developing and piecing together a platform. We call it the Dreamfire platform that minimizes that with coaches. It's kind of a done-for-you platform. And in it, it helps people to connect with the people that are looking for them, the right people that they really can match with, not in a dating relationship, but in a coaching relationship. And it digs through heaps of data and enables the coaches to find the type of niche and the type of client that is really ready for them and eager and would most be willing to pay for their services, because it's just that just-in-time learning for them. It also helps keep track of potential clients. Just think of it as a super organized assistant using AI, tracking clients, reminding them of the time to get in touch with them. And it's an amazing way in which you can create wonderful, helpful, value-based content for people. And they love it. I mean, blogs, videos, emails, anything that people just want to be nurtured by you before they're ever hired for your services. You can help them with great content, knowing what they're looking for and what they need, and nurturing them. And then, of course, with the 24/7 bots, you can answer their question anytime, including when you're sleeping, and it makes any visit kind of to your website more fruitful. So I think AI has now solved the number one problem of coaches that invest a lot of time and money in getting certified, and that is they can actually find the clients that they got trained to find in the first place. So what do we want to do here? We want to also recognize that because coaches are not advertising and selling and don't want to do it, the AI can do that for them. And that enables a unified ad management, a dashboard where you don't need all kinds of managers. AI can do it. Intuitive audience identification. This is great for authors, for online educators. It's a major industry outside of universities, just the amount of money people are spending for online education. And AI can craft ad variations, adopt ad testing, do cross-platform performance analysis of how those ads are working, and give you recommendations for how to budget your ad spend. I've never seen a day like this where the ability for coaches and people helpers to really find the people that they've been trained to find. So let's wrap up. Transformational coaching and AI convergence. I would just like to thank you for allowing Regent University to be represented here, Brandon and the others. And along with what I developed at Regent, we also have kind of a platform with a nonprofit and a for-profit that we would love to collaborate with any of our audience on. That means resources that we could help each other with, what we've learning together, what we developed. Any of you out there that want to address your learnings from this wonderful conference to kind of your entrepreneurial business that may be in the people skills, and now you can see how you can combine them. I'd like to offer that collaboration invitation where we could partner together, affiliate programs, simply share some resources. As I said, I've got some things that I've written over the last months, especially regarding use of AI and in the kind of things we're talking about. So if you would like to collaborate, which I know is one of Brandon's main purposes for this conference, is what we do together afterwards as universities, as individuals, or whatever, please feel free to contact us. Let's keep the dialogue going. You can contact us by just emailing my assistant, Mark, at lifeformingcoach.com. That's one word, lifeformingcoach.com. And just say AI, went to the AI thing, and we'll just start to connect with you and give you some of the things I'm talking about here. I'm going to wrap this up for the sake of getting plenty of room to breathe for my colleague, Bill Brown. And I want to thank you, Brandon, for allowing this kind of outlier talking about coaching in this AI summit to have a voice and a space in it. And once again, it's your kindness, your generosity, and your role modeling of the very things that I'm passionate about that made me know I should be here when you invited me. So thanks so much. Glad to be with you.
Absolutely. No, it's not anything that I've done, but it's the fact that everybody else is here, yourself included. Dr. Brown, I feel, has been through the ringer with this. He was there from the inception. He has had to be exposed to me for years, and he hasn't even gotten hazard pay for that. If you can imagine, poor man. So without further ado, we will make sure, Dr. Brown, that we adjust the schedule to accommodate so that you are uninterrupted in your presentation, because you have waited so very long. And I feel like it is one that I am perhaps the most excited about. And we even have backstage Dr. Seppi, who is keeping an eye on things. So if you'd like to load up your slides, I will either through screen share or you can upload them and I will put them on stage for you to click through. You let me know and we will get cracking. This is also a fantastically valuable opportunity for those in the interim to be able to have a bathroom break or a tea break or both, should they so choose. So, but don't go away. Right when you thought that you had a break, the action just keeps on going. In the meanwhile, as you're getting that set up, I guess I'll just start to give people a little bit of a background on yourself. So, Dr. Brown, you're a research fellow in the Humanities Department in the School of Communication and the Arts. You have done other conferences with me in the past where you've been a luminary of ideas of how is it that we can work on making impactful, positive change, how communication can be the mediator for that. And not only that, you have spent extensive time, both academically and consulting through your treasured and storied history of working on everything from the hum log, which I don't know if you're covering per se, to looking at the impacts of social media. And then because you have so much free time, you were actually just over at Oxford recently, and I believe you had a new book, not just any book, a particularly exciting fiction book that is a page turner for sure. Is that an accurate statement?
You're very kind, Brandon. Can you see my slides now?
We can hear you. Based off of that expression, you can hear us, which means that
We're
the
good.
stage
We're good to
is
go.
yours.
Thank you for a warm welcome. There's nothing more fulfilling than seeing your students do great things, like yourself and like Dr. Baker, who both know much more than I'll ever know. And I want to start. I want to give greetings to all of you throughout many nations of the world. Thank you so much for joining us here. I want to start with giving tribute to one of my mentors, Dr. Everett M. Rogers, who was the Walter H. Annenberg Professor of Communication at the University of Southern California when I was doing my master's degree and PhD there. And he was one of my mentors who got me all involved in this. Those of you with the Stanford connection, Silicon Valley, you may remember when Dr. Rogers was the Peck Professor of International Communication at Stanford University from 1975 through 1985. He wrote The Diffusion of Innovations, the most cited book other than a research methods book in the social sciences, 5 editions. He wrote Silicon Valley Fever while he was there. If you want to read a good read on the history of how Silicon Valley got started, that's a great read. I have a connection to that area because my wife is from San Jose. I have a connection to those of you at MIT because I grew up right down the road from MIT. I'm originally from Boston. Those of you that know the Cambridge Watertown line, Mount Auburn Cemetery, I grew up right around there, walking distance to what you call Harvard Square. I've lost my Boston accent, but I just wanted to give tribute to Dr. Rogers, who's a great mentor to me, and he passed away this week 19 years ago. So I was remembering him today. Okay, ethics. Dr. Baker did a great job, dealing with trust, and Dr. Umidi, you're dealing with people, and ethics is really dealing with people. How people ought to be treated. And when we look at AI, I want to look at it. So we have a public relations things we have to deal with because of some of the challenges with AI and concerns about how people are going to be treated. And so I want to put this in the whole context of why don't we present AI, and Dr. Umidi and Dr. Baker both mention this as human flourishing, what the Greeks called eudaimonia, translated soul happiness or flourishing. I like Kierkegaard's comment on flourishing, the great Danish philosopher. He goes, "I have conceived of myself as intent upon standing up for the ordinary in a bungled and demoralized age, and making it lovable and accessible to those of my fellow creatures who are capable of realizing it, but who are led astray by the times and who chase after the uncommon." I TikTok and the extraordinary. I have understood my task to be like that of a person who himself has become unhappy, and therefore, if he loves human beings, particularly desires to help others who are capable of realizing happiness. So I love that. I love that quote because when we talk about artificial intelligence, we have these concerns regarding the use of AI in education and learning. We talked about these, many of your speakers have already talked about these concerns, the potential of AI to overwhelm us, the potential of AI to be difficult to control and manage, the potential of AI to get into hands of people that don't have moral or ethical guidelines guiding them. We would say bad actors. The problem of AI being used to manipulate and create misinformation and false narratives that can be used to misinform and manipulate people. So these are all, and then this fifth one, AI can compete with human beings for supremacy. So, Elon Musk and some others have been talking about this. So these are all the treacherous waters that we need to avoid. And the way that we can avoid these and go on our expeditions and end up in peaceful waters, as you see in Copenhagen there, is to use AI. We can navigate treacherous waters using AI ethically. So we're going to have to require ethics to do this. And we can use ethical models and principles that will help us to realize the great potential for AI in education and learning. And first, we got to believe that it can be used for human flourishing. So we have to take a more positive attitude toward, we can do this, and we can do it ethically. And if we do, we can be very optimistic about its use. And then building on that belief, we can then explore how AI can be used to enhance education and learning through the judicial application of AI in an ethical way. So let's deal with some key conceptualizations of digital ethics. Pfizer identified 3 types of schools: meta-ethics, normative ethics, and applied ethics. And here I'm focusing on applied ethics. We can think of digital ethics as a system of values and moral principles for the conduct of human-to-machine and machine-to-machine interactions. In particular, we seek to apply digital ethics to the processes of formal and informal learning, which I'll go into more detail. And we can understand digital ethics as being socially constructed through a utilitarian ethical perspective and as a societal moral values from a Kantian ethical perspective. And we can view this ethical approach to digital ethics as encompassing both hard ethics, so the rules and regulations we have to follow, but also soft ethics, which I'm going to focus more on, what we ought to do and not ought to do, which goes beyond just following regulations. When we look at learning, we have to look at 2 types of learning. We look at formal learning and informal learning, and sometimes we forget about all the informal learning, which actually now is greater than the formal learning. Think of formal learning as, our educational institutions, private schools, educational programs where you get degrees, certificates, and so forth. And informal learning concerning media consumption. All the types of learning that goes through media when we use media. Okay, I lost my PowerPoint here.
I can step in here to be your omnipotent voice from above. So it
Do you
looks.
still see it?
I do. So it appears that you are screen sharing right now, and it might be in a different tab. So yeah, try to reshare, and that might fix it.
Okay.
Don't worry. Today has been a story of technical complications. So
no, that's okay.
I'll distract with my face.
Are you
actually? Right. That might cause a more negative reaction. So no worries at all.
Okay, is it back yet?
So if you hit the present and then you select the share screen, you should be able to have the screen share reactivate, and I'll add it on stage. Okay.
Okay, is it back? There we go.
It looks like you're back.
Okay.
The elephant in the room.
Elephant in the ocean. Okay, so yes. So I took this metaphor a little farther. Instead of the elephant in the room, I'm going to talk about the elephant in the ocean. And that is what we call mediatization. It's our real learning environment. We have to, mediatization, it's a middle range theory that emerged from European scholars in the 1930s. People are increasingly shaped by public and mediated means of socialization through an intermingled process of media, cultural, and social change. So this is what mediatization looks like. It's fundamental to understanding transformation in human society by how we interact with communication technology and how we communicate. And Schultz conceptualized mediatization as 4 concurrent and related processes. Media serve as extensions that enable us to overcome time and space first. Second, mediatized experiences are normative to every person's social experience and lived experiences, and direct experiences are merged with mediatized secondary experiences. They all become one reality. And individuals and organizations must accommodate the creation of messages and meaning making to various media logics. So mediatization is important because we can't understand how we learn without understanding our interaction with media. Oftentimes we make this false dichotomy of entertainment and education. We have entertainment things that we consume and educational things. And that's not really true. We learn tremendously through entertainment. The best education has some entertainment components to it. So today, entertainment media are the most powerful sources of learning for children who spend more time using communication technology and consuming entertainment than they do in the classroom. That's a profound statement that we sometimes forget about, but the primary means of learning now is through interacting through media and a lot through entertainment media. Neil Postman, one of the great scholars who wrote early about this, commented on television. He said, all programs, no matter what you're watching, they educate you, even commercials. And we can say that about all media now. All media educate us. And therefore, the study of entertainment, its creation, consumption, and effects, and the study of how we learn through both formal and informal educational systems in informal learning environments can't be separated. So when we talk about learning and education, we can't just think about formal learning. We have to consider all the informal learning. So we have to understand who's controlling the media to fully comprehend how we learn. And we know that controlling the free flow of information and censorship, these are perhaps the greatest ethical threats of AI because they control how we learn. And we know manipulation of media through AI is a serious threat because the public can be made to live in an illusion, as Escher is drawn here, in which we think we know the truth about any particular subject or anything, but we're actually don't know the truth because we're told falsehoods or we're taking in propaganda. And recent the use of heavy fear appeal campaigns during the COVID pandemic really showed how easily we can be manipulated by fear and not facts and rational decision making. So I'm drawing here from Lewis right now because Lewis talked about informal learning through the access and the use of our imagination. Many of you know Lewis is a great Oxford scholar. Many of you know he had a transformation in his life from what he called being the most famous atheist there to being one of the great Christian writers of the 20th century and thinkers of the 20th century. And he explained how our imagination can also be a truth-bearing faculty, as important as reason. So it's not just we learn through reason, we also learn through imagination. And that's why we learn through entertainment. Entertainment engages our imagination. So we can't just look at cognitive processes. We have to look at emotional, affective, and also imagination. Let me give you an example of transcendent power of story. So one of my good friends, he was doing conversion studies and he's interviewing people. And he interviewed this man about his conversion experience. I believe he was agnostic to his conversion to Christianity. And my friend asked him, when did this start? He goes, oh, it started in a movie theater. And he said, my friend said, what were you watching? He figured a religious film. He said, I was watching Amadeus. My friend replied, the story of Mozart? How could this be? How could you start a conversion experience? This is not a religious film at all. Here's what happened to this man. He started watching this film and really got involved in it, which a good film transports you into a new world. When he was transported into that world, he began to see himself in one of the characters of the film, and that was, those of you familiar with it, Salieri. Salieri was a friend of Mozart, a contemporary composer, extremely jealous of Mozart because Mozart was brilliant and he was not. And he began to reflect on his own life, and he began to ask the question, am I as jealous, scheming, and evil as Salieri? And the more he thought about that question, the more he thought, you know what, I am kind of like him. And that brought about that self-reflection, a conclusion that he needed some kind of spiritual transformation. So stories can teach us a tremendous amount of things. They can engage our emotions and imagination so that we can learn something about ourselves and about other things that we maybe previously weren't open to learn about because we put up blocks, roadblocks, or cognitive blocks particularly things examining our own lives. Stories can evoke imagination and awaken conscience. And authentic stories captivate us and teach us morally and ethically. Stories are powerful influences, psychologically, emotionally, and spiritually, working on us as an indirect form of communication. And they can appeal to both reason and imagination. So Lewis never abandoned his reason in his stories. He ran, in Oxford, he ran the Debate Society for many, many years, but he combined imagination with reason, and particularly when he turned to writing fiction and from his apologetic works. So now let me connect this back to mediatization. How are adolescents learning? They're learning because they're immersed in media. Now look at this report from 2022. This is 27 EU countries. 95% using the internet daily from age 16 to 19. 86% using social media. 51% watching television every day. 90%, 15 to 24, saying they're skilled in digital technology use. And you can go on, you can read these statistics later on. You can see young people are completely immersed in a world of digital media consumption. And all of you know that. Any of you that work with young people, have children who are teens or young people, you know that. So entertainment media, they've become the most powerful sources of learning in the 21st century. Children and adolescents spend more time consuming entertainment media than in formal education. Young people are acquiring their knowledge, their values, their beliefs through their interaction with media. So the tools they use, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, WhatsApp, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, and so forth. And of course, their phones that they're connected to. And they even get their news and information through entertainment, like Comedy Central. Okay, now connecting to this to algorithms. Now, algorithms control the information flow, therefore they control how we learn and what choices we make. And if we have good information flow, we make good choices. Bad information flow, we make bad choices. But who is watching the people who control the flow of information? This is a key ethical issue. For example, if AI is used to hide information from the public during a health crisis, which happened during the pandemic, what other kinds of information is hidden from us? This becomes a key ethical issue. And without the guidance of ethical principles, algorithms will be used to manipulate all forms of learning and what we know and what we don't know. And of course, governments and powerful entities, organizations can use AI to manipulate us. So that's a key thing. So here are some ethical principles that we can use to tackle these tough issues. And I'll just go through them really quickly. Governance and stewardship. So the practice of establishing and implementing policies, procedures, and standards. And then stewardship in AI, in education, carefully taking into account all the ethical considerations from relevant stakeholders, which includes ethics governing data collection, learning analytics, and application to various people groups. Next, we have transparency and accountability. And I know many of your speakers have already talked about some of these principles. We have to have transparency in education and learning, clearly defining where data are collected, how it's collected, who owns it, how is it going to be used, how is it collected, analyzed, reported, who has access to it, accessibility to it, and so forth. And accountability requires regulation of AI in education and learning regarding the stakeholders' actions involved in the design of AI, including how it could be audited, minimization and reporting of negative effects, and so forth. So those two principles, very important. Next, we have sustainability and proportionality. And by the way, these are principles that are collected from a number of academic articles on AI and from the UNESCO documents on ethical principles in AI. So we have to have sustainability, proportionality, sustainability, dealing with the economic implications of AI, which we have to include, and accountability for potential job losses and so forth like that. And then we have next privacy, which many of your speakers have already dealt with, but we have to have privacy in the educational institutions when we're collecting data on students and on learners and so forth, and in informal education when we're collecting data on people consuming entertainment. Next, we have security and safety, also called in the literature non-malfeasance. And this requires that AI be designed and implemented in a manner that ensures the solution is robust enough to safeguard and protect data, and also safety, that the AI be designed, developed, and deployed in a risk management approach so that users are protected from unintended and unexpected harm. Next, we have the ethical principle of beneficence. And this principle is basically back to human flourishing, doing good, using AI to benefit somebody, a group, a people, society as a whole. AI can be designed, needs to be designed to benefit human beings, to do social good, to contribute to peace, promote the social good and the common good, and empower individual well-being and flourishing. Finally, we have freedom and autonomy. Ethical principle freedom requires, and I'm talking from an American constitutional standpoint, protection of guaranteed rights to life, liberty, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and self-determination. And the ethical principle of autonomy, which requires that AI not be used to deceive, manipulate, or hinder an individual's freedom of choice. And finally, we have inclusiveness, ethical principle of inclusiveness, also identified in some of the literature as justice and fairness, requires that we think about designing and implementing AI, accounting for the infrastructure, equipment, skills, and societal acceptance that will accommodate a diverse group of people in a specific region. So those are very particular to different regions of the world. And when we're applying algorithms, inclusiveness requires that they be designed and developed and diffused to minimize discrimination and biased algorithms, ensuring fairness and equity among diverse groups of beneficiaries. Human-centeredness, this principle requires AI should be designed and developed to complement and enhance human cognitive, social, and cultural capabilities while preserving meaningful opportunities for freedom of choice. This ethic preserves human autonomy, which we've already talked about, being able to live your life according to your own motivation without the influence of deception or manipulation. Paradox, finally. AI can be enhance learning and achieve high quality educational outcomes. All data in both formal learning situation and informal learning context can threaten human rights. So we've got this paradox going on, and these conflicts are the ones that create these important ethical dilemmas. If we apply the ethical principles, some of the main ones presented here and others that you may read and from other models, they can help us toward a discussion of laying out an ethical framework for AI in education and learning. Started with coming into a fresh haven in Copenhagen, and I'm going to continue and end on human flourishing. Magellan's voyage, 1519, left with 5 ships, returned with 1 as he was trying to discover the Spice Islands, a western route. We are now on our own expedition with AI, which has the potential to be one of the greatest periods of human flourishing. If we wisely allow ethical principles to guide our use of AI in education and learning, we could move forward toward achieving this dream. And last slide has references that I based this on, and all of you can get access to that on the website. So thank you, Brandon. I will hand it back over to you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Brown. That was fantastic. I appreciate the fact that you have been jostled around a little bit as we were navigating the oceans. See what we did there? Of the conference itinerary and schedule.
I'm sorry, I begin to sound like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. My voice just began to give way. I'm sorry about that.
You can start singing jazz here pretty soon. So deep, gravelly voice. Yeah. I appreciate it. At the moment, we will give it a minute to bring on Dr. Seppi Chakava again. I feel she's with us everywhere. She managed to escape the Asia School of Business. Not that you would want to, because if you look behind me, it is a fantastically beautiful location, but because they lowered the gates, sealing us in. So the question is, are they keeping us in, or are they stopping us from getting out? I'm not certain quite yet. With that said, thank you again, and I will go on ahead and get ready for our next session with Dr. Chakva or Seppi, Richard Barber, and Bianca Bauer. And this is a fireside chat on artificial intelligence, rigor meets relevance. And why I'm particularly excited about this one, you may question, you may say, Brandon, what were you thinking? Well, one, I can't tell Richard, who is running Mind Tech Group, no. Look at him. He'll give me a stern talking to, and as a executive board member with more experience than I have in capacity of memory, I think we have to just tell him yes. And on top of that, his engineering background is pretty incredible. So he is our board, the one that has the executive background. And then we wanted to take it down to a startup level, because we have this thing, it's called Starshot Startups. And that is Miss Bianca Bauer. And we have, of course, academia, and I feel like friend of the conference, the rock of what we've done so far, and I don't know how she's still up, Seppi from the University of Oxford, who, as we all have heard and had an impromptu, she's created the Babelfish, the Star Trek Universal Translator. She's been in AI and VR and all of the things that we're talking about since time immemorial, and has so many interesting, fascinating stories that it makes it seem like I've done nothing with my life and that I'm behind severely in life. So with that said, the format of this conversation is really an opening conversation about differing perspectives of rigor and relevance in the application of artificial intelligence from a startup from an academic and from a executive side. So enterprise, startup, academic. I will be the moderator or referee that will step in case things get too heated. But outside of that, I thought we could give it a nice start with everybody's perspective on AI and its use and its application. And I don't want to be presumptuous. Richard, can you kick us off?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you so much, Brandon. I understand today that we've at this conference we've got 33,000 attendees across the globe, including all the major AI companies and startups, and we're simulcast real time in 30 languages leveraging AI. So that's just truly fantastic. And thanks for leading us in this conference. So just a bit more about me. So Brandon mentioned a couple things. I have both a technical and a business background. So the undergraduate's in physics, although I have done some engineering work, but it's actually physics. And my first job was at IBM, and second job was doing telecom chip design. I've also got a background in automation, both in electronics manufacturing and automating business processes. So I'm also a C-level executive, I've been on board of directors for the past 10 years, and I'm certified in board governance. And so I'm coming at AI from a governance perspective, from this kind of company leadership perspective. So I'm going to cover a couple topics related to education and business, kind of the theme of this fireside chat. The first is a new AI avatar technology that I have just learned a bit about, and the second is about an education gap that I see in the business world for AI. So for this AI avatar, just talk briefly about what it is, the use cases, and what to do if you want more information. So it's a browser-based evaluation tool for students and business people who are either making a presentation or doing role-playing or other kind of evaluation type situations. And so this could be evaluations for students or business people. There's often presentations that students do and then in class and get evaluated. So in the business world, this could be practicing for presentations like sales pitches and that type of thing. So we can do this for role plays as well. So it's a very interactive fashion, and it's on a web browser. So it's a scalable and affordable way to do this type of activity. So to do this, the AI is trained on the knowledge of the topics that and typical questions that would be asked, and it can either generate the questions itself, or you can kind of specifically identify them. And at the end, the AI application tells the presenter how they did. And so I call this kind of mass customization for students and business people. So this is just an example of how AI can enhance or disrupt education and business. And I've had to do these types of things myself, leading sales teams where you're doing role plays and presentations. And so this one kind of caught my eye, but I'm also exploring to see whether it can be used for board training and presentations, which I think it can. So the second topic I wanted to chat about was just an education gap in the business world for AI, and specifically AI governance education for board of directors and senior managers. A recent survey found that it's from Deloitte, found that 60% of board members are providing no AI oversight at all. So what I mean by this is board of directors and senior management having some understanding about what are the risks and opportunities of AI, and then overseeing how their organization is managing that on a regular basis. And another survey states that over half of employees are actually using generative AI on the job. And so we have these two groups. We have the senior management and board that are largely not providing any AI oversight, and then we have the employees who are largely using AI. So why is there so little AI oversight? Well, first, the leading generative AI application, ChatGPT, it's arguably the fastest growing software product in history. So if people aren't keeping up, they're not alone. And also, for board members and senior management, many of them do not have a technical background or any experience directly with AI. And the age of board directors can be in the 60 years range, so they may not be adopting technology as quickly as younger generations. And many directors are simply afraid, and I think that a lot of them are hoping that AI will go away, but AI is not going away, and I think we're currently at an inflection point in history, and this is like the fourth revolution, with analogies, to like the creation of the internet or mobile phones, that type of thing. So to boards get a pass on AI? Then, well, unfortunately not. That the newness and complexity of AI, it doesn't absolve boards of their duty of care to the organization. And with regulations around the world, either in place or coming soon, litigation increasing, competitive advantage for early AI adopters, harm and bias. There's many reasons to get started on AI governance. So the next part of the problem is there really just isn't much education for boards and senior management yet from an oversight perspective. And of the education that's out there, many boards are just kind of starting their education journey. So those are some of the issues. So then, what do we do about it? What are the solutions? So three areas to highlight. One is, board training and AI oversight needs to be available in multiple formats and approaches. It needs to start with, the basics of AI, generative AI, and AI governance. And then, boards need, the second thing is boards need to get this on their training schedule and also needs to be part of their agenda topics, particularly for risk oversight. So key people that can help with this are the board chairs, the governance professionals in an organization. So this could be either the corporate secretary or the general counsel. These are often people that interface between the boards and senior management and help set agendas, training plans, skills matrix, etc. So, boards don't need to become, computer science experts in AI, but they do need to learn enough about overseeing AI to manage the risks. So that includes accountability, safety, bias, transparency, and human oversight. And if they haven't already, organizations need to implement an AI strategy, and that's providing a safe place for the organizations to use and explore the amazing benefits of generative AI, and also to manage the risks. And if you didn't know, there are frameworks out there and tools that can help with this. I'm also aware of another SaaS software program that's specifically designed to for the governance of AI and plugs into any type of AI application that you have. And so then it puts these use cases and evaluations, compares it against the guardrails that you set up in a dashboard view, which is actually perfect for boards and management to oversee AI. So so that covers some of the problems and some of the actions that I'm seeing from a kind of an education and business perspective on AI oversight. So why don't I pass it back to you there, Brandon?
Absolutely. So I was going to say that a lot of information and very, very helpful. So I know that some of the core concepts and principles of application are going to be quite interesting. And I know that Seppi, Dr. Chakva, do you have a thought or opinion on that as well?
Well, I mean, obviously it was a lot of information. Thank you for that. I'm just a bit slow at this time of the night to be able to process everything. Nevertheless, I think you touched upon several areas that, I mean, I think one of the problems that exist is when we are talking about AI, what aspect of AI are we talking about? What do we mean by that? Are we talking about narrow AI? Are we talking about applied AI? Are we talking about how we're going to sort of like when we talk about education? I mean, there is quite a lot of different layers to this thing. And I don't know, for benefit of some of the people, I mean, I have got very interesting discussion when one of my ex-students who happens to be the chief developer of Open ChatGPT. And when you have got that sort of interaction where people actually create this type of technologies, you get a completely different perspective of what is really inside the box. And I think what is inside the box and what is outside the box can sometimes be misleading. And I think the level by which the entrepreneurs and maybe tech companies are actually saying something, I think their terminology is also somehow debatable. So, I mean, who am I to sort of make a judgment on that? But that's really my perspective. And back to you, Brandon.
Absolutely, I will add myself back to the stage. And so we've now heard from an enterprise level, we've heard from an academic level, Ms. Bauer, do you want to jump in from a startup level?
Yeah, so again, I'm Bianca and I'm working on the startup Decoded. And while you do a startup, you basically have your hands full with everything. You're your chief marketing officer, you're your chief executive officer, so you need to do everything. And I think in this particular context, AI is great because it gives you tools how to do things faster and cheaper. And these are the two things we basically need as a startup, right? So just like as an example, when you want to create marketing material which looks good and you can really like market it, and there are like a lot of tools available now where you can create with templates and with AI really good marketing. And when you see the Intellect Horizon website, this is like one of the examples. For example, right, like usually you would have to create the text. You need to think about how to say it. You maybe need an expert in public speaking or how to engage a crowd. Do you have this knowledge? Probably not. But I can tell just like, hey, imagine you're an, I don't know, cult leader and a public speaker and CEO from this and this, and help me writing this text. I want to say this and this. Give me 5 variations to do it in the best way. So I get like my text done. Then I go to some kind of like Midjourney or Dolly and create the fitting picture to it. And then, for example, Canvas or Adobe will create, just stitch it together. And I have my finished product. It took me probably half an hour, 20 minutes. I didn't need an expert, and I have a good quality product. And I think this kind of example is applicable for a lot of areas for a startup. And I think this will enable startups to create a minimal viable product and a presence in a reasonable budget. So we don't have to spend 30,000 a week anymore to build an app, etc. There will be more cost-effective ways that you can test your first like minimal viable product. Yeah, so I think this is what I think so far. Oh yeah, back to Brendan, I guess.
Back to Brandon. Since about 5 o'clock in the morning. So we're going to innovate whilst we walk around the Asia School of Business. So we've spoken about how AI can be applied, how it can be used to educate, to innovate, and to accelerate, which are all very valid areas. What is the most practical and impactful area that you see AI having within the space and place that you play? Oh, I should mention, by the way, it's a round table style. So sorry, let me specify, Richard, if you please.
Yeah. Well, it'd be hard. It's hard not to mention ChatGPT 4 and or ChatGPT in general, and I'm a Plus user. So, and just from a practical perspective, I mean, the things that Bianca was talking about can be done in that application or other large language models. But yeah, and whether it's for you know, a startup or whether it's for larger businesses or education, you know, there's a reason why it's one of the fastest growing products in history, and it's because it's very impactful. The one challenge, and I kind of mentioned, you know, briefly about that in the discussion, is that you know, data privacy and confidentiality is an issue, and of course for businesses, for people to use it, you typically have to train the model on a little bit of information, point it to some websites, or upload some relevant data. If you're doing some financial analysis or product analysis, or as Bianca said, marketing, you know, you have to give it some information sometimes to be able to have it come back with something useful, and that's where data confidentiality becomes an issue within companies. But I think OpenAI, you know, with you know, ChatGPT Enterprise, and Microsoft with Office 365 Copilot are trying to address these types of confidentiality issues so that you can use data to create very cost-efficient and impactful results, but not training the model on your data, but also allowing it to access that data to create the good results. So that's a little bit of some chatbot kind of impact from my perspective. Bianca, why don't you go next?
Oh, I was waiting for the back to Brennan thing.
He was too slow. He was too slow. I just jumped in.
Okay, let's
see
just
it's
ignore the
delayed
rules.
reaction. Okay, and they're off.
Okay, so what I think in my field, you have this like pre-trained data sets, and the problem is that it's obviously a lot of information on the internet, and they're not always like 100% correct. And in my field, like I'm working on Decoded, a startup where we want to support the learning journey of whoever wants to learn. And I think the interesting thing is, obviously you have your own knowledge. So I did like some research in how you should study, etc. And then you can fine tune those data already pre-trained data sets, pre-trained models, and give them your scientific metrics, which will then make them more accurate for your use case. And I think the great thing is through this, you can personalize and tailor it to your specific need. So for example, I want to create study buddies for learners. And imagine just like you have someone and then you always get like personalized real-time feedback. So it will analyze how you study, what you do, how you perform, where your weaknesses are, and will like talk with you and help you out and explain things to you. And also it will know things which are highly scientific. And obviously someone, I don't know, let's say a primary school student will not have this knowledge or like this deep expertise. But we can feed the model with those information, and it will be basically applied on the use case. So the user will benefit from it, but they don't have to understand like every layer. And I think this is a really exciting thing for AI. Yeah, besides the marketing thing, because that made me really happy. So yeah, I will just give the stage to Sabina.
Thank you, Bianca. Well, I mean, generally speaking, I think when you're talking about AI, it's there are two things that you have to bear in mind. One is the obviously the level of complexity and accuracy of the model that you are, or your algorithm. I mean, as part of the work that I do at University of Oxford, I teach system engineering, software engineering. So when I try to design a system, so in this particular case, would it be a model, something that predicts or something that does one function? It depends on what sort of level of complexity you would put in. What are the, I mean, are you looking at something which is just sufficient, or are you looking at something which is basically addressing the requirements? So what I'm saying is that with any, if you look at the whole thing as a engineering problem, there are two issues that needs to be addressed. In terms of the AI. So we are here all talking about narrow AI because it's effectively the machine do one sort of process, and you define a model or algorithm, and then this is really it's about the level. I mean, the machine is not as intelligent as person. So if you are, it would not do anything which is you are not training it. Maybe you come up with some sort of a back propagation of a neural network and things like ChatGPT and all that stuff. But it is very dangerous when you create a system that you don't know what the system is going to do. And this is not because of the exploring things, but it's because if you want to, you have to be on top of the game. You have to be able to determine what is it that I want the system to do. And the level of complexity is really goes into how well you design the system. So we are clearly sort of bound by the physical limitations of all the resources and everything we have got. So that is one issue to consider. So what I'm saying is that your AI system is as clever as you design it. And if you try to be too clever and try to put things and a lot of parameters in that makes it obscure, it's just going to add more level of complexity in a negative way. Because if there is something that it doesn't achieve, then you need to go through a process and try to debug it, try to see why did I put this in? I mean, it's something that has to be designed from the engineering side. But I think the most important thing is the quality and integrity of the data that you use. And I mean, I'm a bit actually dubious about a lot of these some of these new products that come up and they call themselves generative AI, because these data have been, most probably they have been harvested throughout the pandemic, when we were just using most of these applications without being informed about our data, how these are relating. And then you give that to a machine, and the machine does some sort of a processing, which obviously the one who designs this doesn't know about it either. And then it comes with some sort of a completely unacceptable result, or very inaccurate results. And then we try to build our life based on these nonsense. So I think I'm very mindful of that. And I think that when it comes to actually trying to create something, we have to look at it from a engineering as well as from probably from the data science point of view. So asking the question from Brandon that says which sectors he thinks is going to be most affected. I think that if I put myself in the shoes of a big tech companies or big business, they always would be looking at the low-hanging fruits. And these low-hanging fruits currently, as we see it, with regard to AI, it goes in two different sectors. One is the I wouldn't say manufacturing, but it's a work processing. So I mean, if you've got something like Amazon, and then you've got these, I don't know, different type of machines and different type of robots that they do delivery and that sort of thing. It's a very narrow, but it's well-defined process. So that is one that is going to take away the job of many people. But one other thing is, I think it's in services industry, and you already see that in call centers. So I think one of the impacts of the large language models, and especially if you have got that together with voice cloning and that sort of thing, already a lot of big telecom companies or some of big business are replacing the call centers. So I think in a short term, it's stuff that, and actually this has all come back to the idea of if you have got a smart chat. I mean, ChatGPT and everything is just an interaction. It just looks at the database, but in this case, the database is very large. I mean, it's the whole of the web becomes your database. And then you put in various different methods to harness various different combinations of this data. And then you come up with something. But if you actually look at something like ChatGPT, and if you put something there, it's only give you variation of the same thing over and over again, because rubbish in, rubbish out. I'm not talking about the ChatGPT as being rubbish, but what I'm saying is that it cannot exceed. It hasn't got the intelligence. It just looks at the statistical combinations of things. So we can't really be sitting here and making our life dependent on something that is really bound to fail, because the information put inside it is limited and is not well evaluated. But nevertheless, I think the first impact of the AI, the narrow AI, what we are talking about, would be first the I wouldn't say automation, but I would say mostly is the processing, work processing that has been done in, I don't know, maybe post office or delivery or that sort of thing. This is already happening, and the call centers as well. Back to you, Brandon.
I've been summoned, and just like that, I happen to be in a new location as well. So one of the questions that have come in, and this one looks like it's from ASB, is remember what I said, whenever we talk about money, the interest peaks and skyrockets. So let's see if we can't start talking about money, and the one person that happens to be up here in Malaysia outside of us, what is the largest opportunity that you see in the industry that you work that is not being exploited and can have the most impactful results with the application and use of AI? And let's go, Richard.
Yeah, so I'll maybe answer this question kind of at a high level. As I mentioned in my discussion, more than half of board members and senior management are not talking about AI, and then most of the employees are using it. So we have this situation where there's no direction on what to use, or little direction. And I'm not talking about, like the Silicon Valley companies or tech companies or, regulated financial services. Those ones are all typically farther ahead. But if you have this situation where there's no real direction being provided on what, if it's virtual assistants, as Seppi was talking about, or chatbots, or other, specific, off-the-shelf applications, or if there's no direction on that, and then there's also no kind of risk management, and not using kind of publicly available tools where data is being compromised, or to Seppi's point, we're using applications with unclean data or bad data. Then it's a huge opportunity to provide. So I'm thinking more at a macro level. It's a huge opportunity to have boards and senior management provide that direction to organizations to get the benefit of AI and also managing the risk at the same time. So we're so early days on this that saying any one application, or what's not being exploited. But I think getting even just chatbots into the day-to-day work so that people can be much more productive and kind of get rid of the mundane stuff and working on more value added, and then virtual assistants for client communications. Those are two just massive areas, but they have to be set up correctly in organizations to be managed well. So I'll just that's kind of a macro level view, and then those kind of two applications. So back to you, Brandon.
One of the exciting things is you're going to say back to you, Brandon, and then it's not going to be me.
Okay.
It'll be a sock puppet or something. So, so I think this one is maybe a softball for Bianca. Then I will ask the same question: how, within the application that you're using it, can you exploit AI in areas that are untapped? Now, again, you are the definition of trying to exploit that gap, but we'll ask you the question. And I will show from what I can see, as we start talking about money, magically, everybody's interest peaks. It's crazy. We should just sprinkle it in randomly and see what happens. All right, Bianca, take it away.
So I think I have a little bit different thought than maybe answering those questions directly. So Seppi said that the data maybe sometimes not optimal and also not complete, right? So I think I maybe have a question. So in general, when you research, you gain knowledge, and then you have a limited knowledge, and then you combine it, and this is how an idea is created, based on your current knowledge. And So the question is, if you give a model more information than the person could read, they could identify crosslinks and gaps, and this would be, in this kind of definition, an idea. And then I guess my question is, or my thoughts, what would be the quality would be very good because it's like more information. And then I think the human's task would be to analyze it and to choose. But I think in this capacity could be quite powerful. What do you think, Seppi?
Yeah, I mean, it's really. I think your question is very open-ended, and I think effectively, it's just no way that one would be able to 100% establish the validity of type of problems that get solved by this type of data. So I think it's really very complex. I mean, I wouldn't, if I understood your question correctly, is that how would you approach if you are in one way try to learn something by doing the research, but on the other hand it could be the site of the misinformation that you are reading. It's very difficult. I mean, especially at this day and age with all this misinformation and fake news and stuff like that, it's very difficult to actually be able to hit to identify it unless you create another system, which this system looks at the provenance of the data, and it is very complex, because on what sort of level do you apply that? I mean, would you do it on the metadata level, or it's very complex. So I really don't know. It's a very interesting question, Bianca. It's a food for thought.
I think coming back to Brandon's question, how I think we can tap into certain untapped areas. I feel that we can create creativity through feeding information and connecting them, and basically find a new narrative, or like also way forward. So just as example, you can create like several agents and they are experts in something different. Then you can start to let them all talk with each other, and you feed them a certain information, and you ask a certain question, like, this is what I want to find out. And I think the interesting thing is we've done it once, and I think we added a bitchy character who is always mean to everyone and finds everything bad. And we could really see how like the different agents started to talk to each other, and through this we added quite like a component of criticism and like critical I guess analysis. And so the result was actually quite impressive, and I think it's something your task is to feed in the right questions and start push the right agents or people, and then they can come up with a product I think you maybe wouldn't be able to do by yourself. But then again, as I said, your task is then to use that and find out what you can get out of this, because you need to critically think and see what it's written and what it is.
So I think you are coming in the realm of sort of knowledge of the crowd, and by this probably it's an interesting, because you would be sort of aggregating a knowledge of a much bigger pool, and then from that you put it into create something completely different. And this is really interesting, because there's a lot of these applications obviously have come up with the knowledge of the crowd and how we would apply them. I think it's very interesting proposition.
Now, remember how I said the next time that I was going to join the stream, it wasn't going to actually be me? Why, wouldn't you know, if only we happened to have somebody that was focused on corporate social responsibility as an enterprise background, is because he's awake, he's in Mexico right now. He went to MIT to a executive education program, and he also has a pedagogical background to get his perspective on the application and use of AI. Everybody, I would like to introduce Marcello Mazarigos, who is ready to provide his perspective. And he got caught in the whirlpool of confusion that was the scheduling system for Intellect Horizon. Marcello, take it away.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Brandon, and for this, for your introduction and for inviting me to this great event. And likewise, I want to thank you for the honor to share in this space with great personalities like Bianca, Richard, and Seppi. Is correct the pronunciation of your name? And well, as I mentioned, as Brandon mentioned earlier, I have some background in social responsibility, but I want to talk about something that is very important in this matter. Sometimes we are talking about AI and this kind of evolution, but I think we forget that in some other countries like Mexico, we have some problems, we can say, in order to access to these new technologies. For example, we have with maybe lack of quality education. We have some another things like, for example, we are struggle with the situations in Latin America and other countries like Asia and Africa too. And it's important to democratizing the knowledge and this possibility to have this access to quality education. We face many barriers that we cannot access to this developed AI skills, for example. And it's important to keep in mind that it's important to democratize in this knowledge. This is a good example that democratization is the most important thing in education. For example, this event is the perfect example of democratizing. And in one word, we need to work together. Maybe it's a code the idea that you are sharing before I start with my presentation. But at the end of the day, I think it's important to talk about these problems that is around the world. It's not only about to talk about the Occident countries, I mean, in this case, UK, Canada, United States, that you are very handle this kind of situation that a common thing. Maybe here in Mexico, we need to work together with you, and this is an example. And for example, in democratization is without challenges. We have challenges like, as I mentioned earlier, access to technology, like the quality education, digital literacy, privacy and security, and economic disparities. I know that many of the speakers before us talk about these topics. Ethical, for example, is very important, that we have to handle these kind of things. I know that Richard and Bianca, there are experts in this field. I read your resumes, and other thing is like your presentations and your expertise in this is very fascinating. And I know the work that you are doing behind the scenes. In the chat, I noticed that Bianca and Richard, maybe they don't sleep for all day long from yesterday. But I think it's this kind of efforts work in order to, at the end of the day, pay off to have a better world I think is that we are talking about. And well, education is a complex topic that have many different ways to tackle. But at the end of the day, it's important that all the people that work in academia notice that AI is a way that we are living right now, is part of our lives in many fields. And we have some examples of that when you are talking about the name of this presentation is the relevance and rigor and relevance. This match that's important when academia work in research, apply it as research, and the companies have and specific issues that they have to tackle. And when you match this work, we have the perfect match, and maybe we are talking about the goal of a standard in AI. This is my part of the presentation of the participation in this chat. Sorry about to cut the way that you are working before my presence. But at the end of the day, thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you, Brandon. You have this humanity, I can say, and this vision that the need works. And I think this is the first step in order to have a unique event, and this is a game changer, I think. Thank you very much for that.
Oh, I'm touched, but Marcello, don't sell yourself short. You were part of the voice, the inception, the ideas, building things up and driving things. I would say a positive instigator, all of you on this stream, which is what has led us to the fact that we have so many different perspectives and views and so many viewers that have been on, and academic affiliations and institutions, and even enabled and inspired things like Cyberclash to take care. I want to take something that you said profound, and I will leave this as the final one that everybody can go round, because I think it's one of the most important, fundamental, and pivotal things that has been said about the application of AI at this conference. And we've hinted at it. We've not penetrated it. And that is, who is making the algorithms? And what bias do those algorithms have that omit, disadvantage, or hide the voices that would not otherwise be heard? Because the truth, as it were, is only that of which we know. And if we never hear it, then we never know. And I think at that point we call it propaganda. But the goal here with everybody, even the backgrounds of every of the four of you, it's the question is, how is it that we can use AI and use these tools on a fundamental level to provide access, voice, and opportunity to the world? And if you can give it on how that would maybe apply from your own unique background, that would be inspiring for me. And I'm going to be just a touch selfish there. Guys, take it away.
I guess let's follow the old order. Richard can start, then
Okay. I was just about to go. Yeah. So so who's making the algorithms, and what, what's the bias? And this gets pretty technical, I think, pretty quick, and so that's not necessarily my expertise, but it'd be the providers of the large language model, for the OpenAIs of the world, Microsoft, Google. They're obviously going to have their data collection, and then how the the logic of the compute, etc. for that could result in bias or omission, that type of thing. So I'm sure there's other people on the call here which can get deeper into that. But if I think about it just from a managing bias from within organizations, I think the idea is to pick the use cases, pick the guardrails around that. As far as if you're using it for very popular application is screening resumes for job applications, and who gets to proceed through the interview process, and is there bias in the people that the AI tool is choosing to proceed. And there have been issues with that. There's been lawsuits where people have claimed that there was bias, and so these need to be set up in the organization for for those applications. The guardrail set, and then it needs to be monitored, qualitative, quantitative, and overseen by people. So that's kind of a way to kind of manage the bias and ethics around the AI tools which are being looked at. So that's kind of the corporate view. I think as far as fundamental access, how do we get access to more people in the world? I think a lot of this can be done on not everybody has computers. I think that's kind of what Marcelo was kind of. I think we talked briefly about that before, but a lot of people have mobile phones, and you can use AI apps on mobile phones, so that might be a broader access type point. But then they may have to have access to the internet. That could be another point. But I have also heard that some chip providers like Intel's coming out in the next year or so with and some computers are good enough to run on their run locally, run a model locally. I guess it depends how much data and how much compute it needs, but over time that will become more available, locally run AI apps that still have a lot of capability. So those are a few thoughts around who's making the algorithms, the bias, and access. So Bianca, why don't you go next?
Okay, I think I will keep my quite short. So I've talked with a friend in Germany about something like that, and he said, and now I don't know the English word, but I guess I will just translate it from German, and usually it works. Swiss pocket knife, Swiss Army knife, something like that. Yeah, cool. So he said that for him, his biggest frustration is that whatever he wants to use, whatever tool, this is like a Swiss Army knife with like 5,000 variations. And then you need to learn which one to use when. And basically, AI could be just like one knife, which like the universal knife you need to use for whatever you're trying to achieve. So now to Seti.
Really, I mean, I can't think about any particular aspect of my work that I would say which would probably could inspire. But I think as a general, I'm really fascinated by this technology. I mean, I'm not talking about AI, but I'm just generally fascinated by how this various different artifacts and different methodologies and different type of ideas and processes can work into generate something which is completely new, but as long as it's got the purpose of solving a problem and being able to apply it in a right way that it has have a positive impact, I would regard it as it doesn't have to be very complex system. It can be anything, and this is really what inspires me by the technology and the entirety of it. It is actually that is what I'm fascinated by, and because I work at various different layers of this technology. Would it be the networking? Would it be the middleware? Would it be applications? Would it be the user interface? Would it be the device? Each of them has got its own complexity and fascination. But when they come in unison together, and we would be able to make them to solve the problem. That is what really inspires me. Brandon, that answer your question? Well, he's disappeared.
Yes. Go ahead, Brandon, or I can say something.
Sorry, please say something and take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Brandon. Well, I think it's important to consider some things. For example, we are talking about, in my time as a student, the big problem was to get the information. You need to have the encyclopedia, or maybe go to library, or these kind of things. Right now, we have a lot of information, and the huge challenge here is how to handle this information. And a lot of times we are talking, or we hear about the critical thinking. I think it's that something that we have to work on. Another thing is public policies, in order to regulate these kind of technologies, in order to avoid fake news and these kind of things. That is complicated, but could be manipulated the people in order to different ways. And I think it's important that. Thank you very much. Your microphone is off.
I was muted. I think everybody's done. That's what it is. It's just, done and dusted. All right. Thank you so much. Let us take, and I hate to impose on Douglas because he has been waiting and listening and watching, a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll bring him in. We'll kick things off. And guys, thank you so much for AI Rigor Meets Relevance. And we even covered corporate social responsibility. Talk about profound and even connecting all of your diverse experiences together. I call that a win. Guys, thank you again.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We're going to start, and I thought I'd put you up, Douglas, right at the start. No comments, no preparation, just pure Xbox passion. I will, before we jump into this late night stream, I'm so very excited because, and this is completely different, but the last time that we met, you were just robing up for karate. And jumping into the action. So I would expect nothing less. That's how the fighting games are made. That's how augmented reality is done. And then I I had this mental image of you putting on a VR headset and using the force haptic feedback gloves to feel those punches and those kicks.
That's good
But
fun. Yeah, I'm a
it
fan.
seems like you actually went.
I like both, you know. I mean, Beat Saber remains probably one of the best in class examples, I think, of VR experiences, right? That continues to evolve, you know, especially when I think about accessibility, right? Very Wii-like and the ability to be active as well. And that's what's fun, right? It's how we bridge the digital and physical, or rather how we get to a place in the near future where we're no longer bridging and we're integrated, if you will, to the extent that works for our particular tastes and needs.
Oh, I was going to say, too intellectual. Save it for the talk. So before we start with the one with words, perhaps we should say who you are. So Douglas, I know that we can say that you are the head of the global head of in-store experiences for Xbox. Is that true?
Well, not head. I have a head, of course, as most of us do attending. But so I work as the lead for worldwide, which would be global design and customer experiences or in-store experiences. And so, like, you know, many folks globally, right? I contract with Xbox with the team, and then I sit internally with our teams on the CSO or consumer sales organization. You know, our listeners and participants, you know, might be familiar with some of what's in the news lately around reorgs and some of the, you know, phenomenal wins around acquisition with ABK, et cetera. So we're really the people-facing, if you will, section of the organization when it comes to games and gaming.
Excellent. And do you have a presentation that you want to share? Any slides, any content, any videos? How can I help you kick off and inspire?
Thank you. Yeah, you know, no slides, so that might be a little strange, friends. But I thought we would just, you know, have a talk. You know, there are a couple practical considerations. What I realized very quickly is that there's just not a lot that I can share, and so I think we're all familiar as well. You know, many of us under NDA, if you will, you know, bit of insider baseball, so to speak, right? So the things that I would love to share with many of you visually, I'll just need to describe. And then there are a number of examples of best-in-class creative that I'll be referencing. And what I'd encourage everyone to do is to take a look as I bring these up, particularly if you're not familiar with the examples. So as we go, I'll be referencing, but not showing. So there's a little bit of a lead to the door, if not opening it completely for everyone.
Absolutely. I think that we've been talking for a while about how augmented reality is taking shape and how it can create unique experiences, redesigning retail spaces, or even the way that a consumer would typically interact with products or a retail space. So without violating any NDAs, can you talk generally about your views on the technology and how it can elevate, excite, and delight those that visit retail experiences?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, what's on my mind frequently, regularly, is the evolution, if you will, of this tech. And, you know, some of our friends that were, you know, sharing perspective just, you know, 5-10 minutes ago, I think we're speaking to some of this, is that when we start bringing together all these various solutions is where the magic really happens. And of course, AR in particular, web AR is really fascinating to me from an accessibility standpoint. You know, so we really live in this era and this age of wonder where, you know, just about anyone with a, you know, relatively current mobile device can have access, of course, internet, et cetera, right? So there's a barrier of entry, right? But it's much lower than it's ever been, you know, in human history. Access to these development tools, oftentimes for low or very no cost, rather, you know, to enable, if you will, right, layered experiences within our world. I think we're all familiar with, you know, some of the gamification, right? Hard not to reference Pokemon Go, for example, right, as being a location-based experience, right, that is social with, you know, and we think about going years and years back, I believe it was McDonald's, right, it became trainer locations popularly at the time, which just drove a tremendous amount of interest, right, and foot traffic into their spaces. So kind of being not just where people are, but being a place where people want to come be and take part in. So, not every space can be a tens of millions of dollars investment type of physical experience, right, with overlays, but every space can be AR enabled. So that's kind of what's most fascinating to me, is about how we take and think about the extension of all of these wonderful marketing campaigns, these activations, these game reveals, etc., and then look at it through the lens of kind of everyday AR enabled experiences, right, that both solve problems, right? So, discovery for one, which is significant when it comes to kind of any physical experience, whether that's a sport arena, if you will, or whether that's a Best Buy or retail. And then into how we go deeper to create those more engaging moments that are really, truly wonderful, right? Where we say, oh, hey, I get to be a part of a world that I love. And all of this is an extension of that.
I'm going to say you've mentioned retail spaces, sports arenas, but could we say, and we're going to, of course, have to give the Asia School of Business a plug, how could an academic institution, just throwing out examples here as I'm walking around the campus and the facility, elevate their experience for students, which I guess if you think about it, could be considered a customer?
Yeah, what a wonderful ask. Because that's such a central opportunity, right, in terms of how we're reaching more and more people. Of course, we know that however we define the process, if you will, the methodology of learning, right, is that an educated population, if you will, or continually learning population is central, right, to positive outcomes for humanity. So how to do that? Well, there's the kind of how-to layer, I think, and this applies not just to education, but particularly, and I think about, our family, we have 2 daughters, 9 and 13. So think about how they're learning, right? So that's one layer, is that they are not really wired, if you will, literally and figuratively the same way as previous generations. Their access to information is far greater than it's ever been, of course, that's well recognized. And their engagement and involvement with digital media in all its forms is kind of seamless, right? So much has been said about how we're essentially cyborgs at this point. An example I think that's very common to people's experiences is watching those that are parents or uncles, aunts, whatever the relationship looks like, right? Mentors, watching a child go up and try and touch the TV. And, and this was long before, TV screens were touch enabled or large screens were touch enabled, right? So that kind of integration is what's on my mind. So when I think about specifically your question, well, how to integrate and how to create value through augmented experiences in education, A is just layering them in the first place. Right. So I want frictionless experiences. And I mean, this is what people, consumers, engagement want, is they want instant access to the information actualized, right? Anything less than that is ultimate friction, right? I'm going to time out. It's not there for me. I have to what? I have to go dig for this, right? We're not talking about a generation of people that will go, and I think one of the references about 15 minutes ago was going to a library and reading encyclopedias, which I'm of this generation, right? Nearly 50. That's just completely out of the wheelhouse. It doesn't mean people won't, but why would I need to? Why would you make me have to jump through hoops to get to information? So instantaneous, if you will, instant gratification, so to speak. But I'd say it's much more and better than that. It's that, again, layering. So what's it look like? If you're giving a lecture, right, you're having a talk, well, the information that's being described is there for me now. I can interact with my device of choice, and I have, right, essentially this tapestry to engage further with, if you will. And then all of these touch points are built out, right, similar to a living world, if you will, not just a sole or standalone virtual space, right, but a simulation. And that's the component, the future facing component that's not built now, primarily because of the investments needed, if you will. So I think the starting point is just add in and start somewhere, right? We see wonderful examples of this at museums, Smithsonian and others worldwide, right? There's no shortage of best in class versions of how to engage with augmented layers, if you will, for education, for the enjoyment of arts, for learning how to play the guitar, for example, learning how to read, if you will. I think we know what works, right? It's just a matter of collating. I say just like it's easy, it's not, but it's a matter of collating those best practices and starting to invest and build it in, right, as a platform view and as a long view versus a standalone throwaway. Hey, we did this thing for this class this one time, right? And because we're talking about STEM, and that's where a lot of the investments are right now, which is why it's very difficult, I think, for education, if you will, as a sector to get traction there because of that significant long-term investment needed.
Oh, there we go. I was on mute. Absolutely. I was going to say that the A, the S, and the B, that could even be, no, it's sadly not augmented reality, but hypothetically, it could be one of the folks. He's an intern at the ASB IEC Center, which is Innovation Entrepreneurship Center, and we gave him a 3D camera. He used the Matterport app, and within several hours, he had the entire ground floor here 100% mapped out, and everybody thought that he had spent such a prolonged period of time, and they were trying to get the other floors, which we said that is not quite the ground floor of innovation. So you're saying that tools like these can help inform, educate, or provide experiences that can be value adds, especially for folks that are trying to highlight specific areas of a product or of a place in a space?
At a minimum, absolutely, right? That's kind of the, we just walked in the door, if you will, because there's a huge leap from there to complete total interoperability, right? When people kind of use the M word for metaverse, when they're really talking about, hey, that's 12.0, if you will, right? And years out of saying, well, can I navigate this space like what you're describing? And Matterport's phenomenal. I remember meeting with those teams many, many years ago when, they were coming in and custom hardware, very expensive, took, hours and hours and hours before opening, right, to get everything mapped out. And when we started discussing, and I'd have to go take a look, I mean, I'm talking well over a decade back, and we were talking then about, well, okay, hey, now can I go to that hotspot, right? Because that's really what it is. It's a scene in Matterport that we're then creating spots to jump or move to versus a full 3D navigable space, right? Tremendous value regardless of which approach. But in terms of, again, think about the now versus where we will be. So the now is enabling access to spaces that people couldn't get otherwise. They can't step foot there because geography, right, economics, etc., a number of different considerations. Then moving to a space where, again, it's integrated and saying, I am a part of this conversation, I'm a part of this lecture, right? And I can move virtually through this space. And as I move through that space, all of that data, right? There's a symbiotic relationship with that data. And I'm going to talk a little bit about, if there's time, digital twins in particular, because again, this is a stack, if you will. So there are those standalone use cases, but then ultimately where we move towards saying the entirety of it is built out with each of these elements of this workflow, right? So that at any time, right, we can shift between and we can leverage the advantages of each. So how do we then say, okay, well, I'm interacting, I'm moving through the space, and call that interacting, right? But now what does it mean to engage within it? Yeah. Because just like if we produced a game where you can just walk around a meadow, at a certain point, right, we're going to lose interest. I did that. What next, if you will? So this is where then we say, okay, well, now do I bring that space into our space? And then what are those touch points within it, right, that actually allow me to have that type of digital tactile, engagement and ownership within it, right? How do I then create a methodology of learning that's not completely or only informed by the way that we've been doing it for, I don't know how long, 100 years, hundreds of years, right? Because now we're no longer confined to that linear path, if you will, right? Of this page to that, of this section to that, so now this of course brings in the obvious, which is the visualization, right? The audio, etc. But the minute that I can get in, or I think about enterprise for examples, right? So for engineers, yeah, for folks working offshore, if you will, right? The ability to completely deconstruct and have exploded views in real time that you can interact with individual components, right? We see this in medicine as well, of course, right? As I'm learning about biology, the ability to actually associate, et cetera. So these are the spaces I think where there's just so much value. And again, there are great examples of them, but oftentimes they're kind of these siloed individual examples, if you will, right? Versus being platform.
Right. I think when we start to look at a lot of the work that NVIDIA has been up to, especially as you were talking about the data front, things like the neural radiance fields, where you can take very limited information and then reproduce 3D models and places and spaces and jump into the picture, which is amazing. So when we start to look at things from a practical application, like the ability to take positional security cameras, and then magically we're able to probably use a lot of GPU, cloud GPU processing, which will make NVIDIA very, very happy. It happens to work on Azure, by the way. Another Microsoft plug there. But more specifically, to have real-time abilities of creating these digital twins, right? So you were talking about the part, in essence, that a Matterport model right now is not that of a true digital twin, because it's not representative of the space as it is with the objects in environment moving around it in real time, right? It's just it's a snapshot, if you will. And as a result of that, the ability to be able to take streams and to retrofit existing technologies to then have a snapshot, an insight into a space and a place, and more than just a static 2D video feed, you have the ability of then piping that through AI models for anomalous detection and a whole host of things where you could look. I'm looking at the Lean Six Sigma people. They're going to have a field day with it as a more mundane opportunity, but
necessary. Yeah,
it's something that's absolutely critical and can unlock efficiencies that nobody has touched on tonight. So, it's interesting though that you're looking at this from a customer-facing side, as we started out, a Xbox side, but then it seems like it's evolved to the applicability of the same experience in the way that we think of data, how we apply that data, and then also the technologies that provide both novel, exciting, and entertaining experiences. That Pokemon Go can actually do so much more, and when utilized properly, unlock a whole new world. We have to be careful, otherwise Disney might get mad with Aladdin, but a whole new world of possibility.
Yeah, very well put, as usual. Yeah, and I mean, isn't that kind of the way when we are on the path of discovery, if you will, individual, right, organizational, global discovery as to how and where and when there's a value add for tech innovation. And I think you mentioned whether it's mundane, practical, right? This is where oftentimes so much significant change is made. Is what's the quality of life improvement, right? Again, what is it doing for accessibility? Some of our friends were talking a little earlier, right, about bias, if you will. Well, what is the potential, upside or any side of interacting in spaces with diverse individuals who are then presenting at a level of diversity beyond really anything ever when we think about avatars. I'm not equating that to physical directly, just what does it mean to kind of live in a cross world where the way we present is more diverse than it's ever been, if you will, right? And how does that impact generations growing up where that's the norm? I think there are just kind of almost infinite layers to how to consider value here. And so, yeah, it is interesting, I think, from a customer experience or just an experience, because like we're all customers of something, right? Whether we're, a customer of a university or it's the other way around, depending on, right, how we're positioning, or, whether we're, buying a house, we're eating food, right? And when we're at a grocery store, we're at the market together, right? We're all consuming, and it doesn't have to be an inherently negative thing either, although there's a conversation, of course, to be had there. So how do we do things in a way that also is, more efficient, because it not just benefits the experience, but it means, for example, that, we don't have to send in a metric ton of paper to dress a space to make it look neat, because you can do that virtually. So there's so much flow, so many flow examples that benefit, I think, end to end, regardless of kind of what sector we're looking at.
100%. And something that is a emerging area that even the luxury brands are tagging into is this concept and idea of the digital self, or the digital avatar. And there was some maybe some pokes and jibes at Zuckerberg when he was coming up with his picture next to the Eiffel Tower in his metaverse. But gaming has used this for time immemorial. There's entire, it sounds a little bit wrong, skin economies in CS:GO, and there's attributable real world value. So this was written about, if we want to get really nerdy, we'll throw in a little Ready Player One. So it's something that is taking off. It's a commoditizable space, and we haven't even begun to think about that as part of our digital identity and how it relates to the digital economy that is rapidly taking off, especially now that Apple has thrown down the gauntlet with their AR headset as well.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal piece of tech, and still very early days. I mean, I think the conversation naturally gravitates, like you're referencing, with Ready Player One, toward that future state. And because there's a lot to build between now and wherever that ends up, if you will. A friend of mine, an author years back, I think he said, and perhaps he had heard it somewhere, I don't recall, but he had said, that science fiction writers are the modern day prophets. And that seems to have been proven over and over and over again, right? The way we communicate with cell phones, for example, automated driving cars, etc. We are so far out in so many ways from this type of, seamless world, if you will, digital world. And I think this is partially why, it's so fascinating to me what these workflows look like today, because what's being built is, of course, necessary to eventually get to a place. It's like with, Apple's, spatial computing release, right? That, of course, is one version of what will be something radically different 10 years from now, right? So there's so much testing and learning happening, which is, I think, wonderful. This overlay piece, this, how we interact, both digitally and physically simultaneously, and how we present, right? You mentioned skin economies. It's probably the one of the biggest examples, the most successful examples, of course, would be, Epic's Fortnite, which I'm a huge fan of, and that's all skins, right? You can have the exact same experience, except no, how you present is the one difference. I think about, and so yeah, geeking out, I have friends I play with, like we play differently depending on the skin we have. The game is exactly the same, but we dress up, and depending on what that IP looks like, or how we, define that character, is motivations, we'll then play in that way, whether it's more risky, whether it's more stealthy, whatever that looks like, right? And so definitely, like, how does that influence the way that we interact and the way we present? It's going to be unreal. Sorry, no pun intended, but the way that impacts society, because it already is, right? But it'll become more and more and more
I was going to jump in and say, maybe it's not the Unity we need. Maybe it's more Unreal in nature. Or is that too soon?
Too soon. Too soon.
Too soon.
Too soon.
For those who don't know, there was a change of leadership after some pricing models with the Unity guys, and this actually is perhaps a perfect segue, which is the technologies of expressing augmented reality, virtual reality, right? We typically say that AR in VR is what you see and what you'll hear. AI is what we know, and Web3 is how the heck can we trust any of it? When we look at the fact that Microsoft just got final clearance for the acquisition of Activision, we're actually seeing that there's a whole new skill set that was needed, and it's going to have tangible impacts because now gaming is also fighting for mainstream and enterprise application for things like AR, VR as well. How do you foresee that impacting the space and also the technologies within it?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, for just transparently, I'm not close to, that level of what's happening in the organization or organizations. I think it's always a deep conversation when we think about acquisitions, consolidation, et cetera. And I think the strategy of the organization has been, clearly and well articulated, which is that it's primarily around, mobile opportunity, mobile gaming growth. So within that space, as much as has been made about, massive title like Call of Duty, right? For easy example. I think it's really interesting, as you mentioned, the kind of fighting for, because we know that, gaming, and it's not a prideful thing, I think, but part of the industry is just fascinating that, gaming is the dominant media in the world. And that's even understanding that, there are so many people, billions of people today that don't have access. And again, I'm including mobile in that. This isn't a console, statement, if you will, right? This isn't a, Switch, PS5, Xbox statement. So that's always on my mind as well, is to like, okay, well, how do we define gaming, right? And then what is the impact today? So already, if we're looking at an industry that outperforms literally every other entertainment category across the board handily, right? Well, that's where people are and where people are flocking to. So I think, to the enterprise side of things, right? We go, well, so what's the draw? Well, what's the draw to a movie theater or to a bookstore? Right? It's the creator and it's the IP, and maybe a combination of those things. Sometimes a creator, of course, can do something that's very new, no one knows anything about, right? But we just say, hey, I'm going to be there for it, right? So pick your musician, pick your auteur, your director, right? Your author. If you don't have those two things, well, it doesn't really matter what your vertical is, what your category is, right? Because so we can talk about, well, you're going to create an amazing product. Okay, we go do that, and eventually maybe you get that kind of buy-in and love, right? So I guess what I'm getting at or attempting to communicate is that in that context, I think, well, you already have people that want to be a part of a thing. So okay, what's that mean? Well, that means investment, right? That means this is where people are playing and paying, et cetera. Like you mentioned skins earlier, battle pass economies, et cetera. So post-sales monetization, if you will, right? Well, how do you apply that to buying groceries? Because this is what everyone's trying to do, right? So you have the platforming and level, like I think you're referencing in part, and then you say, well, okay, so you have growth that's already happening, right? Now it's about the details of leveraging, and again, inclusion, and so the extension of that success, if you will, and ensuring that it's built out for the future, so to speak, way oversimplification. But then everyone, regardless, right? They need cloud. Doesn't matter what your business is, right? You're going to, doesn't matter how good the chips get, you need to invest in. Well, who's going to just spin that up, right? Like you have a handful of options. I know there are always going to be exceptions, of course, but you have a handful of options of people that you can play with, if you will, because otherwise you can't run the information that you want to, right? Even if you're doing AI, locally, if you will, which will get better and better, how does that work for your business model, right? So there are all these kind of functional questions when I think about, and hopefully I'm not going too far afield here, Brandon, when I think about, then it's like very fish where the fish are. And so again, if I'm Uber, what was the commercial that just came out with De Niro? If you saw this one, where I think you might be on mute.
I was going to say, sadly, when it comes to recent media, we're talking the original early 2000s Pokemon is about where it stops. So,
no, the classic era. No, I love it. But so it's everything is service, right? And we've seen this change over time. So I think that's kind of central too, right? That people aren't buying standalone in a deeper conversation as to individual wants there, right? But that continues to be the trend, of course. So now if everything is a service, right, and then I have a business model today that doesn't map to that, well, how am I going to get there? So this is where, again, I think, that kind of gamification, if you will, that entertainment component where people are already literally and figuratively playing, right, is a space. What do I need to do? I need to get to the esport arena, right? I need to get to the Sphere in Vegas. Well, that's the ride share. Well, what happens after that, right? And so now all of this level of interconnectivity is necessary, because otherwise, how do you play?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I guess this is one of the questions that I had whilst we were listening to some of the academics and some of the places that we're at is it going to create a disparity in geographies that don't have access to the types of connectivity that we're talking about, to the cloud computing capacities? And how is it that we can think about engaging or engage individuals within these spaces and places to make it inclusive as well?
Well, that's a big one, huh? I mean, yeah, infrastructure, right? And so we see now what competition for, essentially satellite, connectivity, right? So that, there's that layer of trying to level the playing field, and it's, it's not interest agnostic, of course, right? None of these efforts are, but without that type of reach, it's a near impossibility, because you're talking about a completely connected. We are talking about a completely connected digital reality, right? Digital physical integrated reality, if you will, versus a completely analog. And like, there are always going to be people, thank goodness, that don't want the former, or maybe we should call it the latter, right? Where it's continuing to move, if you will. And that's a good thing. I don't know that everywhere needs to be connected necessarily, right? I have certainly my own strong opinions on the value of the personal value of what it means to kind of literally and figuratively disconnect and be in places and be in spaces that don't have a signal, if you will.
We heard from on Starshot Startups from Michelle with Dragon Scale, the 8 ways of peeling a banana, and the matter of being able to disconnect and unplug. And look at that, it's another segue, which is how can this XR technology equip and enable spaces and places for that? So what I mean by that is we're starting to see VR used extensively in digital wellness and to help with sensory deprivation, anxiety, be it in a hospital or a workplace. What are your thoughts on that?
I really like some of the mindfulness app type, options that are available. The breathing exercises, the visualization, right? It's fun. When I realized that there was integration in Outlook, I got a kick out of it. For me, it felt like a real value add. It feels like, I should say. But the first time I received that Viva Insight recommendation, for those that aren't familiar, right? This is something that's embedded as, or it can be as an option. I instantly went, yes, thank you. this is a great time for me to stop and do that. Now, I don't wear fitness trackers, etc., right? So of course it can go much deeper with it, and my kids have shared with me recently how they were, frankly, a little put off by their friend's watch, right? This is 9 years old. Their friend's, smartwatch or connected watch that was telling them to stand up while they were at school. So deeper conversation, right? But I think there's a lot there, and so when I think about like the type of therapeutic applications, right? Learning applications, of course. I can set foot on Mars, right? I can be at the Louvre. It's tremendous, the opportunity there. VR versus AR, if you will, and there's a bit of a versus, right? Because we know that when we put on VR goggles outside of, let's say, where you have that high fidelity level of pass through, right? You're referencing, Apple's recent release, and it's not really a full VR headset, but that's another story. So I just call it, XR immersive, right? I think those kinds of experiences are fun for me. I just really enjoy them. One that comes to mind is Rez, if you're familiar, or if anyone listening is familiar with. It's a game that came out on the Sega Saturn many, many years ago. I want to say the term that was used for it almost as a genre was synesthesia. I might be getting that a little bit off. So this is where the music is integrated with the experience, if you will, right? And very ethereal, almost psychedelic, so to speak. And so, years later, when PSVR and other headsets came out, right, the first version of Sony's headset, they ported it and they created a new experience that went from on rails to a fully immersive 3D space that you're flying and floating through. That remains, I think they call it Area X, which is very 2000, right? Bless them. I mean, it's a brilliant experience. I still consider that to be one of the best in class examples. And when I have people that come to visit and have again for years and years and years, right? This is going back, I don't know, at least 5, 6, 7 years from when it came out. It always makes an impact with folks. And I'm not talking about that one person that maybe VR isn't for, but it always makes an impact because the environment is, it's just so engaging and calming, and the music elicits, right, an emotion, the way that it's combined, right, it elicits emotions that you just generally aren't going to get from viewing a 2D screen in our hands, or what we're looking through right now, right? I think I'm on a 55-inch monitor. That's a lot of screen, but it's very me and it.
I'm so sorry that you have to see me on that screen. Nobody should be subjected to that.
Come on. And so, I mean, so circling back is that, so why that tangent? Well, that I see then the AR opportunity is much greater, not just for, and this has been, well defined by people far, I think, more interesting and more intelligent and more embedded in the space than I am, is that, those types of experiences, mindfulness, breathing, right, exercises, which are really important for all of us, frankly, and which I've especially learned over the years of, yoga and martial arts practice, like you're referencing when I showed up in my robe, right? Is that, that this has a fundamental impact, huge impact on the way we experience the world, right? What's happening biologically, what's happening emotionally and mentally. And so I think the power there, excuse me, of AR and XR experiences I see as exponentially greater in terms of potential impact, because I'm not isolating myself. Again, there's a time and place for that, like you were referencing in part, absolutely, and tremendous, value in those times and places. But it's isolating, right, by nature. And so, when we look at it, I think when we look literally and figuratively through the AR lens, right, whether they're, these, right, from whatever that looks like, right, where we'll get to one point when they're contact lenses, et cetera, and totally integrated, I'm not interested in my whole world looking like a cartoon, not all the time at any rate. That just does not sound fun to me. And I want to say also as we're talking about, mental health and growth and if you will, is, there are so many and fun videos that say, hey, this is what the future is going to look like. And that just looks dystopian to me most of the time, because really
the world of tomorrow.
Yeah, what's being said is, you're going to be targeted and advertised to 24/7, right? And there are again a number of phenomenal, insightful books and movies that have shown this, right? Original Blade Runner and the more recent Villeneuve version 2049, for example. Who wants to be targeted by advertising companies nonstop? Like, it just doesn't sound fun to me. So this is where, too, when I think about tool sets and creative and kind of the democratizing or greater levels of accessibility of how we're kind of have gotten here and where we're going, tools like Blender that are open source, for example. I think it's really important. Yes, commercial will always be there. We all understand profit. I love the other tool sets. Unreal Engine is mind-blowing, right? Unity is phenomenal, but that's another story about how they haven't made money. Is so ensuring that more and more people have access and the ability to create the types of experiences that will truly benefit people, not just a bottom line. So that's kind of, if there's a punchline for me, as I think about that, when I think about where this is going and where that human-centered value is. And that's a direct line, of course, to AI ethics, if you will, right? Is that putting humans first over profit when it comes to these types of experiences or the type of future we're envisioning.
Absolutely, it's incredible, and I think this is the one part that we've been able to see, be it on a fireside chat or of almost now a full day of streams, the fact that there hasn't been enough consideration of the people, the perspectives, and maybe the third P, the profit, has been front and center. We'll throw AI at it and see what sticks. But if we take that back to what was particularly memorable for me earlier that you said, which is the draw. What was that moment for you that you said, you know what, this VR thing, it's okay. I like this. This is awesome. This is amazing. This is incredible. At that point where you said, it has a possibility, not on a customer centric side, but on a Douglas centric side.
Yeah, it was a demo, and so I had the benefit and privilege of being able to work with Valve and HTC on their first consumer headset launch. And I remember it was at a show where they had a space set up for us to trial it. So the first time, I had a chance to put that on, and it just completely blew me away. Now, let me back up there. So that wasn't the first time I'd used VR, but it was their, output. It was their headset that truly just changed everything for me. So, I remember, and I don't remember what year this was. Maybe you're aware of this. There was a Pac-Man VR experience long ago. This is
Pizza Box.
Yeah, well, so that's the AR, right? I love that. That's such a wonderful example, like marketing example, engagement example of AR being applied with Pizza Hut, right? So this it used to be, and forgive me, I'm not remembering who produced these at the time, right? So this would have been in the 90s at some point, right? I think probably mid 90s, where you could go to some places and try VR, and you would get up on kind of this podium, and you would have this ring around you so that you don't fall off, and you get the headset on. It was just a massive construction, right? Massive product, and it was all very blocky. So it was kind of I want my MTV style graphics of very early 3D graphics. Sorry, that's a way back machine reference for anyone listening.
That's great. I had
Yeah.
I just pulled out a Virtual Boy from '95.
Get
I was
out,
playing
man.
Mario Tennis, and I was worried about the warning disclosure that said my eyes could bleed. So
Okay, that's a whole nother conversation. We probably need to make time just to discuss that. But and so these experiences were at the time phenomenal, right? I remember I'll get back to Pac-Man, but the first time it was a party. I was working with Tower Records at the time. So for those of you that don't know, Tower Records was a thing where you could actually go in and buy records and CDs and cassettes. This is pre-streaming, of course. And so there was a party, they had VR set up, and you would go around these really simple kind of polygonal worlds, platforms more so than worlds, and try and get each other, like little pistols, and right, you would try and ban the other person. That was interesting. It's okay, that's cool. The next time I was in Vegas, and again, forgive me, I don't recall exactly where it was, but it was a similar rig, but it was Pac-Man. Now, this was pretty life-changing. So what they did is the designers made you Pac-Man. And so the moment I put the headset on, there's no preamble, by the way. There's no, this is how it's going to work, right?
You're just in.
You just, okay, you ready? You're up, exactly. And again, there was nothing really to compare it against for most people. So I had this one experience prior. So all of a sudden I'm in, but I'm Pac-Man. I'm Pac-Man. I'm looking through Pac-Man's eyes in VR, right? But I'm in the maze. So imagine yourself all of a sudden in the Pac-Man maze, and all you see are walls and pellets in front of you and ghosts coming at you. I mean, it was absolute terror. Like, that is probably the most frightening survival horror game I've ever played. And I would have never expected that taking and turning Pac-Man into a VR experience would rival Resident Evil, right? Okay, well, fast forward years and years and years later. And so, the Vive headset, the fidelity, of course, was such a exponential leap, right, versus what I'd experienced previously. So this was just that massive jump, right, from like, oh, that was interesting, it was novel, if you will. Those previous experiences never made me feel like I wanted to save up my money and get one in the house, right? No, that's fine.
So we'll just let's visualize this for a second. So you were thinking about putting on the headset, no preamble, and then you had ghosts coming at you. Sorry,
and then it was
carry
over.
on.
And then it was over.
Nope.
I was waiting for the sound when they get you, but and then it was over, right? So now fast forward years later, and had the chance to get an early view of this Vive headset, and again, the fidelity was just wild, just off the charts, on its own, let alone compared to anything that came before that I had experienced at any rate. And so that you run through, and I'm sure if you or if your listeners had ever had a chance to experience the demos that came with that headset, that first version. But one in particular really stood out to me is that you're underwater, you're standing on the ocean floor. You're familiar with this one? And it's the whale demo. And so I had some coworkers that were filming this. I don't have the video right now, unfortunately, but
it's funny how you can visualize and it pops into your head immediately.
That's it. The impression exactly that it made. It is a tangible memory, like as though I were there. And that was the massive difference. No haptic suit, right? It's nothing even close to where we are collectively now and where it's going. But it was so immersive. And when the whale, if those of you that haven't had the experience, if you get a chance even just to look up a video, and you can imagine, this whale comes towards you after you've had a chance to kind of orient yourself and look around on the ocean floor, and some fish swimming by, and the whale is, I don't know if it's life size, if you will, but close, and it comes right up next to you, and and so I'm looking this virtual whale in the eye, right? Well, later I see the video that my friends took of me running through the demos. I did a Matrix-like, backbend to avoid getting hit by the whale. That was the level of, right, it's this kind of suspension of disbelief or involvement, right, mentally that my body made. And we know that this is not uncommon in VR, is that, if you put someone in goggles and you show that they're on a cliff ledge and they're just walking on a 4x4 board, they will act as though they're going to fall, right? And so this is where it gets really interesting, I think, is that the trick, if you will, I use the term suspension of disbelief maybe kindly. And so because there's advantage to it, like you were mentioning earlier, in terms of therapeutic opportunities, right, solutions. But there's also kind of another side to that, because we know, like in that example of a completely AR integrated world where you're targeted with ads all the time, well, profit, right? So if I can stimulate someone to feel a certain way, You know, and so that also, I don't know that I guess that falls under the ethics umbrella, if you will, of capitalism, right? Is that, you know, so how are designers, creators, ultimately influencing people into what end within that space? Always that question, right? Is it for, you know, the good and the positive, if you will, or, you know, is it taking advantage of potentially, especially in an environment where people are largely more susceptible?
Because you have to be vulnerable. I mean, you are removing yourself willingly from reality, and you're placing yourself and your trust in the experiences that somebody else is creating, and that's scary. And we're jumping into this with trust that everything will be fine. But maybe we didn't read the terms of service.
Maybe, right? That's a probably, if you know, so there's an AI tie there as well, of course, right? In terms of what data scraped, et cetera, right? A lot of great and deep conversations that should need to happen are happening today. And they apply, right? Because, you know, influence is, can be tremendously powerful. Yeah. There's nothing, there's nothing wrong with, you know, having a product and saying, you know, here's the value proposition and I'd love for you to get one. There's nothing wrong with that intrinsically. But like most things, you know, how we do it, that matters.
And it matters on Xbox. No,
Unquestioned. No, and also it does though, and it does, and that's one of the things I can speak to again as an individual and as a contractor, is that my personal experience has been that there is a tremendous, I can only speak from my personal experience with individuals within an organization. There's a tremendous focus on ethics. There's a tremendous focus on, you know, why not to do certain things. And I think so this is also well publicized as well around, you know, privacy and data, for example. You know, there's a reason why we don't have cameras embedded in our spaces and we're not tracking people's eye movements. That's a lot of good data, right? A lot of organizations do that. Experiential spaces. You know, you look at, you know, Disney's practices, for example, you know, retailers, right? That's the data, right? By coming to the space, you're agreeing that everything you do, everything you say, everything you look at can be tracked. And then that can be commoditized or is commoditized, right? I mean, we know why. There's a compelling argument for why. Say, hey, you're engaging just like online, right? It might not have your name, it has a number, sure, right? But we know how long you and where you went next and what happened after that. And we can look at it historically, et cetera, right? This is all common. But so this is why I think, you know, legitimately, right, or genuinely, is that when it comes to ethics, you know, yeah, it takes restraint to avoid leveraging financially beneficial data. And, you know, a lot of entities don't do that.
And now the segue, we couldn't have planned this better had we tried. And, you know, Douglas, before we go, and I could talk all day about this, because you're like the rigor relevance. I think you possess a incredibly rare talent that you have both. You're out in the field, you're understanding the space and place, but you're deeply considering all of the aspects and angles, and it's powerful, and it's something that is inspiring. And to make yourself available, especially for an event that kicked off out of Kuala Lumpur for a global population. Right now, we scramble to get even. Regent right now is working on AI robots in one of the other streams. Absolutely incredible. But this was a treat. It was a privilege. And you teed up Stephen, who is the CTO of Dragonscale, perfectly, because he's going to talk about how can we trust anything, and how does that fit? He just gave a talk in a Web3 workshop about that. But thank you again, and if I can play just one thing, you know what's coming. I'm sorry, but it's your time.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for having me. Such a pleasure.
And thank you for your time. everybody appreciates it, and it was an honor. Thank you, Douglas. Take care. All right, everybody. Just because I have to make sure that Stephen feels like he's getting the proper introduction, that he feels like he's ready to go, he's pumped up, we're first going to do the countdown. Because if we don't do that, there's not an appropriate sense of drama and gravitas. And we have had enough of that tonight. Actually, yesterday, the day before that. But let's go on ahead and let's begin. And then we're going to add Stephen in, and he'll take it away. All right, Stephen, you are the CTO of DragonScale. You're an instigator of the chaos that has been Intellect Horizon. And I wanted to add you intentionally for this time slot, because I don't have any good sense to add and to say. And for somebody that is focused on Web3 security, I was actually deeply moved and surprised by the depth and breadth of your love for education, for a wide variety of topics and subjects, and how deeply you consider all that you do. You have an incredible journey and a story that has led you to DragonScale. You have a gang that has broken away from Apple to forge a vision that is your own. And you said, you know what? We're going to take on security, and then I'm going to put the target on my back because it's going to be myself as the CTO. So can you first introduce yourself and tell us what are you going to talk about today so that we can let you take it away?
Yeah, I'm happy to. But before I do that, I just want to thank you personally for all of the incredible work you've done in putting together this conference. I mean, just listening to the talks, it has been so incredible. So much content from such a variety of voices, such a depth of experience, the different perspectives, the reflectiveness, the consideration, just amazing, and the number of things we have going on. And I've had the privilege to see some of this work going on vaccines, and just how much has gone into coordinating it. It's really quite a feat. So, thank you. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm also going to say that you have the patience of a saint, and not only that, you have the diplomacy of a king, because behind the scenes was chaos. But I know you're laughing because you were there, but sorry.
It's necessary chaos that achieved a goal.
But you know, and then I'll let you take it away. What inspired me about this, what moved me, is we took on 3 months and we said, let's do something a little unstable. Let's try to provide perspective, insight. Let's not cram the company line and advertising down, and let's actually try to help people. And when we talk about cybersecurity and Web3 and all of this, it comes down to a foundation of trust. And as much as corporations try to remove the human in the loop, there's something profoundly human about what we're doing, especially in the space that you're playing. So with that buttering you all up, I will drop off so I don't have to deal with the consequences of my action, and take it away. Oh, sorry, I just punked you. Let's try that one more.
All right. Okay, well, I do have an actual presentation here, so let me go to sharing the screen and do that, and I'm gonna pick Google Slides and share. All right, so here we are. It does appear to be working. As Brandon said, my name is Stephen Pimentel. I'm the CTO of Dragon Scale Industries, and I'm going to be talking about what I'm calling Sentry AI, which is a concept for generative AI in cybersecurity. Now, cyber adversaries are now employing advanced techniques, including artificial intelligence. Traditional security measures are proving inadequate as they lack real-time threat intelligence and adaptability to evolving threats. There is a rise in malware, ransomware, and phishing attacks. A lot of these things I went into in depth in my earlier talk at the workshop that Brandon mentioned, and went through a lot of sort of the very basic steps you can take to protect yourself against them. But the reality is this problem is getting harder, not easier, and AI has a lot to do with why it's getting harder. So our concept here is how can we turn that around and start using AI in our service, in our defense, rather than having the bad guys have a monopoly on it. Traditional security relies on predefined signatures and known attack patterns. This approach falls short against novel attack vectors and zero-day exploits. The lack of real-time threat intelligence and the ability to adapt hinders the effectiveness, the inability to adapt hinders the effectiveness of traditional security measures. Sentry AI addresses cyber threats propelled by hostile AI. That's a concept. Focusing on digital asset protection, it counters fraudulent activities like fake signature creation and network intrusion. Extending the retrieval augmented generation, or RAG design pattern, enhances the capability of large language models, or LLMs, to form the core of what I'm going to call an AI security operator. So this is a concept that I'm introducing here, sort of a pattern for how we can employ AI as one piece of a larger system. Generative AI involves creating new digital artifacts based on patterns learned during training. It's driven by LLMs like GPT-4. The generation of text, images, or audio is a common application, forming a base for cybersecurity advancements by detecting anomalies. Generative AI facilitates real-time analysis to identify fraudulent activities such as fake transactions. By analyzing patterns, it enhances traditional fraud detection systems and adapts to new fraud techniques, providing a robust mechanism to prevent fraud. Hostile AI can create fake signatures to bypass security measures. Sentry AI leverages RAG to verify signatures in real time, helping maintain digital identity and trust, a crucial aspect of preventing unauthorized access and ensuring integrity across digital platforms. AI-driven attacks on networks and financial systems are becoming extremely prevalent. Sentry AI utilizes RAG for intelligent threat analysis to detect anomalous activities in real time. The multimodal interactions enable a more thorough analysis, helping enhance security measures continuously to counter these intrusions effectively. AI is increasingly used in information campaigns to generate fake news. Sentry AI employs RAG for real-time detection and verification of information, playing a crucial role in combating misinformation and promoting a reliable digital realm by ensuring the authenticity of the content being shared across platforms. Retrieval augmented generation enhances large language models, LLMs, by integrating real-time information retrieval, addressing inherent gaps in LLMs. This mechanism bridges the gap between training data and real-time querying, forming the basis for Sentry AI's advanced cybersecurity capabilities. Sentry AI leverages RAG for real-time threat detection and to counter hostile AI activities. It enhances network and financial system security by providing accurate real-time analysis. RAG also plays a crucial role in detecting misinformation and orchestrating multimodal interactions securely. This integration forms a unified architecture that enhances real-time data retrieval, analysis, and response generation, enabling a new paradigm in cybersecurity. The transition of LLMs from basic chatbots to kernels of complex systems represents a significant evolution. They now orchestrate multimodal interactions, handle real-time processing, and perform code interpretation. This evolution is fundamental to Sentry AI's security operator, enhancing the orchestration of multimodal interactions and real-time response generation. The security operator paradigm merges AI capabilities with security operations to enhance threat detection, analysis, and response. Utilizing multimodal interactions, it ensures robust defense and dynamic digital asset protection. Security AI embodies this paradigm, effectively addressing various cybersecurity challenges. Multimodal interaction involves processing text, audio, and visual data in real time, enabling a more comprehensive understanding of the threat landscape. This diversity in data handling enhances security measures and facilitates a comprehensive digital defense, with Sentry AI orchestrating these interactions effectively for optimal asset protection. The fusion of AI and cybersecurity is leading to significant advancements in AI-powered security solutions. Real-world applications include fraud detection and threat analysis, enhancing both proactive and reactive security measures. This confluence is transforming the cybersecurity landscape by bridging human and machine capabilities for a more robust defense. So let's take a look at some use cases in a bit more detail. Fraud prevention. Sentry AI prevents fraud by detecting anomalous transactions and identifying fraudulent patterns in real time. The integration of RAG design enhances accuracy in detection, significantly improving upon traditional fraud detection systems. This application of Sentry AI plays a crucial role in protecting financial assets and maintaining trust in financial systems. Next use case, countering network intrusions. Sentry AI facilitates real-time monitoring of network traffic to identify and respond to intrusion attempts swiftly. Leveraging LLMs for intelligent threat analysis helps in recognizing complex attack patterns, enhancing network security measures dynamically. This proactive approach ensures business continuity and data integrity, showcasing the practical application of Sentry AI in countering network intrusions. Next use case, combating misinformation campaigns. Sentry AI plays a vital role in combating misinformation campaigns by detecting fake news and verifying information accuracy in real time using the RAG design. By disrupting misinformation dissemination channels, Sentry AI promotes a more reliable digital information landscape. This not only enhances public trust, but also mitigates the potential harm caused by misinformation, showcasing the practical application of Sentry AI in today's digital world. AI must be applied to predictive analytics to anticipate threats and automate response strategies for swift mitigation. Continuous learning and adaptation to evolving threats are crucial for staying ahead. The development of AI-powered security ecosystems is pioneering a new era of digital defense, showcasing the potential of AI to revolutionize cybersecurity. So let's review some of the key points we just did. We delved into how Sentry AI, empowered by generative AI and LLMs, addresses the critical cybersecurity challenges of today. By evolving beyond chatbots to operating system kernels, LLMs are orchestrating multimodal interactions for robust digital asset protection. The emerging security operator paradigm and cutting-edge architectures signify the next frontier in cybersecurity, showcasing the path forward in this domain. I want to invite everyone to engage in discussions and ask any questions you may have. This is an excellent opportunity, not just in this talk, but in all the talks in this conference and afterwards, to explore collaborative ventures, connect with your peers, and delve deeper into the intersection of AI and cybersecurity. Let's continue the conversation and exchange insights in our pursuit of advancing cybersecurity solutions. And here you have my contact information. I just want to thank you all for listening. I hope this was of value to you. If you look on the upper right hand, we have our websites from DragonScale. We have the Iris Collective, that's iriscollective.xyz, which is our community for information sharing and reporting. We have dragonscale.ai, that's our main website. And there's also a blog you can access for there where we have a lot of rich content, both on cybersecurity, on the practices that you can use to protect yourself online and in the Web3 world and when dealing with crypto, but also with emerging aspects of AI. We've been focusing a lot on AI lately, and we have some AI content there that's excellent up on the blog, and we're going to have more of that coming. So I really encourage you to go to that website and take a look at our content there. In the lower, you have a QR code here. In the lower left, you have my own personal contact information. You have my LinkedIn. There's the Dragonscale_AI for Dragonscale Social. And I just want to thank you all before I stop sharing this screen and we can continue.
Perfect. And you know what? I'm excited about this because as I look at the other streams that are going on, and I see Regent University right now putting together everything. I'm slowly leaning back further, you understand. They'll find me on the floor half asleep here. But
Oh,
we started this conversation today. I'm going to walk for dramatic effect, mind you. But we started this
yeah.
conversation today with some great luminaries about education. And when we look at AI, XR, anything, it comes down to trust. Can we trust the systems, the people, the processes? Can we even trust ourselves? As Douglas was literally just talking about eye tracking that Disney was doing. It's scary how much data other people have, how much we're exposed, and that the tools can be weaponized by those less scrupulous or less credulous than what we would imagine to be ethical plays in a pursuit for profit or propaganda. Now, as you were talking, one of the really cool and exciting things, first off, thank you. You've given us some time to add some questions.
Yeah.
So I hope you're ready. We have had to have most of it locked down because some of the commentary, when you do something around the world, you get a lot of trolls. So I'm going to try to keep the trolls at bay.
Oh boy.
But with that one, you're going to like my first one. Feel free to be as serious or not as you'd like it. Are those face and fingerprint unlocks on my phone using AI? How secure are they really?
That is an excellent question. So as you mentioned at the beginning, I come from Apple, and a lot of our founding team members come from Apple. And Apple has put a lot of effort into this exact kind of technology for the iPhone, but it's also, you can use it on the Mac or the iPad. Both the fingerprint, and now they've more emphasized the face recognition in the more recent models. And at the time those were introduced, they were quite secure. A lot of work was put into making them very reliable. But as with all things security, security is never a once and done deal. It is never a static environment. The threat environment continues to evolve. The defensive measures have to continue to evolve as well. So what we're now seeing is better and better deepfake technology for voice, for image, so faces. And I think it's a very legitimate concern. I'm no longer at Apple, so I'm not speaking for Apple, and I'm not privy to the most recent discussions there. But I would certainly be very concerned about the ability of recent deepfake techniques to generate what appears to be a very, very good image of a digital image of someone's face or voice, and get past some of these security measures. I don't know that anyone's done that with fingerprints. They'd have to get your fingerprint first. Might be a bit more challenging, but certainly, right now we have our faces on the web as we're speaking, with this wonderful technology that allows us to do these remote conferences. It's awesome, but it means that our faces and our voices are now accessible to anyone who wants to watch. That's why we're doing this, but it also means they're accessible to bad actors. So I have not heard of Apple's, iPhones being broken this way in particular, so I'm not hurling accusations or anything, but I do think the concern is quite legit. Now, one aspect with devices like an iPhone or any phone for that matter, Android, is that there's the whole issue of physical possession of the device. And that in itself is a layer of security. So when you think about 2FA, two-factor authentication, where you're using a app like Authy or a Google Authenticator, where it generates a token, a time-bound token, usually 60 seconds, for you to use, part of the security there isn't just the time limit, it's the fact that it's only going to your app on your device, which presumably you have physical possession of. And that's part of why someone else can't get your token. So, one layer of security is that, keep control of your phone. But, people's phones get stolen. You're in a crowd, there's a pickpocket. And I have heard, frankly, very frightening stories about some pickpocket rings where they don't just want cash. They don't just want whatever of immediate value they can take from a wallet. They have quite sophisticated means of breaking into a phone and from there getting into accounts, bank accounts, the whole nine yards. So, yeah, legitimate concern. And we can only hope that countermeasures will be coming down the pike that help work with that.
Now, it's funny, as you were talking about that, there was some chats about literal pocket pirates, but I think we'll leave those questions for another time, and instead one that is perhaps devilishly complex, which is, with all this AI protection, is there a risk that AI itself could go rogue and become a security threat in and of itself?
There's been a lot of discussion of that in the AI space and concern for that. There's a whole field of AI risk and AI safety looking at concerns like that. I'm going to answer in two parts. The first answer has to do with today and the near future. And then the second part has to do with looking further down the road. So today, if you look at the kinds of techniques being employed, and I would even include in that the things around LLMs, such as ChatGPT-4 and its various friends and cousins, I think the risk of rogue behavior sort of on the part of the AI model itself, like the AI model itself spontaneously doing something that we would view as very negative, I think those risks are actually fairly minimal. I think that the models that exist today basically respond to prompts. They are prompt driven. The classic GPT-4 interaction that you can see in ChatGPT is you give it a prompt, it gives you back a response, but it's not like doing anything in particular on its own. Now, there are more advanced architectures where people are looking at autonomous agents, where LLMs are simply one component in a larger software architecture, and there may be multiple LLMs, multiple models in the platform, that software is orchestrating and doing something. Even there, the overall purpose that such a system is working toward is whatever its software architects designed it to do. Now, this whole area of autonomous agents is something we're very interested in at Dragon Scale. And so we think that it is actually quite real, quite promising, but it's still not something that I would see as posing that kind of rogue threat. So in the near term, I would say there's fairly little potential of that. Now, longer term, things get very interesting because as these models get more and more sophisticated and are trained on, larger, more parameters, larger data sets, more compute, there's a question of whether they begin already. LLMs have a kind of world model, and you can test that simply by the kinds of answers that they give to various questions. Like you can even today, you can sit down with ChatGPT, and if you know how to prompt it and you're fairly sophisticated in the kinds of questions that you ask it, you can see that it has I'm going to use the word understanding. I don't mean to make any strong claim about what GPT-4 quote really understands or not, but simply in the way that it's able to form and combine concepts as part of its response, it does have some model of the world. It's not just a stochastic parrot that's repeating gibberish to you, and then that's very a good questioner can determine that, I think, pretty quickly. So the question for the long term becomes, as these models get more and more sophisticated, does the world model begin to incorporate goal formation? Is it the case that as part of the training of the model, as it assimilates information and begins to model the world around it as represented in that training data, is part of its model the formation of goals? Like, in order to achieve X, I need to do Y, so that it's almost reasoning in a planning kind of way. And
like how I try to seek caffeine at 2:30 in the morning, similar to that, right?
How would I do that? Where do I need to go?
Find that objective, right?
Right. So objective, whether it has a long-term objective that then breaks down into sub-goals, and it can do that analysis and then perform actions to pursue the sub-goals, and that it recurses on that. What you get to very quickly is planning, autonomous planning. And once you're in that kind of realm, the kind of scary thought is, does the model form and adopt goals that are not simply things given to it by its designers or by its users? It's human designers or human users. And if that's true, then the next worry is, what if those goals are not aligned with our goals? What if it begins adopting goals that make perfect sense in some context of its own, but they aren't what you would have wanted them to be? And then people start worrying about this sort of rogue behavior. And that's actually, I mean, there are whole safety institutes in the Bay Area, for example, San Francisco Bay Area, where people seriously are concerned with and are trying to prevent bad things from happening that way. But I just want to clarify,
Sarah Connor, right?
Yeah, as it were. Yeah. I just want to clarify, though, so that people don't get confused. That's about future systems. That's about potential dangers of future systems. It's not about GPT-4 today. I don't think there's any experts who think that even our best large language models today constitute any threat like that. But there is this concern that, but what about GPT-5, GPT-6, or whatever the equivalents are? Do we know? Maybe we don't know.
Yeah, and I'll say this one, I think when we said that you're a CTO, this is where they say, okay, allow me to retort. So if you notice, we're having gradation of complexity, and you were just at the middle question. Now it's one to test your merit. We had a
Mm.
question that came in saying, how are reinforcement learning algorithms being integrated into security orchestration, automation, and response, or put SOAR platforms? I suspect that this came from somebody from the cybersecurity folks at Regent when they should be focused on their AI BattleBot. But how would you respond?
Well, be that may be. So RL, or reinforcement learning, is one of the major techniques that folks are looking at, and and the flavor of that has been pursued most heavily is DRL, deep reinforcement learning, is reinforcement learning as implemented by deep learning and neural networks. And of course, Google DeepMind has been one of the leaders in the area of that. So a lot of the amazing work that's been done around their whole alpha series of products, like first Alpha Go, then Alpha Zero, Alpha Mu, in the whole biology world, Alpha Fold for protein folding, just some amazing techniques. So it's clearly a very powerful technique. I continue to be amazed by how we now have computer programs that can beat the best Go players in the world. Now, that may not sound like a big deal, but if you're familiar with Go and you're familiar with the history of game playing, Go was like the great mountain, the great peak to be summited. I mean, chess was hard. Cracking chess was hard, and that finally happened. IBM did a lot of work on that. But people said, yeah, you can do chess, but you'll never do Go. And the reason is, if you look at the board of Go and the mathematical combinatorics involved, it's actually just much, much more difficult than
You had
even
somebody
chess.
that just said duck, duck, go. Does that still work for you?
Oh, that's different. But so anyhow, back to RL. So yes, very powerful technique. Now, they asked particularly about its applications in cybersecurity. I cannot point to particular applications where that has been used, but I would not at all eliminate that from the toolbox of potential tools. I think it should definitely be something on the table, and one of the more powerful techniques for sure. And so sure, definitely something that people should be, and we will be keeping an eye on in the going forward, but not something that I've seen singled out in particular as kind of a killer app technique at present.
All right.
Now, I could be wrong. There could be some awesome thing that someone's done, and it just hasn't come across my notice. There's like every day there are new papers. I mean, literally every day there are new, like, cutting edge papers in AI, and it's kind of a fire hose trying to keep up on that. And we do like delve into that pretty deeply, but that doesn't preclude the possibility that there's something I've missed.
Right. That's something that I'm glad that we have the future security experts playing with Raspberry Pis. So keep them sharp, a good competition for engagement and enthusiasm to try to thwart the hackmasters in it. So with that said, Stephen, I will give you the opportunity for any final closing words that you want to impart as we begin to wrap up and call it a morning for you, a 3 a.m. night for us.
Oh boy. Yeah, I just want to thank everyone who has participated in the conference, whether that be the organizers doing just incredible stuff behind the scenes, staying up all night to organize this, the speakers, the everyone who's watched talks, who submitted questions. This has really just been, quite the experience. And I want to encourage everyone to follow up with DragonScale. Dragonscale.ai is the website. Blog.dragonscale.ai has our blog content. iriscollective.xyz. A lot of awesome resources there, and we would just love to hear from you. We would love conversation, partnership if you're working in this area. And yeah, thank you all and have a wonderful day. And I will be seeing you all around. Bye-bye.
Uh-oh. It looks like Stephen has cut out prematurely. So Stephen, if you are there, I would love to run a final B-roll with you of not just what we've done as a singular voice, but I'd love for you and for anybody else, if you're watching, come join me and let us do a small walk down memory lane, as I want the opportunity to be able to showcase, to highlight, and to celebrate the work that we've done, and some of the incredible things that have been achieved. So I have just sent the group a message. I'm going to present my screen, and as we begin to wrap it up, even though Cyberclash is still a thing, and even though Regent is just wrapping up, let's see, I'm going to say to everybody that is still up, join me. Now, mind you, it is 3 o'clock, and if you have been with us since the beginning of the stream, thank you. It is impressive, it is humbling, and it is inspiring for a global event with 3 months to plan to have the numbers, the enthusiasm, the energy, the crashed website, and the intensity of your excitement and enthusiasm. So with that, I will now struggle to share my screen as well. And I just want us to go on ahead, and if Stephen was able to join back in, it would be all the better. Let's see here. There we go. So I want us all to take a stroll down memory lane. We have Stephen here, who really began to kick off and to finalize the talk and the conversation that we have with Web3 security, trust, and was really part of the trinity of technology that took place. We had Sanjay that was talking as our keynote about micro-credentials, a lifetime of continuous learning, and the quaternary future that is in front of us. Further to this, we had an opportunity to hear from global experts about Web3 cybersecurity as well. But that's not all. With Starshot Startups, by the time that it's done, we have had the opportunity of different investors that are going to look at the pitches of the technologies of tomorrow that are in development. So we had the inspiration of that. as I mentioned, what's also going on right now. Regent University right now, which just had a cyber clash to finish off the day. And we even had the Asia School of Business, which added in, let's wait for it for a second, cyber clash as well. This was the first time that many played with AI in different ways, different shapes, different expressions. And the powerful thing about all of this is that this was all done out of the goodness of everybody, every speaker's heart, to try to provide perspective, not sell a product. This was an unsponsored broadcast, a conference. It started in Kuala Lumpur to show the potential of the world, the vibrancy of Southeast Asia, but more collectively, just as Marcello had said in the AI talk, something that has to do with giving a voice to all those who would normally not have one, to have those considerations, those perspectives, and those opportunities. I'm beyond words to say that we've had Sanjay Sarma, Joe Cherian, Professor Matthew Wheat from Oxford, MIT, Oxford, Cornell. We even had the director of continuing education. We had Dr. Seppi Chakva, that flew out to provide her vision, to show support and solidarity. And the fact that we have these technologies that are game changers and, more importantly, enable a global dialogue. There was 3 months for all of this. And when we began to look at this, it's also the entire team that enabled it to happen that are probably staring with slight horror that they have a show on the webcam. But more importantly, this is about you, your courage, your tenacity, and your dedication for celebrating with us something spectacular this Saturday. The goal here was to provide insight into tools that you can use, knowledge on how to think better, be it from an executive education standpoint to a startup perspective. Richard, Bianca, they provided this perspective. But, it also shows the great enthusiasm, like Douglas was saying, that pull, that moment, that technology can create a spark of imagination and wonder, that it can bring us together, that it can unite us, that it can otherwise transform a vast world and sea of different opinions together, united under a shared love. We have people across the world in different countries that have all signed on, all because of their enthusiasm for this thing that we call technology. The fact, just like Suzanne and Hannah Jones with the announcement of ASP and the Earshot Prize coming together to celebrate sustainability, the focus on girls in tech, and so much more. It's about showing the power of all of this. It's what drives us to stay up until 3 o'clock in the morning. And it's what had each and every one of these speakers sacrifice time, effort, energy. A lot of this in the planning process took months. that would not have otherwise been possible had it not been for Aaron from University of Waterloo, Aaron DeFaria, meeting at CollisionCon, saying we should do a thing, from Seppi with University of Oxford and Pixelar, and Rohit with Dragon Scale saying it would be cool if we could do, I don't know, maybe 500 people in a workshop. And of course, the Asia School of Business and Regent University, who physically enabled a CyberClash event, which is all going to be open source. So as the team rests, as the speakers catch up on some much needed sleep, we are going to be adding all of the content on the site, and it'll be freely available. So thank you. Thank you for joining, and it's at times like these that you feel a pang of relief, but sadness that something has to stop, that we have to move on. Each of these speakers are available, they're accessible. Reach out to them, their companies, their institutions. Continue that conversation. And despite the impressive titles, you'll find an empathetic ear, a voice that's excited, enthusiastic, and ready to talk, to have that conversation, to have that partnership. With all of that, and with everybody here, thank you so much. Signing out from Kuala Lumpur. Good night, good evening, and good morning.